New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani being mentioned in a 2009 email linked to Jeffrey Epstein. According to documents released by the U.S. Justice Department, an email dated 21st of October 2009 sent by publicist Peggy Segal to Epstein refers to an after-party for Meera Nair's film Amelia held at the townhouse of Ghislaine Maxwell, who was later convicted of sex trafficking. In the email, Segal writes that former US President Bill Clinton and Amazon founder Jeff Bezos were also present at the gathering. The email also briefly commented on the film's reception at the event. The Justice Department has now made public over 3 million pages of records, along with thousands of videos and images linked to Jeffrey Epstein. Separately, the files also include email exchanges between Epstein and Tesla CEO Elon Musk from 2012 discussing travel logistics. No allegation or charges have been made against any of these individuals named. Authorities stress that names being mentioned don't necessarily imply any wrongdoing on their part as the scrutiny around Epstein files continue. And the major disclosure, the U.S. Department of Justice releasing that massive cache of investigative material linked to late financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The release, as I mentioned earlier, include 3 million pages of record, more than 2,000 videos and about 1.8 lakh images. U.S. Deputy Attorney General said that the move fulfills a transparency mandate by the Congress, stressing that the material was reviewed to ensure public accountability while victims' identities have been protected.
Today we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. In total, that means that the department produced approximately 3.5 million pages in compliance with the Act. Just a quick note about the videos and images. The 2,000 videos and 180,000 images are not all videos and images taken by Mr. Epstein or someone around him. They include large quantities of commercial pornography and images that were seized from Epstein's devices, but which he did not take or that someone around him did not take.
The disclosure comes amid criticism over delays and reductions in earlier releases and scrutiny over whether powerful figures were being shielded. U.S. authorities have rejected those claims, saying that there is no hidden information that is being withheld. While President Donald Trump has acknowledged knowing Epstein, he has denied any knowledge of the sex trafficking operation.
I mean, yes, I can assure that we complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and there is no, we did not protect President Trump, we didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that there's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents. And there's nothing I can do about that. But President Trump, of all the people in Washington, D.C. and around this country that have said for years the same consistent message about Jeffrey Epstein as President Trump. And so there's not been a change of course or anything, and certainly his direction to the American people and the Department of his direction to the Department of Justice was to be as transparent, release the files, be as transparent as we can, and that's exactly what we did.
Officials say that sensitive material was withheld to protect victims and ongoing investigation, with all women's identities masked.
We said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July, if we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right? We talked about the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case.
And Jeffrey Epstein died in jail by suicide, but the fallout from the case continues to reverberate globally. Billionaire Elon Musk has also responded on social media after his name appeared in a fresh batch of files related to Jeffrey Epstein released by the US Justice Department. In an email made public on Friday, Musk is seen asking whether Epstein was planning any parties. However, the email also showed that Musk declined the invitation to visit Epstein's private island, reacting to the disclosure on X. In fact, Musk said he was aware that limited email exchanges took place with Epstein could be misinterpreted and used to smear his reputation. Musk said that no one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released, and I'm glad that has finally happened. He also added that he had very little correspondence with Epstein, repeatedly declined invitation to visit his island or travel on his private aircraft.
Delhi is losing the fight against pollution.
This is not a story of just children. This is the story of every elderly person in the National Capital Region.
Delhi's hazardous air quality.
It's more capital of the world.
Delhi pollution has left us sick and exposed.
Look at how Delhi is once again struggling with danger.
It's not just about today, it's about the future.
Philippines.
When drinking water turns deadly, it demands answers.
What is really going on there?
News9 brings you
Imagine water that you drink.
contaminated drinking water in Indore, revealing a disturbing link to at least 15 reported deaths.
Typhoid outbreak in tribal areas. 104 patients.
After 15 people were killed.
Foul, frothy water from taps.
You would assume it's safe, it turned deadly.
How is that happening?
Different cities. One national crisis. Bharat. Quest for clean water. News9. In your interest.
This isn't a trail of peace. This is pressure overload. A hill built for 1,000, forced to carry lakhs.
Instead of lightening the footprint, you have allowed people to actually get into every nook and corner of the Himalayas.
Careless travel, choking hills. If we don't change now, there won't be much left to enjoy.
We need to follow the Bhutan model, regulate people who can access hills.
News9 presents Heal the Hills, continuous coverage.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
Hello and welcome. You are watching News 9. I'm Krishna Kumar. We are all set to bring you a day-long special coverage of India's Union Budget 2026. First up, a check of all our headlines. All eyes on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman as she is set to present the 9th annual budget. Sitharaman set to present the statement of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Government of India for the year 2026-27. Karnataka government forms special investigation team led by Joint Police Commissioner Vamsi Krishna to probe Confident Group Chairman C.J. Roy's death case. Andhra police arrest YSRCP leader Ambatti Ramababu. After TDP protests, police surrounded his residence at Vikas Nagar in Guntur. Shots fired outside filmmaker Rohit Shetty's Juhu residence in Mumbai. Security deployed outside. Police says probe is underway. Reason for firing still unknown. Ministry of External Affairs rules out Epstein charges, rubbishes references to PM Modi's 2017 Israel visit, calls it trashy ruminations of a convicted criminal. Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal says negotiations for a proposed bilateral trade agreement between India and the US are progressing and that both countries are working to close the deal quickly. Adds good news on this front is set to be announced in the near future. Powerful explosion rocks Iran's port city of Bandar Abbas. At least 5 people killed in 2 blasts. Explosions reported at multiple locations. Israel denies involvement. With just a couple of hours left to go before the Union Budget 2026 is presented, all eyes are on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman as she prepares to present her 9th consecutive budget in the Parliament. The focus this year is clear, keeping India in the economic sweet spot of strong growth with controlled inflation, even as global uncertainty rises amidst geopolitical tensions and fresh trade disruptions from the United States of America. Jobs and growth are expected to headline this budget, with the government likely to double down on spending in infrastructure as private investment remains muted. The centre has already stepped in with a sharp rise in capital expenditure and more support for manufacturing, exports and logistics is on the cards. For taxpayers, modest but meaningful relief could come through a higher standard deduction under the new tax regime and the possibility of joint income tax filing for couples. On the fiscal front, the government is expected to signal discipline by shifting attention to the debt to GDP ratio while staying on track for medium-term consolidation. Agriculture, artificial intelligence and electric mobility are seen as major thrust areas with expectations of higher rural income support, a big push for the Bharat AI mission, and fresh momentum for EV adoption. The budget process itself reflects a new era, moving out of North Block to Kartavya Bhavan, underscoring both continuity and change. We have my colleague Sabha Roy now joining us live from outside Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's residence. Sabha, thank you for being with us. A very good morning. A very important budget, a historic budget for the Finance Minister, the 9th consecutive budget.
Well, that's right. See, it's the 9th consecutive budget of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Now, she will be leaving from her residence at around 8:30, likely at around 8:30 today, where she will be heading to the Kartavya Bhavan. Now, Krishna, it has all shifted from North Block, and the new address of the Finance Ministry is Kartavya Bhavan. So, at Kartavya Bhavan, we will see the red Bahi Khata in the hands of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman along with her entire team. Now, post that, she will head towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, and after Rashtrapati Bhavan, she will be heading to the Parliament to get the approval of the cabinet for the budget, and post that she will present the budget to the entire country. And this time the focus is on the announcement that she is going to make. Key sectors, if you talk about railways, infrastructure, tourism, agriculture, we are learning from our sources that a major boost could be given to the Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana. From 6,000 it is likely to be increased to 9,000 rupees for the Kisan. And also a major boost as far as the railways are concerned. We are going to see announcement made by the Finance Minister for laying down of several tracks, as well as introducing new trains across the country. And now relief as far as, if you talk about the taxes, we are going to see relief for the salaried as well as the middle class people across the country. Krishna.
Right, Sabha Roy there getting us that live report from outside Nirmala Sitharaman, our Finance Minister's residence. So stay with us. We're also being joined by Sunita Jha, my colleague. Sunita, great to have you with us this morning. A very important budget, as Sabha was talking about. All eyes, as far as the viewers are concerned, are going to be on what are going to be the changes announced as far as the income tax rules are concerned. Will there be a greater standard deduction or not, is something that everybody's looking forward to.
So, Krishna, see, as far as the income tax reductions are concerned, the middle class is looking for tax reductions, and there would be a major boost in the jobs creation and bringing up the GDP of the country. And it will be, as it is going to be a historic day, because the budget is being presented on a Sunday, and it is a 9th consecutive budget by Mrs. Sitharaman. And this will be Ms. Sitharaman will try her best to keep the Indian economy at the Goldilocks, because we are facing a lot of tariffs from Trump administration also, and so there will be a boost in the defense sector, the agriculture sector, the railways, and agriculture as we expect, and a lot of budget would also go to the transport, but there will be a major boost as we see in the defense sector after the the disturbance that we see with the Pakistan. So what we are seeing is that the budget would basically be a lot of it would be to decrease the inflation and increase the growth rate of the country.
The growth rate of the country, and that is something that's going to be watched out for, isn't it, Sabha? Because at this stage, one is definitely in every budget the questions are always about income tax and the changes introduced in that income tax slabs. But this time around, we have to remember that on the 1st of April is when the new IT Act, Income Tax Act, comes into place. Hoping for a reduction of complexity, and that is something to look forward to. And of course, questions are being asked on whether there will be standard reduction. Also, the taxation on interest income, will that be reduced as well? But for the big picture, as far as the budget is concerned, Sabha Roy, the job creation initiatives, the capital investment initiatives, those announcements will be very important, because one is there are fears of the GDP possibly slowing down in the next financial year. So it's very important that there are policies to boost GDP, but at the same time, the debt to GDP ratio of the country and balancing that is going to be very important in this budget.
Well, that's right, Krishna. See, if you talk about the salaried and the middle class, it is very much important as far as the taxation is concerned. And we had seen that there has been a continuous confusion between the old tax and the new tax, and the centre had tried its best to clarify. And this year's budget also, we are going to see major announcement as far as the taxation is concerned by the central government. And now, see, time and again, the government has been talking about Viksit Bharat, about developed Bharat. For that, it is very much important that the GDP, the economy, as well as new employment are created by the central government. The allegation time and again coming in from the opposition parties that not enough employment are being created by the central government. So as far as the budget is concerned, we are going to see a major announcement in different sectors, right from urban to defense, to railways, to tourism, and all important to agriculture. These are some of the important sectors which are going to see a major boost from the central government. And see, a lot of discussions also had been going on, and Nirmala Sitharaman has said that this year's budget will be a historic one, as every single class across the country will get benefit from this year's budget. See, on one hand, the opposition in fact continuously has been raising questions on the central government regarding the employment that the central government has able to create. Also, they have been comparing how the dollar every single day have been increasing in comparison to the rupees. So question mark has been raised by the opposition parties as far as the economy is concerned. But we are hoping that this year's budget will bring some relief, more relief to the salaried and the middle class person. And Krishna, it is also important to note that the polls are also coming in 5 states. So definitely a major boost will be given to the 5 states where the polls is coming in the next few months.
Important point that you raised away, Sabyasachi. Sunita Jha, that's also important, isn't it? We are in a poll-bound year, 5 states going into elections, so definitely one can look out for special allocations for those states. But specifically for this budget, the big expectations are also about the main thrust areas, like artificial intelligence, possibly the Bharat AI mission, where the government is allocating a certain sum of money for India's development of artificial intelligence. That can be expected, and of course, a greater spending as far as the defense is concerned.
Yes, Krishna, you're right that there's going to be a very good amount of budget that would be going to the defense sector and the AI. We are having a summit of AI in the month of February where 15 to 20 countries are going to participate. So we are stressing a lot on the artificial intelligence, and apart from that, the defense sector is going to get a major boost. Job creation, as I said again, it's going to be job creation would be a big boost, and the salaried class is certainly looking for some relief. And as Sabyasachi said, that there's been a lot of pressure from the opposition also, hue and cry on job creation. So I think job creation would be a major boost, and then it would be also an effort by the government to increase the GDP of the country and keep the inflation very low. As far as the middle class is concerned, but they are going to get certainly going to get relief on electronic items and certain necessary items, which is likely, as our sources said, that their prices would be decreased, and this budget is certainly going to bring relief to the middle class and the salaried class.
Fair enough. Let's hope for more relief for you, me, and everybody watching this broadcast. We will be bringing a very special day-long coverage. But for now, we'll let go of you, Sunita Jha and Sabyasachi Roy, reporting from outside Finance Minister's residence. So thank you both of you for joining us here on the show. Shifting focus away from the budget, in the CJ Roy death by suicide case, details that are now emerging make it clear that this is a case that has moved beyond a suicide probe straight to questions around investigative pressure. Bengaluru police have confirmed that Roy died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound at his Langford Road office on the 30th of January while income tax raids were underway. Preliminary forensic findings indicate that he fired a single round from his licensed .25 bore pistol. The weapon has been seized and sent for forensic examination. Income tax officials from Kerala and Bengaluru had been conducting searches at the premises for 3 days, and now the case has escalated. On the orders of Bengaluru Police Commissioner Simant Kumar Singh, a special investigation team has been constituted, headed by Joint Commissioner of Police C. Vamshi Krishna, with senior IPS officers drawn from multiple divisions. The scope of the probe is wide and sensitive. Roy's financial dealings, business networks, overseas investments, possible political pressure, and his activities over the last 3 months are all under scrutiny. Call records and digital communications are being examined. Sources also say that there could have been pressure on the businessman from political quarters and because of his history of funding political leaders in Kerala. Kerala IT officials too were looking into financial dealings of his company, Confident Group. Sources say that many of the ventures he was involved in, particularly those overseas, had investments by politicians. Those investments had been stressed for nearly 2 years, and there could have been pressure on him to return the money. The most prominent angle to the case comes from the family. CJ Roy's brother has alleged undue pressure by income tax officials, triggering political reactions and calls for transparency. Karnataka's Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has assured a detailed and impartial investigation.
ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ನನಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಘಟನೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಉನ್ನತ ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಉನ್ನತ ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಇದು ಸತ್ಯಾಂಶ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಕೇರಳದಿಂದ ತಂಡ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ವಿಚಾರ ತಿಳಿದಿದೆ. ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ತನಿಖೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಈಚೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಇದು ಆಗಬಾರ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಉದ್ಯಮಿ, ಕೇರಳದಿಂದ ತಂಡ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ರು. ನಮಗೆ ದೆಹಲಿಯಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ವರದಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಏನು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಏನಿದೆ, ಏನು ಸತ್ಯ ಏನಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಖಂಡಿತ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ.
It's a very tragic, as you said. It's indeed a very tragic. We received the body yesterday, and the postmortem was conducted early in the morning today, and I'm waiting for the formal report yet. He's shot himself apparently from close range. The bullet has traversed through the heart and has punctured his spleen, grazed through the stomach and even the lungs also on the left side of the chest. So it's an instantaneous death caused by gunshot injury, and postmortem is done, is finished, and we are waiting for a formal report.
Yeah, I saw in newspaper as well in TV. It is unfortunate that he has succumbed to death. I don't know why he opted for suicide. He was quite a confident man, as I understand, because he built up his career from the scratch. Right now, I'm not in a position to make any comment, but entrepreneur we have lost in him.
Nothing but pure harassment from the IT and ED officials, and this is going out throughout the country. And this is the third or the fourth instance in Karnataka. We all know how IT, ED and GST is being used to harass SMEs, MSMEs, individuals and industrialists. It is a tool for harassment for people who do not listen to the government. But IT, ED, GST rules don't apply to the Adanis of India, the Ambanis of India. It is used as only a tool for harassment here. The government works over time to ensure contracts are given to Adani. They change policies for Adani and Ambani. They change schemes for them. But for other people who are earning their livelihood in a legal way, this kind of harassment happens. And this is not an accusation by a political party. The family is saying so. So whatever it is, we will investigate. We'll investigate even the IT officials who were present there.
Other than income tax issue, he had no other issues. That I am very sure. He didn't have threat, he didn't have loan, he didn't have any other threats or anything. But I don't know what happened with the income tax. I will have to go find out. Yesterday morning at 10:40 a.m., he called me twice.
You will any separate complaint, any suspicion complaint?
No. I don't know. I have to see what the other office staff has to say. I'll meet them and I'll get back to you.
C.J. Roy's tragic death has led to a heated debate revolving around a few pertinent questions. Was C.J. Roy driven to take this extreme step by investigative pressure? Were established protocols followed during the raids? Where does accountability lie when a high-profile businessman dies during an ongoing probe? And does this case expose deeper issues in the way enforcement agencies operate? Shifting focus to Telangana, where former Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is likely to face questioning in the phone tapping case. The special investigation team is expected to question him at his Nandi Nagar residence in Banjara Hills in Hyderabad. Sources say KCR agreed to cooperate after holding detailed discussions with senior BRS leaders and legal experts at his farmhouse in Erravalli village. He has decided to make himself available to SIT officials. Meanwhile, BRS has announced statewide protests against the government over the move to question KCR. Party leaders and workers will hold demonstrations across Telangana, including black flag marches, two-wheeler rallies, wearing black badges and burning effigies of the government in villages and towns. In view of the developments, Hyderabad Police Commissioner V.C. Sajjanar chaired a high-level meeting with senior officials and SIT members. Security arrangements and crowd control measures around KCR's residence were discussed to ensure law and order during the questioning. From Telangana to Andhra Pradesh, where former Andhra Pradesh Minister and senior YSR Congress Party leader Ambatti Rambabu has been arrested by Andhra Pradesh police in Guntur over alleged derogatory remarks against Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. Police surrounded Rambabu's residence at Vikas Nagar in Guntur, took him to custody and amidst high security. They shifted him in a police van to the Nallapadu police station. The arrest follows a case filed over Rambabu's abusive and objectionable comments which triggered high political tension in the area. Earlier, Rambabu had publicly challenged the police to arrest him, but later said his remarks were made in the spur of the moment and were not intentional. Meanwhile, high drama unfolded in Guntur with TDP cadre allegedly ransacking Rambabu's house and vehicles as protests intensified, demanding an apology. YSRCP Chief YS Jaganmohan Reddy has alleged an attack on Rambabu, warning of a breakdown of law and order, while the party has written to the Union Home Secretary and the National Human Rights Commission seeking an intervention. Rambabu will be produced before a magistrate and legal proceedings are currently underway. Former Andhra Pradesh Minister and senior YSR Congress Party leader Ambatti Raidu arrested by the Andhra Pradesh police in Guntur due to alleged derogatory remarks made by him against Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. Police surrounding Rambabu's residence in Guntur, taking him into custody and shifting him to a police station. Tensions rising in the area, drama unfolding with TDP cadre allegedly ransacking Rambabu's house as protests intensified, demanding an apology from him. And now we're getting to you live visuals straight from New Delhi, where Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has left her residence to go present the 9th consecutive Union budget. Latest visuals coming to you of India's Finance Minister, who set to script history by presenting her 9th consecutive budget. Bear in mind, change in norms, budget day moving from North Block to Kartavya Bhavan. Even as focus on this budget is on how the budget will balance growth and job creation and controlling inflation, even as specific thrusts are given to areas like artificial intelligence, defense and agriculture. Visuals on your screens are of the motorcade of the Finance Minister leaving her residence. Surrounded by cameras and reporters waiting to get a word in from her, but the Finance Minister choosing to get on with her job. Latest visuals of the Finance Minister on her way to present the 9th consecutive budget for the year 2026, financial year 2026-27. Bear in mind, the new Income Tax Act comes into existence from the beginning of this financial year. That's the 1st of April 2026. All eyes on whether Finance Minister will give further relief to salaried people, income tax relief, be it standard deductions, a hike in standard deductions, or a cap on how much of interest income will be taxed. Lots of expectations and hopes surrounding this budget at an individual level and at a national level. What can the budget do to keep India's growth momentum growing, at the same time create jobs as well? Latest visuals of the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman leaving her residence and making her way to Kartavya Bhavan to present this year's budget. Just about a couple of hours to go before she presents the budget. Focus this year is on keeping India in the economic sweet spot. That, in the context of the uncertainty that is growing around the world, especially because of the trade disruptions caused by the actions of the United States of America. The government is expected to signal discipline in this budget by shifting attention to the all-important debt to GDP ratio. Bear in mind, artificial intelligence, agriculture and defense are all major thrust areas. Apart from electric mobility, we have my colleague Sabha Roy joining us from outside Nirmala Sitharaman's residence. Sabha, it's clear from the visuals that the Finance Minister has left her residence. So she's on her way to Kartavya Path to present the budget.
That's right, Krishna. See, shortly from now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has left from her residence and she is heading towards Kartavya Bhavan. Now, Krishna, it is significant because earlier the Finance Minister used to head towards North Block, but all the ministries now have shifted to Kartavya Bhavan. So this would be the first time that the photo op session will happen at Kartavya Bhavan, and post that she would head to Rashtrapati Bhavan to meet the President, and after that she will be heading towards the Parliament, where she will be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and after that will be meeting the Cabinet for the budget approval, and after that she will be presenting the budget in the Parliament for the entire nation and around 2:30 is the time when the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be also holding a press conference to address the entire nation. Krishna.
Sabha Roy there joining us from outside Nirmala Sitharaman's residence. A big change in traditions in that sense, isn't it? The fact that the whole thing has been moved to Kartavya Bhavan, and of course, I'm guessing all the other things remain the same. There will be a press conference by the Finance Minister after the presentation of the budget.
That's right, Krishna. See, from the North Block, the Finance Ministry has now shifted to Kartavya Bhavan, and rest of the itinerary remains the same, where the photo session will now happen at Kartavya Bhavan, where Nirmala Sitharaman with the red Bahi Khata will come out along with her entire team for the photo session, and post that she will be heading towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. Now, this will be Nirmala Sitharaman's ninth consecutive budget, and the central government already have made big promises, and post Operation Sindoor we are going to see major boost to the defence sector this time around, and also focus will be on boost to the AI sector and also the railway connectivity across the country, and boost to the infrastructure development across the country as well. And every single budget has a message, Krishna, and this time the message we have to see whether the message will be focused on the polls that are due in the 5 states, Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Pondicherry and Kerala. So whether the central government will announce major boost for these states where polls is due in couple of months. So we have to wait and see, but all eyes are on Nirmala Sitharaman, where the salaried as well as the middle class men are looking that there would be some sort of deduction as far as the taxes are concerned, because already in 2025 she has announced major tax exemption for the middle class and the salaried man, but there are certain confusions as far as the old tax regime and the new tax regime is concerned. So the central government today will be presenting the budget today, whereas the opposition time and again have been raising this issue that there is lack of employment in the country. The youth of the country are suffering because of the lack of employment, and time and again Prime Minister Narendra Modi, whether it is on different public addresses or whether it is in Mann Ki Baat, have addressed the importance of entrepreneurs as well as addressed the importance of Gen Zs across the country. So we are hoping that major push and policies are going to be announced by the central government as far as the employment is concerned for the youth of the country.
Absolutely. Sabha, very important that, what are the announcements that will be made in Budget 2026 that will go towards job creation. Certainly, it's a major focus area this time around. As we bring the visuals of the fact that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has reached Kartavya Bhavan. We've shown you visuals of her leaving the residence. That's where Sabha Roy is standing. And on your right are visuals of her entering Kartavya Bhavan. Sabha, apart from job creation and income tax, this budget is coming at a time of great global uncertainty. Be it the tariff action by the US or the changing geopolitical landscape per se in the world, and India continues to be one of the fastest growing major economy in the world. So the big picture is going to be equally important in this budget. How will India ensure that it continues to be the fastest growing major economy in the world in the face of tariff pressures? Yes, India recently did strike a very important, the mother of all deals with the European Union. India already has a free trade agreement with the UK. We are supposed to be hearing good news about a free trade agreement with the US very soon. That's what Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has been talking about. In this context, how this particular budget positions itself, positions India and positions Indian economy to make sure it's immune to all these global wranglings is going to be very important.
Well, Krishna, definitely challenges are there in front of the central government, and in the all-party meeting which happened in the national capital inside the parliament before the start of the session, whereas all the opposition parties had demanded a clarity as far as India's stand on geopolitics is concerned. And what was interesting to note is that the TDP, who's the alliance of the Bharatiya Janata Party and part of the NDA, they also in fact demanded clarity from the central government as far as the geopolitics is concerned, and they also demanded clarity on the negotiations that is going on with the Trump administration, because these political parties said that it is embarrassing for the country, where time and again US President Donald Trump have been threatening India with tariffs, have been claiming that he was the one who made sure that India did not went into a full-scale war with Pakistan. So the opposition have been demanding clarity as far as geopolitics is concerned, as far as the tariffs are concerned, or the negotiations which have been going on with the Trump administration. Now, from the central government point of view, it is very much important that the central government push for Swadeshi products across the country, and that is the reason this could be on the one of the most important thing as far as the list of the central government is concerned, to push to promote Swadeshi products as much as possible. Now, there is several important sectors are likely to get a major push from the budget, whether it is the defense. Agriculture is one sector where we are hoping that major announcement will be made by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, where the Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana will be increased from 6,000 to 9,000 rupees, what we are learning from the central government sources. So, Krishna, we have to wait and see. But when you talk about the clarity as far as the geopolitics is concerned, or how things are changing, and what is the current status of the negotiations with the US counterpart, that will be interesting to note. What answers does the central government comes up, because in fact the TDP also has demanded clarity from the central government on this regard.
Sabha Roy, so all eyes are on Sansad Bhavan at this stage. That's where the finance minister will begin her budget speech at around 11 a.m. Just for people keeping score watching this, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is presenting a 9th consecutive budget. Before this, you had Moraji Desai who presented for 10 times, but that wasn't consecutive. And P. Chidambaram too presented the budget 9 times, and even that wasn't consecutive. And that is the reason why we're saying that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting her 9th budget is historic, because it's the first finance minister in India's history to present 9 consecutive budgets.
Well, that's right, Krishna. She will be presenting the 9th consecutive budget. See, a lot of things have changed from the past. Earlier, we used to see that the budget being presented in the evening to match with the time of the London Stock Exchange. But post the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government, the time has changed. We present the budget in the morning, and to get away with the briefcase. Earlier also, during the NDA time, during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's tenure, we had seen that a lot of finance minister coming out with the briefcase, but that also has been left behind. Now Nirmala Sitharaman comes out with the Bahi Khata. She in fact said that the Bahi Khata had been stitched by her aunt, and her aunt emboldened the national symbol on the Bahi Khata, and the aunt gave her the Bahi Khata after visiting the Siddhivinayak temple. So a lot of things has changed as far as the finance ministry is concerned, and last year also major announcement were made focusing on the salaried and the middle class men, where tax exemption was given to a person who earns up to 12 lakh per annum. So this time around, a lot of things has changed with the tariffs coming into place, with the current situation with Pakistan. So major push we are going to see in the defense sector, major push we are going to see in agricultural sector, as well as a major push for the Swadeshi made products as well. Krishna.
Sabha Roy, they're joining us with the latest. Thank you, Sabha, for bringing us that update. We take a short breather here at the stage. We'll be back with lots more on the other side. Keep it at News9.
Special partner Skoda. You never drive alone. Associate sponsor SBI Life. अपने लिए अपनों के लिए.
इम्तियाज जी के फादर को बीमारी के कारण अचानक हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
घर है वही जहाँ सब संग हो, रिश्तों को रंग दो, दुनिया को रंग दो।
Birla Opus Paints.
Taxes, jobs, housing, electric vehicles, defense. News9 decodes the numbers behind the noise. You define India's growth story. We decode what's in it for you. Budget 2026. No noise, no confusion. A budget for a bulletproof Bharat.
Yes, we are in Philippines.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9. English news as it should be.
You're watching News 9. I'm Krishna Kumar. Senior Punjab Congress leader Dr. Navjot Kaur Sidhu has resigned from the party, triggering fresh political churn in the state. Her exit coming amidst continuous internal turmoil within the Punjab Congress and sharp political dissent against the grand old party's leadership. Dr. Sidhu, a former MLA and minister, announced her resignation on social media, citing the absence of credible leadership and direction within the organization. Her decision follows months of friction with Punjab Pradesh Congress Committee or PCC leadership and comes at a politically sensitive moment just ahead of Prime Minister's visit to Jalandhar. Soon after quitting, Dr. Sidhu launched a scathing attack on PPCC President Amrinder Singh Raja Waring, accusing him of incompetence, corruption and colluding with the ruling dispensation to weaken the Congress from within. She claimed she was targeted politically, sidelined organizationally and deliberately undermined electorally. In a striking assertion, Dr. Sidhu said she possesses enough proof to expose those she accuses but has chosen not to do so, stating that she has walked away from a party where no credible leadership voice remains. Her resignation has intensified speculation about the future political role of her husband, Navjot Singh Sidhu, and has raised questions about the Congress party's stability in Punjab. Now, India and the Arab League nations have laid out a broader vision for deeper two-way ties, pitched for a sovereign and viable Palestine state living side by side with Israel and underlining the need for conducting international relations based on the UN Charter. At the second India-Arab foreign ministers' meeting, the two sides condemned cross-border terror and called on all countries to work collectively to combat terrorism, dismantle terror infrastructure and terror financing, and bring the perpetrators of terrorist acts to justice without delay. The India-hosted meeting saw the participation of 19 member countries of the Arab League, considered as an influential grouping.
The India-Arab Cooperation Forum serves as a platform to give our positive sentiments a practical shape. Our meeting will examine an agenda for such cooperation in 2026-28. It currently covers energy, environment, agriculture, tourism, human resource development, culture and education, amongst others. India looks forward to a more contemporary dimension of cooperation being included, such as digital, space, startups, innovation, etc. We'll also be contemplating working together on counter-terrorism and parliamentary exchanges. I note that we have launched the India-Arab Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture yesterday. These activities and initiatives will parallel what is happening in the bilateral domain and reinforce the bonds between us.
Thousands of people took to the streets in Manipur's capital, Imphal, to assert that the state's territorial and administrative integrity must not be divided. The rally, titled Save Manipur, was organized by the Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity, or COCOMI, an umbrella body of Meitei civil society groups. Protesters marched nearly 5 kilometers from the Tiddim ground to Thau ground, raising slogans against any move to divide the state. The demonstration comes amidst ongoing ethnic tensions in Manipur, following violence between valley-based Meiteis and hill-based Kuki-Zo groups. Sections of the Kuki community have been demanding a separate administrative arrangement. Since May 2023, the violence has claimed at least 260 lives and displaced thousands of people. The state has been under president's rule since February last year. During the rally, demonstrators held placards calling for the protection of Manipur's territorial unity and the resettlement of internally displaced people to their homes. The gathering also saw participation from Muslims, Nagas and other non-Meitei communities as well. Security was tightened across Manipur's capital Imphal to prevent any untoward incident as the rally concluded peacefully. Thousands of people taking to the streets in Manipur's capital Imphal to assert the state's territorial and administrative integrity. The Save Manipur rally was organized by the COCOMI, Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity, the umbrella body of Meitei civil society groups. Protesters marching for 5 kilometers, raising slogans and holding placards amidst ongoing ethnic tensions in Manipur, which has been under president's rule since February last year. Unidentified assailants fired 4 rounds outside the residence of filmmaker Rohit Shetty in Mumbai. Following this, heavy police security has been deployed around Rohit Shetty's residence in the Juhu area of Mumbai. It was not immediately known whether the filmmaker was at his residence during the incident. Video footage showing police activity outside the filmmaker's residence is going viral on social media. The visuals show police vehicles, barricades and officers stationed outside Rohit Shetty's house. The police are currently investigating the matter diligently and exploring every possible angle to identify the perpetrators. The motive behind the attack is still unknown, according to the Mumbai police. Amidst uncertainty in the Pakistan Cricket Board over participation in the upcoming ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup and ongoing talk of boycotting the marquee India fixture scheduled for February 15th, age group teams from both nations are set to collide on the global stage in the ICC Under-19 World Cup in Zimbabwe, reminding the cricketing world that sport often runs ahead of politics. In the Super 6 stage clash in Bulawayo in Zimbabwe, will see significant high stakes as the winner locks in a semi-final berth. India have powered their way through the competition, highlighted by an emphatic 204-run win over co-host Zimbabwe in their most recent outing, with Vihan Malhotra anchoring the innings and the bowling unit relentlessly on top. Meanwhile, Pakistan's under-19 boys have kept pace, cruising past both Zimbabwe and New Zealand with disciplined bowling and key performances, most notably an unbeaten 74 from Samir Minas. Pakistan's preparations were dented after wicketkeeper batter Mohammad Shayan was ruled out due to injury. The Pakistan Cricket Board has named Abdul Qadir as a replacement. The two traditional rivals also met in the ACC Under-19 Asia Cup last December. India claimed one victory in the group stage before Pakistan delivered a commanding performance to win the finals, underscoring the unpredictability and intensity this fixture can produce. With semi-final qualification on the line, this clash promises fierce competition and standout young talent, a defining moment for both teams in this World Cup. Keeping it with cricket, Ishan Kishan unleashed a firebrand century as Arshdeep Singh bagged a 5-wicket haul and India sent a roaring warning to their T20 World Cup rivals. A thumping 46-run win over New Zealand in the 5th T20 International seals the 5-match series 4-1 as India surge into World Cup mode. India march ahead, brimming with confidence after overpowering New Zealand in Thiruvananthapuram. And make no mistake, this was more than just a victory. This was a statement of intent. Batting first at the Greenfield Stadium in Thiruvananthapuram, the capital of Kerala, India turned the night into a batting spectacle. Leading the charge was Ishan Kishan, Fearless, fluent and utterly relentless, Kishan dismantled the New Zealand bowling, launching 10 massive sixes on his way to a breathtaking century, powering India to a towering 271 for 5. Skipper Suryakumar Yadav brought his signature flair to the crease, blazing his way to a 30-ball 63 packed with 4s and 6 sixes. Hardik Pandya piled on the pain with a brutal cameo, smashing 42 runs of just 17 balls. Chasing an imposing target, New Zealand showed early intent through Finn Allen's attacking 38-ball 80, but the pressure soon told. And just when the visitors searched for hope, Arshdeep Singh slammed the door shut. Swing, precision and composure under lights, Arshdeep ripped through the batting order with a match-defining 5-wicket spell. Akshar Patel claimed 3 scaps, including the precious wicket of Alan Finn. The result, a commanding win. The series wrapped up in style and momentum firmly with India. With explosive batting, disciplined bowling and confidence peaking at the right time, India look primed for their T20 World Cup title defence. At least one person has been killed and 14 others injured in an explosion at the southern Iranian port city of Bandar Abbas, according to Iranian media reports. A local official told Iranian news agencies that the blast occurred earlier on Saturday, but the cause of the explosion is still not known. Authorities say the incident is under investigation. The semi-official Tasneem news agency of Iran has dismissed social media claims suggesting that an Iranian Revolutionary Guard naval commander was a target, calling those reports completely false. In a separate incident, Iranian media reported that 4 people were killed in a gas explosion in the city of Ahvaz, near the Iraqi border. Amid speculation, 2 Israeli officials told Reuters news agency that Israel was not involved in these blasts. The Pentagon has not issued an immediate response. These developments come at a time of heightened tensions between Tehran and Washington, particularly over Iran's handling of nationwide protests and its nuclear program. Early this month, Trump said an armada was heading towards Iran, with reports indicating that Washington was considering multiple options, including targeted strikes. Meanwhile, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has accused the US, Israel and Europe of exploiting Iran's economic difficulties and fueling unrest. Bandar Abbas, Iran's most important container port, lies along the Strait of Hormuz, a critical global shipping route through which around 1/5 of the world's seaborne oil passes. The port had witnessed a major explosion last year that killed dozens and injured more than 1,000 people. Iran continues to face widespread protests over economic hardship, with thousands reported killed since demonstrations began late last year. Amid heightened tensions with the US, the Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani, has said that preparations for negotiations with the US are moving forward. The senior Iranian official, however, dismissed what he described as media-driven hype, even as reports show that the US is increasing its military presence in the region. Ali Larijani, in a post on social media platform X, said that despite speculation and reports of military escalation, the groundwork for talks is advancing. However, the secretary did not mention any details on the framework of the matter. Meanwhile, President Trump of the US has said Iran is talking to the US and hinted at a deal to avoid military strikes. Trump agreed with the view that Iran is willing to negotiate, but is unclear what its goals are. Amidst ongoing peace efforts to end the war in Ukraine, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff held talks with his Russian counterpart, Kirill Dmitriev. Witkoff called the talks productive and constructive to achieve a peaceful resolution. The talks are a part of the U.S.-led diplomatic initiatives aimed at ending the ongoing war in Ukraine through dialogue and negotiation. Witkoff expressed optimism following the discussions, noting that the meeting indicated Russia's willingness to work towards securing peace in Ukraine, and also thanked US President Trump for his leadership in seeking a durable and lasting peace. The Ukraine war is nearing its 4th year since the invasion began in 2022. Along with Witkoff, US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, and White House senior advisor Josh Grunbaum were present at the meeting representing the American side. Time now for a break. On the other side, we begin our special Budget Day programming. Don't go anywhere. Keep watching News9.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
जब 25 साल के प्रत्युष का किडनी का ऑपरेशन हुआ तो पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर 12 लाख का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Bangladesh is on edge. Protesters also targeted symbols of Bangladesh's political history.
Mr. Yunus is being the new Jinnah of Bangladesh.
What defines this mob? Who are these people? Where do they come from? Pratham Alo, the newspaper, has also called it a terror attack.
Yunus is the Osama bin Laden of today's world.
The state has no strength, or those who are on the street are the state themselves. There's nothing called spontaneous mob. There's a theory called you keep the pot boiling.
Red Fort explosion. Let's get you all the updates. Following the blast, there is of course a South Indian connection of Dr. Shaheen Shahid, because this is news of national import that search operations are underway across the entire Al Falah University campus. The blast killed 12 people. Prices, however, of Nandini ghee have been hiked. KMF has defended Nandini is the brand. I've been getting a lot of queries on my phone. What's for the people of Karnataka? Okay, you can play tennis as much as you want to, but I'm the umpire and I will say please. There is an eyeball to eyeball confrontation. Where is this going? What is the way out? The farmers, they can actually shake a nation. Both of you down, because I can also shout Prashant ji.
Delhi is losing the fight against pollution.
This is not a story of just children. This is the story of every elderly person in the national capital region.
Delhi's hazardous air quality.
It's more capital of the world.
It's not just about today, it's about the future.
Ever wondered what makes the night come alive? Where flavors, lights and laughter dance in harmony. When the sun sets, stories rise. Of kitchens, cocktails and charisma. What makes your city's night so happening? Let's find out.
Good service, good food, and a good location. You need to explore, you need to experiment.
But they will never forget how they felt when they came to your restaurant.
Being a chef, it's my priority to deliver taste in a plate with good presentation, unique innovation. My definition of mixology would be to get people drunk in a safe and a happy way. Don't drink on the job, that's for sure.
Mixology, you can play around with anything. You can create the stories, you can create the recipes.
Let's cheers on that note with our friendship.
Indulge in the finer things in life with Radico presents Lounge Nights. Discover the creme de la creme of India's culinary and nightlife scene. From trendy bars to exquisite restaurants, we've got you covered.
Taxes, jobs, housing, electric vehicles, defense. News9 decodes the numbers behind the noise. You define India's growth story. We decode what's in it for you. Budget 2026. No noise, no confusion. A budget for a bulletproof Bharat.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
You are watching Budget for Bulletproof Bharat here on News9. Welcome to our very special day-long coverage. I'm Krishna Kumar. I'm joined by my colleague Shweta Kothari. Shweta, good morning.
Good morning, Krishna. It's the big day. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is all set to present her ninth consecutive budget as the only woman finance minister of this country. So it's a day of many records there. But as far as economy is concerned, we have a lot coming up as we try and decode the numbers that have been emerging now for the past 2 to 3 days.
Absolutely. I mean, the context in which this budget arrives, Shweta, all talk is on economy, whether you're interested in the economy or not. You know, the trade tariffs, the trade tensions, free trade agreements, what will happen to the economy, what will happen to have a job creation in this country, isn't it? So many questions. And of course, the most traditional favorite question on budget day, what will happen to our income taxes? Isn't it?
Are we going to be paying more? Are we going to be paying less? What gets expensive? What gets cheaper? All of that is what people look out for. We're also going to be looking out for the big policy moves, the direction in which our economic policy, our budget is going to take us for the next 1 year. Remember, it's been a very difficult year geopolitically, Krishna, with so many upheavals in the last 1 year. The budget will have to, of course, ensure that there is steadiness going forward, and that would be the expectation, a steady fiscal policy. Prudence is what we're expecting right now.
Yeah, and of course growth as well, because so many questions on whether India will be able to keep up its momentum, because bear in mind we still are the fastest growing major economy in the world, with growth rates in excess of 7%, touching 7.5%. Very important to keep that momentum going. Big day coming up. Union budget set to be presented at 11 a.m. Bear in mind, so we're less than 2 hours away from that all important, and very different this time around, Shweta, because usually North Block is where all the budget activity is. Complete change of traditions this time around. Kartavya Bhavan is where it's going to be presented. We already are aware of the Bahi Khata, or the red color ledger which the finance minister carries. Visuals on our screens of the finance minister Nirmala Sitharaman reaching Kartavya Bhavan, and of course the Sansad Bhavan is where finally the budget is going to be presented. So all eyes are on that. Bear in mind the industry is calling for stronger policy support, as she was talking about GST rationalization. Experts are talking about complete they're ruling out any changes to income tax slabs, because bear in mind that's already done last year, isn't it, Shweta? This time around only the standard deduction is probably where the focus is on, isn't it?
Absolutely. So there's of course an expectations that from people at large that perhaps there'll be more money in their hands. Now, will it be by the way of income tax changes? That's unlikely. That's at least what the industry bodies are saying right now. So there may not be a lot of rejig as far as income tax slabs is concerned, but the expectations are high because this has largely been consumption-driven growth in the last 1 year. That's what the Economic Service also pointed out. How will India ensure that momentum in consumption? I think that's going to be an important policy move to look out for.
Very, very important policy moves to look out for as far as the income tax is concerned. Of course, Shweta, interesting, isn't it? A lot of expectations this time around artificial intelligence and the thrust for artificial intelligence. And of course, one of your favorite subjects, which is electric vehicle adoption as well. This time around, so much focus on what they are going to do, the government is going to do in terms of policy, allocating money. There is a Bharat AI mission that's going to come up in this month. It's the 1st of February. It's coming up this month, isn't it? So AI and EV adoption, very important focus areas as far as this budget is concerned, isn't it, Shweta?
Absolutely. So the understanding is that we are looking at long-term growth, but also sustainable growth. So while there have been conversations around AI, and that featured in the economic survey as well, the expectation is that the larger focus is going to be on people, on environment, on how to contain obesity. I mean, that also was a conversation in the economic survey for the first time. So I think the priorities are fast shifting, Krishna, and I think the budget policy document should reflect that.
Let's talk to somebody to begin to set context before we welcome all our guests. Let's talk to somebody who's been seeing budgets for decades now. We have Rakesh Khar with us in the studio. Rakesh ji, we're also being joined by some guests, but before we go to all our guests, we have our very own colleagues Rakesh Khar and Karthik Malhotra with us, who's going to be taking on budget programming in just a short while from now. I'm going to begin with Rakesh. Karthik, I'll hold on to you for a bit. Rakesh ji, when was the last time we had budget talking, possible expectations on obesity, electric vehicle adoption, artificial intelligence? These are subjects that were alien to the budget. But before I come to you, the Bahi Khata that we were talking about.
Much awaited shots there of the Bahi Khata, which is now in a tablet, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
So, as I said, forms have changed.
This is the e-Bahi Khata.
It's the e-Bahi Khata. The forms have changed. It's digital today. The names have changed, forms have changed, but I think the traditions continue there.
Oh yeah, fantastic visuals. Every single time this visual comes, the hopes in the hearts and minds of people watching this goes up, isn't it, Rakesh ji? What is going to be inside that red color Bahi Khata? But I'm just curious, we've seen budgets over decades right now. Obesity, electric vehicle adoption, artificial intelligence, these are subjects completely alien to the budget, isn't it?
Absolutely. Good morning, Shweta and Krishna. I think, it's phenomenal that the budget is trying to keep track of the changing political and social polity in terms of changing landscapes, and we are happy that it is being able to capture challenges and opportunities in these domains. But it's also possibly an attempt to connect budget with the larger mass population, because generally there's a view that budget is boring, it doesn't impact people directly, it's more for the economists and more for the educated elite. In that sense, this particular budget, there are a lot of expectations with AI already being talked about in the economic survey. But these are intents, so we'll have to see how exactly they match in terms of the outcomes and what are the outlays and outcomes in the budget. Interesting, see, Krishna, budget is a big media event. Let's face the reality and put budget in context. Most of the big ticket policy decisions are generally in the last 20 years, more so last 10 years, have been taken outside of the ambit of the budget. So in that sense, budget has lost much of its relevance in terms of being a policy document.
Okay.
But still it remains a big ticket accounting statement, and also it carries forward the intention of the government in terms of the reform agenda. That's what I am personally looking at. My first budget was the historic budget 1991. The Manmohan Singh budget, that was my first stint with the budget, being a young reporter.
What a budget to begin your career with.
Absolutely. So, as I said, that is the reason possibly I'm saying, with Lamont, that it's lost much of its steam.
It's not the same as it was, but the excitement is also palpable, Karthik. I mean, you've been tracking what's to come in the budget. There is a long wish list as far as various sectors is concerned, but what exactly are you eyeing this budget should cater to?
Yeah, so I think before I answer that, Rakesh sir had the momentous 1991 budget to start his career. The first budget that I covered was 2004. And this was soon after the elections, and the dream team, if you remember, Rakesh.
That's right.
We had Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Planning Commission, we had Manmohan Singh Prime Minister, and P. Chidambaram as as the Finance Minister. So
historic.
But the visuals on the screen right now are the dream team and the budget makers. We have the Revenue Secretary, we have the Expenditure Secretary, we have the MOS Finance, we have the Chief Economic Advisor. So this is pretty much the budget team, and I think it's a little late now to try and second guess what is in that budget. But technically, what should be in that budget, I think the priorities of the government need to be fairly clear, and I think some of that is coming through expression, whether it's the economic survey that we've seen, or all the conversations that experts are having around the budget. I think three critical areas stand out for me, and while we can discuss AI We can discuss obesity, we can discuss health, but I think number one priority of the government is to have a flight path for the debt to GDP ratio to really come down to 50%. I think that is a big priority for the government right now. We need to ensure that the debt to GDP in the economy comes down. Now, along with that, and I'm calling it the impossible trinity, so there are three aspects here. So first is a reduction in the debt to GDP. Second is job creation. So you need to ensure that there are more jobs created in the economy. Now, who's going to ensure that? Is it going to be the union budget? Is it going to be state budgets? Or is the onus going to be on the private sector to create jobs? So in the impossible trinity, debt to GDP ratio, then job creation, and the third is a boost to exports. We need to ensure that our export competitiveness continues to rise, and that can happen, of course, by incentivizing the private sector, but also reducing the compliance burden, the regulatory compliance burden on MSMEs, who in any case have been battered by the US tariffs.
All right, so exports are obviously one of the key areas that India will be focusing on. Rakesh, I'm very surprised, Karthik, the first two that we brought up was debt to GDP and unemployment, because those are very contentious issues, largely not talked about. The numbers are often, even in economic survey for that matter, deep within the policy documents, very hard to decipher. But there's been a lot of conversation on unemployment because, poverty, unemployment, inequality, those continue to be some of the challenges and roadblocks that India faces. So before I come to your wish list, and I know you have those 9 points, 9 things that you want from the budget, let's talk a little bit about unemployment, because even as we say, India continues to be the beacon of hope, one of the fastest growing major economies in the world, clocking a 7.4% growth rate in financial year 26, according to economic survey. The budget document today, Nirmala Sitharaman, could suggest about 7.9 to 8%. That's what we've achieved in the first quarter. But, all of these are just numbers until we attain enough equality in this country, and various data points in the last 1 year pointing to the fact that inequality seems to be a distant dream when 10% of India earns about 60% of its income.
Absolutely. I think, the government is seized of this challenge, and these are very vexed problems that India faces. What we call jobless growth, not enough growth for Indian youth who are educated, converting our demographic dividend into a demographic liability. In terms of being cognizant of the challenge, I think this government is seized of the but the big ticket solutions, are they forthcoming? Not really. We've been struggling with this for the last about 10 years. Every budget we've been, so to say, touching this and skirting this issue of unemployment. There was this ELI scheme last year, but of course it hasn't really grown to the level it was expected.
We have no idea how much it's grown.
No, there are numbers floating from 10,000 to 1 lakh.
That's right, but not enough numbers, not enough data there.
Shweta, we'll have to be, it's not easy. There is no, overnight button that we push and then we'll have employment in this country. It links back, as I mentioned in my wish list, to reforms on land and labor. So there is need for capital in the private sector to kick in, which has not happened in the last 10 years in the proportion it should have happened. Government, right from independence onwards, has a stated inability to give as much jobs as there are required. So in that sense, that is a challenge. But before we come to the deep dive into the potential provisions in the budget, I thought we must flag a couple of things. One, that this budget is for the first time without a full-fledged finance secretary. And then we also have an economic affairs secretary who's also looking at the budget division, Anuradha, if I got the name right.
Anuradha Thakur.
Anuradha Thakur. So in that sense, the women Shakti, Nari Shakti driving it. And a word about Nirmala Sitharaman. She's quite understated if you see. We have had some flashy finance minister like Chidambaram. He did some great budget. The dream budget belongs to him. But she's been very mature and calm, and she's got 3 big ticket decisions to her credit. That is GST reforms as recent as September. Then she got the income tax, the biggest reform in personal income tax happened in the last budget. And then before that, she brought about the corporate tax cut. So when we review finance ministers of this country, say 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line, Nirmala Sitharaman, whether you like it or not, will go as one very, very powerful minister who, left her imprint on the political economy map of this country.
And 9 budgets back to back. Who can beat that?
One little, because Chidambaram also has done 9 budget, but that does not include an interim budget.
Absolutely.
She has an interim budget too. So, and we don't, we hope that next year again she's there on the, with the Bahi Khata that she has. So she'll have the record matching
so 7
to
full budgets to interim budgets, and that makes her,
Absolutely.
at par. That brings her at par with the.
All I can
That's
say
right.
is that every time there's a budget, especially in the last decade or so, or the next decade and a half, as a Tamilian, I'm just like, heck, it happens that every single time there's a P. Chidambaram or a Nirmala Sitharaman presenting budget. I always look forward to the quotes from ancient Tamil poetry that comes in the budget speeches, which both Chidambaram and Nirmala Sitharaman have been doing. So it's fascinating.
And Tamil Nadu going into polls, Krishna. So I think all the more reason that this year it is going to start with a Tamil poem, or maybe Bengali for all you know.
Could be both. Could be both.
Because two Tamil-speaking places that are going to
Malayalam for that matter. I mean, how are you understanding?
No, I would say that too, because Puducherry and Tamil Nadu both speak Tamil, so there's still a majority in this Tamil who's going to poll. But it's a great time, Shweta, to invite all the guests who have taken their precious time out to be with us here on this special Budget Day broadcast. Mr. O.P. Yadav, former Principal Commissioner Income Tax, thank you for taking time out to be with us here in the studio. We're also being joined by Lloyd Matthias, angel investor, who joins us on the line. Thank you, Lloyd, for being with us. I'm going to come to you, Lloyd, in just a second before I first take it across to our special guest in the studio. Mr. O.P. Yadav, budget days are always special. The context has changed. The expectations have changed. One thing doesn't change. No matter how much you relax income tax slabs, people will stay. How much can it go down even further? Isn't it? That expectation doesn't go away.
So now, income tax, we have seen the reforms, and we have seen the Income Tax Act 2025 is coming into effect from 1/4/2026.
That's right.
Now there is another important aspect that still the rule have to be notified for the Income Tax Act 2025, which have to come into effect. The people are expecting. Expectations never ends. But last year we have seen, after so many years, there were huge tax relief. There were tax slabs were lower down. Now you have to pay 30% tax only after 25 lakh in the new tax regime. There was also in the 2024 budget, standard deduction was increased under new tax regime from 50,000 to 75,000.
Yeah.
Then there are also for private sector employees that 80CCD and NPS reduction was enhanced to 14%.
Yeah.
Now the people say expectations, and now PM said, and also Finance Minister said, that we are in the path of reform agenda. And if the reform should continue with continuity of policy. If you keep policy changes that affect the decision making and the growth. So the policy has to continue. Now there is another issue on the tax slabs and tax rate. As already said, we are not hoping for any major shift in the tax rate and tax slabs. But
I have to ask you, without tinkering with policy too much, is it possible for the government to expand the zero tax slab? Because that is an expectation. And also, the perennial expectation of why can't the super rich be taxed more? Is that something we can expect in this budget?
Now, about the zero tax slabs, because government also want to have the tax base. Now, if you increase this, now today the salaried employees has not to pay tax till 12.75 lakhs. But the exemption limit on the new tax regime is only 4 lakh rupees. So now it cannot be done that if this rate slab is made more further higher, rebate is given extending from 12.75 lakh to say the other to 12 lakh, then the tax base will go down.
Inflation adjustment is still expected, sir. At least if not in the slabs, then perhaps in the in the standard deduction there should be at least some inflation adjustment, right? Because now you're used to, in any case, getting those tax swaps still. No tax until 4 lakhs if you're earning more than 12.75, and no tax if your salary is 12.75 lakh or below. But on the tax front, sir, I think one of the fears, especially among people who are married, is that our married couples going to be taxed together. And that is something which a lot of chatter has been around, Shweta, which I think we should maybe spend a minute trying to understand.
Go ahead, Karthik.
The tax rationale. Mr. Yadav, do you think there is any rationale in taxing married couples together?
See, I am hearing this new.
Has it been done anywhere in the world?
No, we have in the Income Tax Act itself, but which are governed by Portuguese Civil Code under Section 5A.
Okay.
Right? But whatever it is discussed now, this go against the basic concept of taxation, because we are already discussing at a certain part. There is a clubbing provision under Income Tax Act for spouse income is clubbed.
For housing.
Right? And I am not only housing, whatever spouse earn the income, if the asset is gifted by the husband, to wife or wife to husband, then income generated tax in the case of the who has given the gift.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, therefore, I don't see the near future this provision is going to come into effect that husband and wife is going to get
Okay.
taxed together.
Okay.
So that's not the
So that
expectation
fear
on your
getting
part.
allayed, unless Section B of the finance minister's speech has a surprise that pops up. But at least, yeah, we have a former commissioner of the income tax saying that it's unlikely to happen.
You know, Shweta was talking about taxing the ultra rich. You know, this is the conversation that keeps coming up every single time. You know, the income tax debate comes up during budget and everything. And this debate usually is done in studios where none of us are super rich.
Yes.
So you know, it's okay. It's so fair for us to stand up and
We
say
have Mr.
we should tax the super rich.
Mr. Rakesh Har in the
All right.
studio. We have so I think people like us want the super tax to be taxed more.
I think,
super rich to be taxed more.
No, no, but
One
Mr.
strata of society here amongst us. But let me quickly take this
So
question.
continue with that discussion of clubbing of income. I have advocated. There is one provision, very interesting provision, where if the father-in-law or mother-in-law give gift to the daughter-in-law, the gift is gone. Now, the income generated from the gift is to tax in the head of father-in-law or mother-in-law who has gifted that asset.
Right.
So this provision has to go because now
it's
many
retrograde.
daughter-in-laws now working and sometimes counterproductive. It is not anti-evidence. The daughter-in-law is in higher slip and father-in-law, mother-in-law lower slip. Then government is going to lose.
Right.
So,
So,
what is the
some
purpose?
reforms are also needed as
Yes,
far as
this-
the Income
this
Tax
reform-
Act is
yes,
concerned.
yes.
Let's quickly get in Lloyd Matthias in this conversation. Lloyd, very good morning to you. You know, the expectations always continue to be high when it comes to how much we are going to charge, what sort of taxes you know will come into force as and when Nirmala Sitharaman gets in the pit of the house and starts delivering the budget. But in your expectation, an economy that is largely led by consumption and especially of that of premium products, even you know FMCG volumes and growth are largely now being driven by premiumization of products in a consumption-led economy. Do you believe the government will in fact at all consider taxing the super rich higher than what they already pay? Is there even a merit in that conversation?
Good morning, Shweta, Krishna, Rakesh and Karthik. I think taxing the super rich has always been a very thought of proposition. I don't think that is likely to happen, but this is just my gut feel. My sense is that taxing the super rich is always more a statement for the masses. It's a kind of political statement. I think the net additional revenue that the government accrues by virtue taxing the super rich will not be substantive. So besides it being a political statement. So, my sense is it may not happen, given the fact that last year's budget did a fair degree of tax rationalization. And of course, it wasn't for the super rich, it was for the people at large to boost consumption. I do think they might tinker it. That is my sense. And I really don't think that's one of the big imperatives. I think if I were to list out kind of the big things that are likely to happen or should happen, I think the focus on growth and consumption, boosting consumption, I think that is important. And that will happen on the back of macro stability. That in a sense has been provided to a large extent, almost obviating the pressures on the tariffs that have come about, right? India has still grown. So I think that has been one big thing. The second that I personally would like to see, and I certainly think we have a long way to go, is suddenly over the last 2 or 3 years, that ease of doing business has receded in the background. Earlier, it was a big call out. And then, of course, there was some issue about the rankings being manipulated. I think we've got a long way to go when it comes to ease of doing business. I hope and pray that the finance minister really works back at that critical aspect, really making the whole issue of burdens, compliances, reduce the whole, really kind of push forward on that front, really ease of doing business. I think that's very important. I also think there is a fair degree of need for MSME support. Well, at one level, we're talking of PLIs for manufacturing, and that's a long process. And I believe the needle is moving and is positive. But I think supporting MSMEs, I think that is a big area in terms of both kicking off employment, but also boosting consumption. I think that is one of the critical aspects. So that's really, in a sense, both my wish list and my hope for the budget.
Okay, fair enough. Stay with us. We also are being joined by Nitin Gupta, co-founder and CEO of Atero, with us very soon. We also have Sabha Roy, in fact, with us, joining us live on the broadcast as well. Sabha, talk to us. Now all eyes are on Kartavya Bhavan, isn't it? You were there earlier in the morning, waiting outside Nirmala Sitharaman's residence, and now here you are. Talk to us. Where exactly are you, and what is the latest update can you give us?
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman did a photo op with MOS Pankaj Chaudhary and the other members from the Finance Ministry. Now, post the photo op, the Finance Minister will now head towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, where she will meet the President, and post that she will head towards the Parliament, where first she will meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Then the Cabinet meeting will take place, where the Cabinet will give approval to the budget, and post that the budget will be presented inside the House. And at around 2:30 is the time when Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, will hold a press conference. Now, the war of words have already started, Krishna, where the opposition continuously targeting the Finance Minister and the central government. The opposition already claiming that they does not have any hope from the budget 2026, as once again they are making claims that there is severe unemployment across the country, and they demand clarity as far as the negotiations that is going on between India and the United States, and what is the current status of the negotiation, because the opposition is saying that it is embarrassing for the country with the repeated claims that are being made by US President Donald Trump. Krishna.
US President Donald Trump, as far as, he being responsible for intervening in that so-called war or supposed war between India and Pakistan, that continues to be a point of conversation. But Trump overall, Vivek Kumar, has dominated headlines for the past 1 year by the way of his ever-changing policies. Now, when it comes to India, and the headline numbers look very good. In fact, we were also looking at export and import numbers, and exports, despite all the uncertainty, continue to rise, at least in volume. I want to talk about imports, for a minute, because it does look like imports have surged about 8.8% year on year in the past, 9 months of financial year 2026. And the current account deficit is also rising. If you look at December numbers itself, is that something to worry about? Although imports are largely now being driven by non-oil imports, largely by gold imports. Gold continues to be a favorite of Indians all across. Is that something that's responsible for the increase in current account deficit? And are you worried about the numbers?
Hi, good morning. And thank you for having me on the show. Now, as far as current account gap is concerned, I think we need to keep few things in mind. What is the usual marker for comfort? And from that perspective, the 1.5 to 2 percentage points of GDP is normally considered to be a sustainable level of current account gap for India. And from that perspective, if one has to judge how is the current situation panning out, then yes, there is a slight amount of widening. But current account gap is still kind of tracking 1.2, 1.3% run rate. So from a historical context, I think the problem does not lie in the current account gap. The problem for India's macroeconomic external stability is essentially coming from the capital flow side rather than the current account. So current account, we are still doing good. Yes, there has been a widening vis-a-vis the previous financial year, but our historical performance suggests that anything which is less than 1.5 percentage points of GDP is a stable level of current account gap for India's economy, which is emerging by nature, which tends to spend much more on capex, etc. So I would be less worried on the current account than on the capital account, where probably the current stress is centering.
As we continue to get you the latest visuals, Shweta, interesting, trivia coming in. We are showing visuals of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman holding the red color Bahi Khata outside Kartavya Bhavan. We have some interesting details on the sari that she is wearing this time around. It's a hand-woven Kanjivaram silk sari from her home state of Tamil Nadu. It's the colored Kattam Kanchivaram. Kattam in Tamil means square. So you can see the squares that are there on her sari as a design. So, it's not the first time. It's, she's been championing the country's, handlooms and, country's arts and crafts, from Mangalgiri and Ikkat to, Madhubani. She's been, showcasing everything. So you can't blame her that just because she is from Tamil Nadu, she's wearing a Kanchivaram this time around, isn't it? But at the end of the day, Kanchivaram is a richly regarded legacy of our country, and it's great messaging as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think it's more to do with the fact that she's representing India on a global stage today. I mean, all eyes are going to be on India, on her, so she knows that. And I think proudly showing her culture, her heritage, and she looks good.
Absolutely.
If I may end it at that.
Rakesh ji, again, the messaging in these things, as you said, it's formal. It's just a statement of accounts. What can be expected? It's a very regular thing. But the messaging like this really talks about the intent of the government, the intent of the finance minister, isn't it? In terms of the direction that the country is going in. Saving and making and the proliferation of Indian arts and crafts and handloom is something that this government has been talking about for the last decade, and that is represented even on budget day in the form of what the finance minister is wearing.
And I have to say this is also a conversation the Prime Minister's had recently after India-EU deal, saying now you've got a bigger market, larger market, make for them.
Absolutely. I think, remember, whether it's the finance minister or the prime minister or the leader of the opposition, they're essentially politicians. So, from the textbook, whatever they do, every word they utter, the dress they wear, they make political messaging. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's very good. We must celebrate that.
That's right.
And in the era of social media, everything is a message. So in that sense,
everything is dissected.
Everything is dissected.
Everything
like
is
we're doing this.
From a microscopic
But I'm going back to 1990 when nobody talked about in the newsroom
what turban he was wearing.
What turban color was he wearing, and what dress he was. He was wearing a safari, if I remember correctly. But absolutely important to do this messaging, because at the end of it, for the mass majority who don't quickly, initiate whatever is said in the budget, these things are extremely important. And then Tamil Nadu is indeed going to polls.
Well, Tamil Nadu going to polls. Kanjivaram sari on display. Those are the latest visuals, in fact, on our screens of India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman meeting India's President Draupadi Murmu. The doors are being opened, in the President's office. There you go. Latest visuals coming in of India's President Draupadi Murmu.
And talk about messaging there.
Nari
Two
Shakti.
very powerful women. One the finance minister, the other the president of this country. And both women. I think that's going to be a picture that's going to go down in the history books as a country that put female in power, in leadership positions.
Absolutely. Again,
I mean, we had, Shweta, 6 cabinet ministers in 2014 for the first time in history of independent India. 6 full-fledged cabinet ministers as women. And the number has come down briefly, but it's very important to have important women leaders both in the centre and in states. We have powerful leaders in Mamata Banerjee, and we must all be very happy about it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, interesting that you cut across political lines when you're talking about women's representation, leadership. It's absolutely, and that's the kind of country that we are. It's this meeting that you're witnessing on your screens, after which the finance minister will eventually go and present the budget. Bear in mind, we're an hour and 30 minutes away from the presentation of the budget. We're counting down to that currently. After leaving her residence about a half an hour, not half an hour, but an hour ago.
About an hour ago, and she was early. Early than expected, and that's of course the finance minister of the country in conversation there with the president, her entire team. She's flanked by her entire team. And
I would love to be a fly on the wall in this room.
and just perhaps to hear that conversation, I think that would be interesting. But also joining us on the show is Nitin Gupta, co-founder, CEO, Atero. He's with us here in the studios. Thank you very much, sir. Your company deals with e-waste, recycling e-waste, and that has been also a conversation that this country is increasingly having. As we grow, as we move towards sustainability, and as we enhance the use of AI in our lives, the use of everything electronics, the conversation around how to dispose that electronics also continues to be a point of concern, especially by the way of how we deal with our environment. We are becoming increasingly conscious, and those choices are also reflecting in that consciousness. Tell us about how the industry has been doing in the past 1 year, and what sort of growth and momentum are you expecting in the year to go ahead?
Yeah, so Shweta, just a point of clarification there. The electronic waste recycling industry in general is very critical for the critical minerals sector in particular as well, right? So in India today, we import almost every single metal, and China is the biggest exporter for India. It's extremely important that we become Atmanirbhar in majority of these metals that we need for our defense procurements, for our EV sector, for our energy requirements, come what may, right? So recycling plays a very critical role in that aspect. The industry has been growing 100% year on year over the last few years. The government of India has been 100%. The government of India has been providing pretty solid incentive mechanisms. In the last budget, they announced a National Critical Minerals Mission, which is like a 32,000 crore mission. We are expecting this year the sort of momentum will continue. The government will continue to give fiscal incentives to the industry, will continue to do GST rationalization for the industry, and will make sure that India becomes self-reliant on these critical minerals.
Okay. And you're saying there's been enough and more policy help by the government, and 100% growth rate has been observed in the last 1 year. Are you looking at that number perhaps even going up as we adopt more EVs?
Absolutely.
As we move towards, in making more chips in this country, importing more critical minerals, do you think that number is only going to go up from here?
Absolutely. See, basically, Shweta, critical minerals are required in every walk of life, right? Whether your refrigerator, to your EV, to your space station. And for that purpose, this industry is a fundamental requirement for the country. It has to grow much faster, and it has to continue to grow over a long period of time.
Right, so number likely to only go up, 100% growth rate there as far as e-waste is concerned and the recycling is concerned. So
absolutely.
I think that also is a precursor to where India's economy is going when it comes to adopting more, critical minerals related technology, AI, chip making,
all kinds of
EVs,
advanced and emerging technologies.
All advanced emerging technologies, and perhaps that will also decide the future of this country. That's the policy move in which the country is moving forward. Right. But we're going to take a very short break here on the show. We'll be back with more. We're of course tracking that mega budget, a budget for Bulletproof Bharat here on News 9. We'll be back in just a bit.
टाटा कैपिटल बिजनेस लोन के साथ इन्होंने की बिजनेस एक्सपेंशन की जिद पूरी।
Special partner Skoda. You never drive alone. Associate sponsor SBI Life. अपने लिए अपनों के लिए।
रिश्तों को रंग दो, दुनिया को रंग दो।
Birla Opus Paints.
Windows down, chasing dreams on a net.
With Skoda Supercare and growing network across 180 plus cities, you never drive alone.
Skoda.
Taxes, jobs, housing, electric vehicles, defense. News9 decodes the numbers behind the noise. You define India's growth story. We decode what's in it for you. Budget 2026. No noise, no confusion. A budget for a bulletproof Bharat.
You're watching Budget for Bulletproof Bharat here on News 9. We're continuing our build-up to the all-important budget speech, which is about an hour and 20 minutes away from us. So we are being joined by some very special guests this morning, isn't it, Shweta? We have Lloyd Matthias, angel investor. We have Vivek Kumar, economist, Quant Eco. We have Nitin Gupta, co-founder and CEO of Atero, and Mr. O.P. Yadav, former principal commissioner of income tax, all with us on the broadcast.
Rakesh Kar continues to
and
be
of course,
with us.
Our very own Rakesh Kar continues to be with us in the studios as well.
Rakesh, let's come to that wish list now. I think you've worked very hard. It's your wish list. You've tracked budgets for many, many years. What are you expecting from this budget?
Well, I think, I put about 9 items. My first and foremost point is that the current environment, both the current environment, both politically and economically for India, is very, very strong to launch the real reforms that we've been talking about. Normally, India has a history of doing reforms when there is adversity. 1991, and the latest is EU FTA deal. It was triggered by the tariff tantrums of Donald Trump. It's been there since 2007. But now here's a historic occasion where we have everything right. Fundamentally our macros are straight, and in comparison to the rest of the world, our placement is very strong. So this is the best time to launch reforms.
Right.
So my first push is essentially for nudging the private sector to up its capex. Government of India has been, after the corporate tax cut, we have had been pushing the private sector, but there isn't a reciprocating response from them, whatever be the reasons. Now that we have an expanded market globally, there is an export capability. So I think the argument of the private sector that there isn't enough demand with EU FTA trade happening, with the UK happening, I think there is greater scope in terms of the identification of the market. So I am asking for the government not to play the police inspector, but at least audit the stated and announced projects by big ticket corporates. What is the status of those in terms of the capex launch? That's point number one. Point number two is that the two big ticket reforms which were rolled back despite the unprecedented political mandate, the farm law and the land reforms. Land reforms in the first term, Sood-Boot ki Sarkar, and then farm law because of the politicization of that. Remember, there is a lot of merit in bringing about those reforms. There is always talk of greater stakeholder management and engagement. We can launch that 6 months of stakeholder management, but go back and do those reforms. Coincidentally, what has happened is that power sector utilities, which were essentially in the dump for so many years, some of them, about 8 states, have shown recovery there. So there is a historic opportunity again, Shweta and Krishna, to launch farmers like individuals. There are individual tax slabs. So we need to identify farmers. There are rich farmers who need not necessarily get free electricity.
Right.
So, if you want state electricity boards to function on their own feet, then we need to be a little more reformist about that. Some state boards have done it, and it's a burden for the states to subsidize that free. So we need to take that big ticket. But whether the finance minister will bite the bullet, he mentioned about, I'm saying we need a national, critical minerals and rare earth mission, and not just a slogan or a conference statement. It needs to be really matched for outcomes. Finally, I'm saying 2014, the Prime Minister talked about reducing energy dependence by 50%. 11 years, we're still nowhere there. And we've seen the vulnerability both in terms of critical minerals and energy. And going forward, the way Venezuela is happening, Russia is under pressure, India's dependence has to come down.
That's right.
And we found a solution in Russia in terms of pricing, but we don't have a solution in terms of actually improving our own output. So that should be a mission mode. And FPIs are flying like, they're taking the flight as if they don't like
flying
this
off
place.
India.
Flying off India. We need to bring about two things. Make it a little more incentivize their stay in here, which has to endure. And most importantly, we need a very, very stable tax regime. We've seen what's happened with Tiger Capital decision on Walmart. There is no need to, sovereign interests in terms of taxation are most welcome, but we have to ensure that there is no retrospective feel to it.
Right.
That undermines the confidence of global investors, and that's what we are currently facing. So I think, we can go back to other three items later.
But very, very critical points. The flight of capital, what Vivek Kumar also pointed out, continues to be a point of concern. We're of course going to come back on that. Time now for a very short break. News and updates will continue. We are tracking the budget for Bulletproof Bharat. Nirmala Sitharaman all set to deliver her historic 9th budget in just a couple of minutes from now.
जब विकास जी के लिवर का ऑपरेशन हुआ तो पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर 50 लाख रुपए का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
With Skoda Supercare and growing network across 180 plus cities, you never drive alone.
Skoda.
Taxes, jobs, housing, electric vehicles, defense. News9 decodes the numbers behind the noise. You define India's growth story. We decode what's in it for you. Budget 2026. No noise, no confusion. A budget for a bulletproof Bharat.
इनकी जिद ने किया डेस्टिनेशन वेडिंग का सपना सच, टाटा कैपिटल पर्सनल लोन्स के साथ।
You are watching Budget for Bulletproof Bharat here on News 9. We're continuing our lead up to the budget speech. Latest visuals over here in our big screen of India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman meeting India's President Draupadi Murmu with the red color Bahi Khata. Nirmala Sitharaman wearing traditional hand-woven Kanjivaram sari. This is just from a short while ago, as we continue to count down. Bear in mind, agriculture is back at the center of the policy debate, not just as a lifeline for millions of farmers, but as a stress test really for growth, climate resilience and food security. I'm going to take this across to Vivek Kumar, who continues to be with us. Vivek, here you have a budget that, expectations are anything from artificial intelligence, critical minerals to EV adoption, and yet here we are, agriculture. Big expectations from budget 2026 when it comes to what it's going to have in store for India's agriculture sector. Please unmute yourself, sir.
Sorry. So, yes, that's a very relevant question. I think if you look at it, what was the allocation to agriculture along with the allied sectors, because agriculture is just not agriculture. If you look at the entire primary sector, one statistic we normally refer to is that out of the total agri output, agri and allied output, the farm sector actually contributes not more than 60%. So there is a roughly 60-40 divide between the farm sector activity and the non-farm sector activity. So when we talk about agri, you probably have to look at it in the holistic picture. It's the farm plus the non-farm sector which contributes towards the rural well-being. And from just an agri perspective, the size that the size of the budget was roughly close to 1,70,000 crores. Sorry, it was not 1,70,000 crores. It was almost 17 lakh crores, if I am correct. Yes, and this number for rural development was much higher. So if you look at the balance between agri and the non-agri side of the budget, it's tilted much more towards the non-agri, which I would probably take the entire rural development budget, which is of roughly of the order of 26 lakh crore. Now, that's the kind of skewness that we have with respect to budgetary allocation. There is a lot more going into the non-agri related activities vis-a-vis the pure agri-related activities as far as budget allocation is concerned. Now, for this year perspective, I think what one could possibly look at for is how to insulate the farmer income from the vagaries of the climate. And when we refer to the vagaries of the climate, in the last 4 or 5 years, we've seen instances of, let's say, monsoon being almost on the dot, plus minus 5%, not more than the normal conditions, especially if you look at last 2 years. So monsoon performance has been overall very satisfactory, but there are huge gaps with respect to how the geographical spread has been, how the timing of the precipitation has been, and this leads to a lot of volatility. This is something that we saw in case it affects us from the perspective of food prices. We've seen enough volatility in food prices. This year we've been fortunate, but last year we were at the receiving end of food prices when food prices were absolutely berserk. So we need some sort of a mechanism where we can possibly insulate the farm income. It will have a repercussion for an inflation situation. It will provide stability to the farm sector income, and it could also help us create value chain in the entire agri belt, which consists of both agri as well as the non-farm agri related activity.
Okay, fair enough. Since we're discussing agriculture, we'll continue to also get you the latest visuals. I think this is from right outside the Sansad Bhavan, where the finance minister is all set to enter. Bear in mind, we've been keeping a track of the finance minister's movement right from the time she left her residence about an hour, more than an hour ago, and then she met the president, and now she's outside Sansad Bhavan. The entire team that has put the budget together, holding the Bahi Khata. Those are the visuals that you're seeing on your screens. But before we go any further, we're discussing agriculture and the expectations from it. Rakesh Kharji talking about the importance this time around as well. And also talking about an important point, which is taxing the rich farmers. Shweta and Lloyd, I want both of you to comment on this. Every single time there's a budget.
Right.
And I've been saying this from the time I covered the first budget, more than 15 years ago. There's always talk of taxing the rich farmer. It is yet to happen.
It is yet to happen. On the contrary, since we're talking about agriculture, I think there's a larger conversation here at play. Last year's economic survey pointed out that the government has an ambition of creating at least 7.85 non-farm jobs. But if you look at data, Lloyd, that is emerging by the way of economic survey this year, is that the share of employment in agriculture is only rising. This goes against the stated intent of the government. Back in 2017-18, the share of employment as far as agriculture is concerned was 44%. Today it's about 46%. So on contrary to decreasing farm jobs and ensuring that people are employed in non-farming sectors, we're looking at more employment being either generated in farming sector or people taking to farming sector in absence of any other job, and that's not a good number.
Indeed, Shweta, that is a bit of a concern. But I would say that agricultural employment is in India pretty much the default option. When there is no other work option, it kind of is like a fallback, right? So what really picks up is agriculture. It's not a bottom-up number of people who are actually directly involved. A lot of that is fairly unproductive. It's that people lean back on land as the last resort. So I think that is a concern. But I'll go back to Rakesh's wish list. And I think one of the challenges, in fact, both of the challenges are around agriculture, which is a bullet very difficult to bite. The farm laws were introduced. Of course, there were protests. They got pulled back. And as Rakesh suggested, maybe one has to find a milder version and somewhere to get it back. Because that, to my mind, is a big driver of long-term reform. And to that, the other point which I believe no government, irrespective of political capital, is willing to, kind of bite the bullet on, is really taxing the rich farmer. I think there is a widespread acknowledgement that there would be at least about a single digit, maybe 2 or 3% of farmers who truly, live the quality of life that's aspirational for every Indian, including an urban Indian. But sadly, I think the political messaging, the moment one talks about taxing farmers, irrespective of their economic status, I think that always kind of comes back to hurt the government, right? And there's too much of pressure within political circles itself. If you look at a lot of our MPs, their primary, employment, so to speak, is being a farmer. So I think that is a challenge. I know there are no easy solutions around it, but as was stated, I think India is in a fairly good position, right? Our economy is relatively stable. We're still the fastest growing economy in the world. I think there are a lot of headwinds, barring for the tariff issues. And even that, to an extent, we've managed pretty well with the Europe FTA, with that, singular arrangements with various countries. I think this could be the year for kind of establishing some of those slightly more macro reforms that sets up India for a great future.
That's as far as agriculture is concerned. We had a fairly detailed discussion on it. As we continue to get you the latest, President Draupadi Murmu feeding the finance minister some kheer, if I'm not mistaken, Shweta?
Dahi.
Dahi chini.
Okay, the customary dahi chini there being fed.
The number of customs and traditions that surround the budget.
Halwa and dahi chini.
Halwa before the budget
and dahi chini on the day of the
dahi chini on the day. It's the custom where you are wishing somebody good luck. For they have a long day and a long job to deliver, a very important job to deliver.
But as far as you're talking about obesity being mentioned in the economic survey, that some of the health studies will first say never have this much sugar on an empty stomach first thing in the morning.
You don't know whether she's empty stomach too.
No, that's more on the edible oil that the Prime Minister himself flagged. It's not as much on chini, though chini is as bad if not taken in regulated manner.
Yeah, fair enough. But good to have the conversation around sugar. It's incredible, isn't it? The last 1 year, the conversation around sugar has grown so much, especially with government intervention as well. I would be really curious to know what announcements are there with related to dietary the issues in the country, isn't it, Shweta? I mean, if that's part of the economic survey, and the economic survey is a precursor to what we can expect from the budget, can we expect some kind of a sugar tax, Shweta?
I mean, I think it's hard to guess. It's anybody's guess. But Rakesh, it's an important point that over the last 1 year, Prime Minister has been talking a lot about obesity. He's been talking about how oil in excess is harmful, and when you're consuming too much oil, you're essentially having too many calories without really accounting for it. So there's been a focus on health. But one thing that's missing the conversation, and pardon me for I have a blocked nose due to excessive PM 2.5, PM 10 levels in the city that we're sitting in, the national capital, Delhi NCR, and that's due to the fact that there's a very bad air quality. That's been a conversation now for many years now, but this time around, that conversation has been flagged on a national level. This country, this city has become unbreathable. Should we at this point in time expect some sort of dramatic move, perhaps by the way of a corpus allocation, to ensure that our cities are cleaner, that the air is breathable, that the water is drinkable? Because look at what's happened in Indore. Stories of water contamination in Noida, which is where we are at the moment.
Absolutely.
So the challenges that we are facing today are not to do with the headline numbers, which look very good on paper. But when we can't breathe the air and we can't drink the water, then I think the challenges have become more existential.
Absolutely, Shweta. I think we have failed. Let's not cut words on that. We have failed to, so to say, bring about display the political will to actually tackle these very important issues. We have had such contentious issues, and we have discussed it in the past, that we brought about reforms, we brought about consensus on sharing of revenue when it comes to GST, but we've been able to get together all the warring states, so to say, and the centre, and tackle the menace of pollution and basic amenities. I think what we require today is that political will which this government claims to have, and it is demonstrated on many occasions, to treat these very basic issues like Gargar, Nal and Jal. These are very important schemes. Absolutely. But we need to broad base them to include clean water and then pollution more so. And it's not just a Delhi problem, Shweta. It is spreading across to all major cities. And we must remember, we're not doing that and discussing that. There is a huge economic impact on that also, because it cultivates. So it's a social, health and human issue and an economic issue.
And our working days, our productivity.
Absolutely. So I think, led by the Prime Minister, he has shown his concern for the ordinary citizen. We must have a PM monitored, task force. I'm not saying committee, because committee makes it look like very bureaucratic. But there are tangible outcomes and they're mapped. So I think if it's in part of the budget, welcome. Even if it's not part of the budget, Shweta and Krishna, it must be topmost priority for the government. And just a brief point on the agriculture, because that was my point number 9. I'm saying bite the bullet and cut down on this 80 crore, free food subsidy to each and every citizen. It's a great political statement, but we spend about 2.5 lakh, 2.03 lakh crore every year. Do we really need, again, there is a, stacking there. There are not, everybody's not, as poor to deserve a free ration for the next 5 years. So it's an expense which we can convert into issues like pollution management. So in that sense, that was my point number 10.
But who will bite the bullet?
We'll have to do that. Someone has to do that. Someone has to do that.
Looking at what's come off farm laws, look at what has come up farm laws and how difficult it was to ensure that the farm laws are implemented, how they had to be rolled back.
We need political consensus. We need opposition also to equally buy into this. You can't just score political points and derail reforms.
That's right.
Reforms has to be a national priority outside of the government, so it has to be all inclusive.
Has to be some sort of political consensus, and that's one of the criticisms of this government, that there is never a political consensus.
I mean,
you hardly take opposition.
You can't put, opposition also has to play its role. One is that constructive dialogue is welcome. The floor of the house is the appropriate platform for that. Look at the disruptions the last 5 years we have had. And disruptions has become a political weapon, unfortunately. And not only with this government, it was with the earlier government also.
That's the case with many governments in the past, but I think...
And you're discussing about saving money. I'm hoping that, I'm looking at Mr. O.P. Yadav, I'm hoping that, some of that extra money that we get in is used to subsidize our income taxes further as well, apart from, money going into curbing pollution.
It's going to be a very hard bargain. Let us put that out clearly for our viewers right now. It's going to be an extremely hard bargain. But we've run out of time. We are, of course, tracking, budget for Bulletproof Bharat. What will the budget budget entail? It's Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th consecutive budget. What will it mean for the people, for you and I? We'll of course wait. We'll have to wait for next 60 minutes or so, and that's when we'll get more clarity. But that's all the time we have on the show. We'll be back in just a bit.
सोच रहा हूँ टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लूं ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना हो।
तू भी ले ले। अबे जल्दी क्या है, बाद में देख लेंगे। आराम से आराम से आराम से। अब तक कुणाल को हार्ट अटैक आ गया यार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
With Skoda Supercare and growing network across 180 plus cities, you never drive alone.
Skoda.
Taxes, jobs, housing, electric vehicles, defense. News9 decodes the numbers behind the noise. You define India's growth story. We decode what's in it for you. Budget 2026. No noise, no confusion. A budget for a bulletproof Bharat.
एक और फैमिली ने रखा कदम अपने नए घर में, टाटा कैपिटल होम लोन्स के साथ।
Delhi is losing the fight against pollution.
This is not a story of just children. This is the story of every elderly person in the National Capital Region.
Delhi's hazardous air quality.
It's more capital of the world.
Delhi pollution has left us sick and exposed, also frankly.
Quality of the city continues to remain in the very poor category.
We look at how Delhi is once again struggling with danger.
It's not just about today, it's about the future.
Red Fort explosion. Let's get you all the updates. Following the blast, there is of course a South Indian connection of Dr. Shaheen Shahid. Because this is news of national import that search operations are underway across the entire Al-Falah University campus. The blast killed 12 people. Prices, however, of Nandini ghee have been hiked. KMF has defended. Nandini is the brand. I've been getting a lot of queries on my phone. What's for the people of Karnataka? Okay, you can play tennis as much as you want to, but I'm the umpire and I will say please. There is an eyeball to eyeball confrontation. Where is this going? What is the way out? The farmers, they can actually shake a nation. Both of you down because I can also shout Prashantji.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
All right, it's past 10 a.m., less than 1 hour to go. It is a big day as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is set to present her 9th consecutive union budget today at 11 a.m. All eyes firmly on Budget 2026 amid wide-ranging expectations from industry and financial markets. Industry bodies are calling for stronger policy support and GST rationalization even further, as well as improving ease of doing business, with experts largely ruling out changes to income tax slabs as the new Income Tax Act comes into force this year from April 1st. Well, we have the pleasure of also being joined, in addition to a battery of experts and guests, our own Money9's Priyanka Sambhav. And we thought, for our viewers, let's have a bilingual coverage. क्यों प्रियंका, आपका सबसे पहले क्या मानना है इस बजट से, क्या निकल के आएगा?
शुक्रिया कार्तिक। देखिए, ये है निर्मला सीतारमण जी का 9th बजट और हम हैं न्यूज़ 9। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि कुछ हम जो है ये 9 की तिगड़ी बहुत अच्छी बैठने वाली है। अब चैलेंजिंग टाइम है क्योंकि इस बार केवल अंदरूनी फैक्टर्स ही नहीं, एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर्स जो हैं उनके लिए एक बड़े चैलेंज बनकर के आ रहे हैं। तो बाहर के जो फैक्टर्स हैं यानी ट्रंप साहब, उनको वो कैसे डील करने वाली हैं और ट्रंप साहब की छाप जो है वो इस बजट में दिखेंगी। भले ही निर्मला जी के मुंह से हम ट्रंप का नाम ना सुने, पर उनकी छाप इस बजट में दिखने वाली है कार्तिक। तो मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड हूं क्योंकि ये एक ऐसा बजट है जो रियल मायने में चैलेंजिंग रहने वाला है।
Absolutely, challenges are plenty, geopolitical challenges and some domestic challenges. Even though we've seen, at least in the economic survey, that tax collection has been fairly robust. We've seen the contribution of the services sector being more than 50% to the GDP. We are also seeing an uptick in the manufacturing sector, but a common opinion that seems to be doing the rounds is that a lot more needs to be done. A lot more needs to be done to ease the compliance burden on manufacturers, especially the MSMEs. And then, of course, since consumption continues to add to the momentum of the economy, the growth momentum of the economy, I think all eyes are also keen and all ears are also peeled to try and figure out, can the finance minister give another consumption boost, not just on the supply side, not just to capital expansion by the private sector, but also more money in the hands of people to go ahead and buy those purchases. So, Priyanka, with your permission, without any further ado, let's introduce our guest. First up in the studio, we have Mr. O.P. Yadav, former Commissioner of the Income Tax Department. Barnik Chitran Metra, thank you so much for braving the traffic even on a Sunday morning and the weather and coming over to Noida all the way from Gurgaon. And of course, our very own TV9's international editor, R. Sridharan. To put all of our conversations into perspective, we thought it might be interesting to first look at this sort of fundamental financial policy tool called the Impossible Trinity and give it a little bit of a budget twist. And when we talk about the Impossible Trinity, it seems that right now there is a sort of Impossible Trinity that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is expected to deliver on. And the three sort of corners of that Impossible Trinity happen to be a lower debt to GDP ratio. I think the Finance Minister is keen to push it to 50% of GDP by 2031. Then we are talking about job creation. We want more number of people employed, informal employment. And then add to that, the third one is MSME sector, export push to the MSME sector. Do you think it is indeed an Impossible Trinity, and can the Finance Minister deliver on these three?
I will not, it's a tough trinity, Karthik. I don't think it's an impossible one. Because let's not forget that even already on the fiscal deficit front, India has done really well, despite the massive investment which the government has made in infrastructure. Because we know it's the government expenditure which has really been keeping the growth up for the economy, while private investment has been anemic. Consumption has been very strong for India, so that's a good story. On the skill, I think it's more not just about employment creation, Karthik. I think it's about plugging the gap between the kind of skills we need today and what's happening to the economy in terms of the requirement of industry and services sector. So I think it's very important to bridge that gap rather than just talk of job creation in isolation. Because unless you bridge that gap, even if you create jobs, where are the people going to come from? Yeah. Right? And third, you talked about export push, export competitiveness. Push, right. So, this is a very difficult environment. This is the first budget that the finance minister is presenting in the post-Liberation Day tariff regime of Donald Trump. Yeah. So, we have seen, how erratic the whole, approach of the US has been to tariffs. And it is not going to be easy for India to navigate that. And hence, the emphasis on all the bilateral trade deals and the multilateral trade deals that we are striking, the free trade deals that we are striking, for example, with the EU. So these are going to be important. As long as India is able to diversify its markets and strike such deals quickly and get the the fine print of these deals implemented quickly, I think we should be able to keep our exports up. But importantly, Karthik, before I hand it over to my other panelists, I think the most important thing we need to take care of is the FII inflows.
Yeah.
I want to really take 30 seconds to talk about it.
Back to the compliance burden and the fact that there are so many regulatory
confidence
approvals
level,
required.
Karthik. I think the foreign global investors work on confidence basis, and I think this time when we see that the whole world is aligned against us, in some sense there are countries which were our allies are suddenly now not our friends anymore. I think in that environment we really need to open the doors, all the doors, and tell FIs to come in and invest, and in fact go out of a way to make sure that they get the tax breaks and not get into things like a Tiger Global scenario, which actually is revisiting some well-settled taxation a policy.
Yeah.
So I think we need to be very careful of that. We don't want to scare FIs away.
Absolutely. Retrospective taxes. Barnik is nodding away. We will come to that. But Priyanka, agar aap mujhe ijazat de, let's introduce the other guests also on the show. We also have Siddharth Pai, who will talk about artificial intelligence, who will talk about all this skilling deficit that Sri just spoke about. We have Mr. Dilip Chenoy, former Secretary General at FICCI, and of course an auto sector expert and veteran, and also somebody who dabbles extensively in cryptocurrency as a policy regulation tool. And we also have Vibha Dhawan, the Director General of TERI, who would be telling us if climate financing is something that the government should take more seriously. But Priyanka, अभी के लिए आप पंच संभाले.
मुझे सबसे पहले तो ये जानना है कि मिडिल क्लास को क्या मिलेगा. ओपी यादव जी यहाँ मेरे साथ बैठे हुए हैं और इन्होंने मुझे पहले ही कह दिया था प्री बजट डिस्कशन में
कुछ नहीं मिलेगा.
कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. तो सर आज देखिए बारिश हो रही है सुबह सुबह, ठीक है. दिल्ली का मौसम जो है वैसे ठंडा था, सुहाना हो गया. बारिश को हमेशा शुभ संकेत माना जाता है. संकेत है. आपका मन बदला है क्या? निर्मला ताई का मन बदला है क्या? आपको लग रहा है ये शुभ संकेत है? कुछ तो मिडिल, हमारी जैसे मिडिल क्लास के लिए कुछ तो आए.
Or will it rain down on the aspirations of the middle class?
प्रियंका जी, पहले मैंने आपसे चर्चा की थी, कुछ तो बदला है इकोनॉमिक सर्वे देखने के बाद.
चलिए, अच्छी बात.
एक खबर जो लग रही है, जो हम बार बार बात कर रहे हैं स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन की, हमने ये बात कही थी क्या कुछ न्यू टैक्स रेजिम में बदलाव आएंगे. तो मुझे एक चीज़ लग रही है, क्योंकि इकोनॉमिक सर्वे में एक बात कही गई है, सबका बीमा सबकी सुरक्षा. तो हो सकता है जो हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस का जो बेनिफिट आपको ओल्ड टैक्स रेजिम मिलता है वो न्यू टैक्स रेजिम के अंदर एक संभावना लगती है कि आ सकता है. तो ये एक रिलीफ टैक्स पेयर को मिल सकती है.
सर, इसी के साथ में जुड़ा हुआ एक सवाल कई लोगों के दिमाग में ये भी आ रहा है कि फर्स्ट टाइम होम बायर्स, क्या उनको भी कुछ सुविधा न्यू टैक्स रेजिम में मिलने की संभावना है?
मुझे इसकी संभावना कम लगती है, क्योंकि ये बात पिछले फाइनेंस एक्ट जब आया था तब भी रखी गई थी
जी.
क्योंकि मैंने पहले बताया कि जो होम बायर्स हैं जो अपने सेल्फ रेजिडेंस के लिए प्रॉपर्टी को परचेज करते हैं उस पर डिडक्शन न्यू टैक्स रेजिम के अंदर नहीं है. लेकिन जो यदि आपने बाय किया और रेंट पे दे दिया तो उस पर तो डिडक्शन आपको मिलता है.
राइट.
सिर्फ न्यू टैक्स रेजिम में, एक्सेप्ट उसमें सेट ऑफ का बेनिफिट आपको नहीं है अदर इनकम के खिलाफ.
राइट.
तो मुझे नहीं लगता 24B में फिर से कोई बदलाव आने की संभावना है.
ठीक है, लेकिन सेक्शन 80D आप कह रहे हैं जो हमें हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस की छूट पुरानी टैक्स रेजिम में दिलाता है, शायद उसकी एंट्री हम देखें. लेकिन कार्तिक, मुझे चांसेस, सच में कहूं, यादव सर मेरा मन रखने के लिए कह रहे हैं, चांसेस कम लग रहे हैं, क्योंकि निर्मला सीतारमन has been very clear that she does not want to get all the deductions and these kind of whatever kind of relief that we get in our
old tax regime. Yeah. True. And I think by default, in any case, the new tax regime is what the government wants to push. And if you complicate it further with all these deductions, I think the efficacy of the new tax regime in any case gets questioned. Anyway, on your screens right now, you have the old tax regime and the slabs applicable therein. We will also show you the new tax regime and potentially some tweaks, some little bit of adjustment in that is something that everybody watching the budget would want to hear something from the finance minister on. Bardik, we will come to you, but I want to introduce first Mr. Dilip Chenoy. And Mr. Chenoy, there are also expectations that the PLI scheme that the government had launched, it's been about 5 years since the PLI scheme was launched. Some sectors have benefited immensely. Many sectors have not really drawn the dividends of PLI. In your opinion, are we going to see more expansion of the sectors within PLI? And are we going to actually see the export competitiveness that we were talking about just a while back come through by way of expanding the PLI ambit?
Well, thank you, Karthik. And, I think it's very clear because some of the PLI schemes have a sunset clause of March 26.
That's right.
So definitely you're going to see some extension there, particularly in electronics, and phones. So one, there's going to be an extension. Two, given the focus on new energy and on the chemical sector, possibly you would see something coming in for the nuclear energy component sector, the nuclear energy sector, kind of a PLI scheme, and maybe for chemicals, especially in the context of the Indo-EU free trade agreement.
Right.
So you will see this coming in. On exports, and you started this conversation by saying the overhang of Trump, and I think we heard the term Liberation Day also.
Right.
So there has to be a focus on exports, and there are two things that are going to happen. I think you're going to see a continuation of some of the schemes which are there, which again, technically expire in March, like ROTTEP, etc. And you're going to see some expansion of these schemes to enable soften the tariff burden on the exporters, because even the EU and the other FTAs are not going to kick in immediately. So on both on manufacturing and on exports, you're going to see good movement. And the third area, which is very important here, is given the whole area of jobs and women. If you go back to the finance minister's 7 or 6 point agenda of definition of Viksit Bharat in the last budget, I think on manufacturing and job creation, you're going to see something. Maybe there's talk, but I don't think. But there's a remote possibility of employment-linked incentive kind of scheme coming in, especially for the labor-intensive sectors going ahead.
All right.
So that's what we hope for.
Yeah, I mean, we all, of course, have a hope spin, but, you talked about the investment climate. There is another, and you also talked about Viksit Bharat. I want to now quickly bring in this Vibha Dhawan into the conversation. Ma'am, there is, of course, the investment climate, and then there is a larger climate debate as well. So while we have one target, which is Viksit Bharat by 2047, we have another target by 2070, which is our net zero ambitions. Do you think this is going to be one landmark budget where we take climate financing, climate action a lot more seriously than what we've seen in the past?
Well, the point which you have raised, like India is unique. We are a growing economy, perhaps one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Let's also look at infrastructure, because we are talking about 2/3 of the infrastructure is yet to be built. Now, and we have the youngest workforce available at global level. So these are, whether you take them as your strengths or weaknesses. I'll take them as strengths because that gives us opportunity. Let's look at what are our strengths. Young workforce, whom we can channelize with skilling towards greener jobs, greener technologies. We are innovative, hardworking people, and that is one thing where I expect Finance Minister to increase outlay for research purposes. That is miserable at the moment, and the kind of countries which have succeeded in the past, it's all through innovations. We need to invest in research today if we want to reap the benefits tomorrow. The other thing why I say research in this country is important, because we are a country of small and medium enterprises, and unless and until they go green, as a country, we can't go green. And therefore, we need technologies which are different from what is available today in the world. And that is where it is that green technologies, energy transition, they are going to be extremely important. Another fact which we can't ignore is that already, if we look at the IPCC predictions, India is going to be one of the worst affected countries due to changing climate. We have started talking, or rather we have started observing heat stress, how it is impacting. We are looking at air pollution, and one of the points where we earlier panelist has mentioned about that maybe there will be SOPs available where the health is taken care of, but I'll say rather than paying for the health care, it should be the health which should be paramount. And therefore, let's also invest in how do we ensure air pollution levels to go down. That also calls for investment. So therefore, my expectation, and of course, I'll say that the government is in the right direction. It's such a large country, so we really have to do a lot. But then there are so many schemes Today, all the villages are electrified. So that gives us opportunity that somewhere they won't burn wood to the amount they were doing it earlier.
Yeah.
We are looking at biogas production, decentralized energy production from solar, for which, again, a lot of subsidies are available. And therefore, it is transition that has to take place.
Right.
That will also ensure job creation at the rural level.
Right.
Because otherwise, they were energy starved. So, really speaking, what I expect from the budget is that what is available with us, that needs to be amplified.
Right.
And let's look into not what we require today, what we require 5 years, 10 years. So there should be investments for immediate gain. Not saying freebies, I'll say it should be more on skilling, that we don't have to give any further subsidies for other things. So therefore, otherwise also, let's look into, when we talk of financing, it again should be in the form of subsidized loan, or you don't charge that much of interest, because everyone is convinced they need to go for green energy, but then where the capex will come from, and that is where we expect government to come with schemes that everyone is able to transit into cleaner energy.
In the same breath, one would also talk about the kind of import substitution that might be required, given solar panels come almost entirely from China. And of course, the fact that Pradhan Mantri Muft Bijli Ghar Yojana, I think we are going to see some expansion there also. But as long as import dependence continues to be on China, this is still going to be something which will burn a hole in our pockets.
आपने चाइना की बात की है, और मुझे लगता है यहाँ दिलीप चिनॉय जी हैं, मैं उनसे पूछना चाहूंगी कि हमारे देश में ईवी को लेकर के सब्सिडीज दी जा रही हैं, उसके ऊपर जीएसटी कम है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं एक चाइना फैक्टर जो है ईवी के लिए बहुत बड़ी चुनौती रहता है। वहां से जब आप सामान ले रहे हैं, तो दिलीप जी, आपको क्या लगता है कि इस चाइना फैक्टर को हम कैसे चुनौती दे सकते हैं? ईवी हम बना रहे हैं, लेकिन मुझे लगता है सब्सिडीज भी दे रहे हैं, जीएसटी भी कम कर दिया है, लेकिन एक चुनौती है उसके पार्ट्स, उसके रॉ मटेरियल, उसका जो सामान जो चाइना से आ रहा है।
बिल्कुल प्रियंका जी, आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा। एक ये बहुत भारत के लिए, लेकिन भारत के लिए केवल चुनौती नहीं है, पूरे विश्व के लिए चुनौती है, क्योंकि चाइना जो है, जो ईवी और सोलर में जो क्रिटिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है और स्ट्रेटेजिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, उसको कंट्रोल करती है। तो उसका पहला संदेश जो हमने देखा थी कि भारत, जैसे आपने कहा, ये बुलेट प्रूफ बजट, जो ये बजट फॉर बुलेट प्रूफ भारत की जो आपने ये थीम लिया है, ये इकोनॉमिक सर्वे में भी कहा गया था कि हमें एक स्ट्रेटेजिक इन्वेस्टमेंट और स्ट्रेटेजिक डायरेक्शन लेना चाहिए नए टेक्नोलॉजी में। तो अगर आप देखें तो पिछले साल से ही इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स में 3 या 4 इनिशिएटिव्स लिए गए हैं। एक तो वो जो रियर अर्थ का जो स्ट्रैटेजी है, उसको प्रधानमंत्री ने कई दफे भी दोहराया है, उसके लिए आप थोड़ा सा एलोकेशन जरूर देखेंगे बजट में। दूसरा, आप ऑल्टरनेट सेल केमिस्ट्री का जो PLI स्कीम है, उसमें नॉन लिथियम आयन बैटरी और उसको कैसे एक तरीके से मेन स्ट्रीम में लेके आए और इंडियन टेक्नोलॉजी बनाए। तीसरा जो आप देख रहे हैं, इसमें जो मैग्नेट्स और रियर अर्थ फ्री मैग्नेट्स के उसके ऊपर एक ध्यान आकर्षित किया जा रहा है। तो इन सब चीजों को लेकर के हम भारत को एक स्ट्रेटेजिक टेक्नोलॉजी ओनर के रूप में देखना चाहते हैं, और शॉर्ट टर्म और मीडियम टर्म में थोड़ी देर तक शायद ये टेक्नोलॉजी डिपेंडेंस हो, लेकिन जब गवर्नमेंट और इंडस्ट्री के साथ ये पार्टनरशिप है, ये कितने जल्दी फ्रूटफुल होता है, और ये हम इस प्रोडक्ट्स को अपने ही ईवी सेक्टर में कितना जल्दी ला सकते हैं, ये ईवी के जो फ्यूचर है इंडिया में, इसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है।
Okay, stay with us, Dilip Chinoy. We are yet to actually get input from Barnik as well as Siddharth Pai, who are here with us. But I promise we will do that. But it's time for us to slip into a very, very short break. When we come back, there are going to be 10 priority areas that we at News9 have created as expectations from Budget 2026. We will run you through those 10 and, of course, get our experts to comment on them as well. And, of course, the clock is ticking. Just about 39 minutes on the clock right now before we hear Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in Parliament presenting Union Budget 2026. Stay with us.
तेरी एक जिद और फैक्ट्री वर्कर सब डबल।
रिटायर हो जाऊं क्या? अच्छा, प्रॉपर्टी के अगेंस्ट लोन का आइडिया किसका था? पर बुढ़ापा आ गया हो।
इनकी जिद ने कारोबार भी बढ़ाया और रोजगार भी। टाटा कैपिटल लोन अगेंस्ट प्रॉपर्टी के साथ।
स्पेशल पार्टनर Skoda, you never drive alone. एसोसिएट स्पॉन्सर SBI लाइफ, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए।
रिश्तों को रंग दो, दुनिया को रंग दो।
Birla Opus Paints.
Windows down, chasing dreams on a net.
With Skoda Supercare and growing network across 180 plus cities, you never drive alone.
Skoda.
You are watching a rolling coverage in the run-up to Budget 2026, and here at News9 we have created a 10-point priority list that we believe should be addressed in Union Budget 2026. Let's quickly take a look at what those priorities potentially could be or should be as part of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's budget speech, which is due to start just a few minutes from now. First up, we are expecting a roadmap for India's debt to GDP ratio to come down to below 50% by the year 2031. So that is one of our priority lists for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And then, of course, private sector incentives for creating jobs. We've seen schemes like the ELI scheme. We've seen, Priyanka, even the internship scheme, but nothing really in terms of concrete numbers coming out to suggest how efficient or how effective those schemes really have been as far as job creation goes. Next up, of course, we are talking about reduction to import barriers, especially the custom duty rejig. Priyanka is the expert here. We will leave it to her. The indirect taxes. We've seen a lot happen by way of direct taxes last year and GST last year, but these tariff barriers when it comes to customs duty is something that, we will spend some time discussing. And then, of course, boosting the export competitiveness of our MSMEs. Add to that, and we'll get Siddharth Pai to weigh in on this, how do we increase spends and not just spends? How do we ensure that artificial intelligence gets absolutely streamlined in the budget speech and the policy action that comes by way of budget? More spending on research and development, action-oriented spending on research and development, and ensuring that skilling is something that Shri also spoke about, happens by way of not just policy mention, but policy continuation. And then multiple other schemes also that we have in mind. But let's actually take them one by one. And first up, I want to bring Barnik into this conversation. Barnik, I really want to spend some time talking about import substitution and export competitiveness, because we saw that it's not just our services sector which is contributing to the export story. We are also seeing an uptick in manufacturing, but a lot more needs to be done, because that is also directly related to job creation in the country. So how do we ensure that perhaps think out of the box, go ahead and make the environment not just, incentive driven for economies outside of India to invest in the country, but also look at potentially FDI coming in from a country like China, given the fact that we are now at the cusp of at least, relations improving.
So I think one of the biggest challenges for the budget, and which is why I think the trinity which you are mentioning is quite hard to pull off, is India has been finding it quite hard to attract not only foreign portfolio investors and FIIs, but also scaling the FDI investments, which have stagnated between $60 to $80 billion a year, whereas the economy needs around $200 to $300 billion to increase the growth rate. I think the challenge is multifold. I think if you look at foreign direct investment, it is not just traditional investors from the US, which has been our largest source of investments, but also tapping into investment pools from the Middle East, sovereign wealth funds in the Middle East, if you look at sovereign wealth funds in the Nordics, and then coming to Asia, where you have Singaporean sovereign wealth funds who've been large investors in India. But then there are also Chinese vehicles which often operate out of Hong Kong and Singapore, for whom India may become attractive. And India has actually gone out of its way to prevent that capital from coming into India. So I think the stance we should take is very simple. As long as capital comes in, I think we should be fairly comfortable in attracting all colors of capital. We are now on the verge or about already the fourth largest economy at $4 trillion. For us to boost manufacturing, we need expertise we need foreign direct investment, and we need a framework in which manufacturing in India is competitive. I think the challenge with PLI and everything is that it makes it competitive versus foreign companies, but it doesn't make us export competitive. There's very little incentives you can put. So I think while there's a lot of expectation from industry from PLI 2.0, maybe there'll be a Kusum 2.0 in renewable energy. I think there needs to be a very clear roadmap on how we wean the industry off sustained incentives towards being export competitive, because the opportunity for us, if you look at the export numbers, is around $850 billion of services and goods. But the challenge for India is to get to $1 trillion of goods exports, right, which is where at 20% of that will be competitive and comparable to China. So again, a lot of things to do. I wouldn't expect any miracle silver bullets in the budget, but I would expect some motion to improve investment climate. I think the problem in investment is that we make 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Tax, retrospective tax decisions like which happened with Vodafone last decade and now which happened with Tiger are things which actually scare off investors, because the message to investors are clear, is that if your investments don't work, nothing will happen. But if it does work, we'll come and double tax you or figure out ways to get money out from you. That's not a good message for equity investors, particularly FDI investors. So some consistency in tax policy and tax enforcement has to be made clear to foreign direct investors. Maybe we will not hear it in the budget, but I'm sure there are lots of task forces working on assuaging foreign investors who are raising concerns on consistency of tax policy, which is what they need.
Right. So I'm going to pick up the thread from where you use the word scared, you know, and right now अगर हम बात करें भारत में, एक डर जो है वो है कि AI को लेकर के करते कि हमारी नौकरियां चली जाएंगी, लेकिन अगर हम AI में सस्टेनेबल तरीके से जो बाने कह रहे थे बढ़ेंगे नहीं तो हम कहीं पीछे छूट जाएंगे, और ये वो इकोसिस्टम है जिसको बढ़ावे की ज़रूरत है। और हमारे साथ सिद्धार्थ पाएंगे। सिद्धार्थ, ओवर टू यू। अगर आप हिंदी में कंफर्टेबल नहीं हो, आप अंग्रेजी में जवाब दीजिएगा, पर मैं ये जानना चाहूँगी कि एज समवन हु कीनली वॉचेस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड स्टार्टअप, आप क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं इस बजट में? आप क्या चाहते हैं? AI पर बात तो बहुत हो रही है, पर कॉन्क्रीट आप क्या होते हुए देखना चाहते हैं इस बजट में? वो कौन सी बात है जो आपको खुश करेगी?
I think there's been a lot of talk about AI as of now, but we do need to see concrete action. I think when it comes to, even in the economic survey as well, they have mentioned that India's approach is not to fight the West when it comes to large language models, high intensity compute, massive farms of GPU, etc., but to actually look at the application base as well as to start training all of our people. Now, I think the first and foremost thing that India needs to actually do is to attract Indian talent that's actually sitting out in the West to allow them to end up actually coming back. I think Trump has done a tremendous amount of work to end up actually making the US a truly unattractive place for global talent also, for that matter. We've seen what's happening in Minneapolis with ICE and all the other things that's actually there. Several countries across the world are actually actively trying to woo this talent to come back, but India doesn't have a scheme on that particular piece as of now. I think one of the biggest things for AI talent to retain them is to give them clarity on the taxation of their ESOPs. Many of them work for XAI, work for OpenAI, work for all these large companies over there, and they're sitting on massive amounts of ESOPs. And India has amongst the worst ESOP policies across the entire world. So in order to attract this particular talent, they actually need clarity on the ESOP taxation. They should be grandfathered in, not actually taxed in India. There needs to be tax clarity also as to how they'll end up actually getting treated. I think we've seen a similar case with Bini Bansal, where the tax residency question actually became unwound, and there's a large tax bill that also has to come in. So that's also spooked a large number of people that comes in. And lastly, when it comes to training as well, all the talk about training from the Indian government so far has actually been training in terms of internships, etc. There's almost no mention of how to end up actually getting our students AI ready. I think the current method of teaching, where you end up actually learning a large amount, you write an exam, which is primarily to rote memory for that matter, and then you figure out application when you reach the job world, doesn't end up actually holding true anymore. We've seen apps like Gemini, like Claude, etc., end up actually actively replacing entry-level jobs to a large number of people. Now, in order for Indian college students and students to end up becoming job ready, we need to end up actually teaching them these kind of skills at day one itself. We haven't seen any sort of policy guideline on that particular piece whatsoever. So we do have and India is amongst the largest consumers of AI products across the entire world. We've seen Anthropic, OpenAI, etc. end up actually opening up centers and teams in India just to end up actually managing their Indian user base itself. Right. I think so. We have to start looking at application base. We have to start looking at skilling, and the skilling can't happen to colleges alone. I mean, we are getting the new bill, etc. when it comes to education. But if they actually take the internship program and allow that to end up actually working with AI companies and AI startups, a large amount will happen. And to use the technology services companies are going to, despite what everyone says, going to benefit from the AI boom, because AI integration is not the question of logging into one of these systems and actually using it.
Right.
The data sanitization, putting everything into silos, making sure the security is actually top notch, will end up involving a large amount of IT services companies. So use them as your launching pads and your training grounds for a large number of people,
Right.
and we will be able to end up becoming the third horse in the large AI race across the world.
All right, Siddharth, thanks. And hold your thought there. I want to bring in Shri because, this is also one of your favorite subjects, Shri, and, you often talk about it. But some anecdote, before I let you weigh in on all that Siddharth spoke about, and very important issues. There is ESOP taxation, which I think is absolutely central right now to, to this entire sort of debate on startups coming to India or Indians working in big tech abroad. And then, of course, this entire issue of skilling. But I want to talk about in the context of the fears of employees losing their jobs to AI. I went to Mall of India yesterday, right here in Noida with my daughter. And there's this beautiful robo which is doing the rounds, sort of walking with a big screen and ready to help you on the ground floor.
Right.
And we start interacting with the robo. And we just put in a query. And suddenly this guy comes running from behind and tells us, ये रोबो थर्ड फ्लोर तक नहीं जाएगा, आपकी क्वेरी थर्ड फ्लोर की है. And we are taken aback and we are asking him, dude, the robo is supposed to do the job of a robo. Why does it need human assistance? And his job really is to safeguard that robo so nobody sort of switches it off and takes it away with him in his car. So, the idea really is that robos eating up Indian jobs still seems a little far-fetched in India, because for every robo, we seem to be adding one human job, but that is just anecdotal evidence right now. But the larger question of ESOPs getting taxed, I think we need clarity on that, because ESOPs should ideally be taxed only on liquidation. But right now, there is a lot of ambiguity around the fact that ESOPs are taxed every time the share price of the company goes up. So how does the budget ensure that there is some tax clarity on ESOPs?
So, taxation is ripe for many changes, Karthik. Right from what Barnik talked about, to even the fact that why should I as a consumer pay 18% GST? Why did we do it with a 12% rate? I would like to, I'm already paying a high tax. Why do I have to again spend give 18% on my consumption? So on many consumption items. So I think tax as a subject is ripe for, I think the broad overall architecture for India should be that we are one of the most friendly tax nations. At this point, when we're talking about political sovereign autonomy, I think that needs to translate into our economic and business policy, the ease of doing business policy. Unless we are able to, make it easy for people to bring in money, create wealth, and take money out, I think we're going to struggle to fund our growth. Like Barnik said, we need $200 billion. Where is that going to come from?
Right.
So we need, at this juncture, to roll out the red carpet to all kinds of investors, whether it's a portfolio investor, whether it's an FDI investor, let them bring money. We need to unshackle our SMEs, make it easy for them to raise money. You can't have meaningless schemes which banks then, thwart when it comes to implementation of those schemes. As an SME or a startup today, I can't raise 5 crore without selling my kidney, literally, right? So what is the point in having these schemes if, you can't help the MSC, and then you expect the economy to grow at 8 to 10%. You want to be a Viksit Bharat.
Right.
So, if we want to be a Viksit Bharat, if you really mean it, I think there are a lot of, changes, reforms we need to do still, especially in the taxation front. The tax aggression has to go down in this nation. We should not penalize people who are creating wealth and not see wealth creation as anything, a criminal activity. I think that's, I feel very strongly about it. So, pardon my using some strong words here.
We have to slip into a short break, but Priyanka, जब break से वापस आएंगे ना, मेरे ख्याल से OP यादव जी के साथ में ये हमें definitely discuss करना है that even at the higher end of the taxation policy, the super rich are taxed 37% or so. What are they getting in return of the 37% that they are paying? And there was a beautiful, column in the Times of India yesterday, which really says, what is that 37% tax worth it when it comes to the quality of water, when it comes to the quality of air we breathe, and the quality of life that we have to deal with as citizens. We have just about 25 minutes or so before Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tells us what her budget has in store for us. But I think those 20 minutes can be well used on what will citizens expect from their tax outgo. All this and more on the other side of the break. जुड़े रहिए हमारे साथ में. You are watching our rolling coverage of the Budget 2026.
शिव प्रसाद जी को बीमारी के कारण 15 बार हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने उनका लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
With Skoda Supercare and growing network across 180 plus cities, you never drive alone.
Skoda.
Bangladesh is on edge. Protesters also targeted symbols of Bangladesh's political history.
Mr. Yunus is being the new Jinnah of Bangladesh.
What defines this mob? Who are these people? Where do they come from? Pratham Alo, the newspaper, has also called it a terror attack.
Yunus is the Osama bin Laden of today's world.
The state has no strength, or those who are on the street are the state themselves. There's nothing called spontaneous mob. There's a theory called you keep the pot boiling.
एक और फैमिली ने रखा कदम अपने नए घर में, टाटा कैपिटल होम लोन्स के साथ।
Welcome back. You are watching our rolling coverage of Budget 2026. The expectations which are building as you're just about 22 minutes away from the clock to strike 11 a.m. and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to tell us what she's holding in her digital Bahi Khata and what it means for all of us as citizens of the country and of course for industry and the economy at large. So let's take this conversation forward. Before we slipped into the break, we were trying to understand from our guests here on what citizens really get for the tax that they pay and can they expect an improvement in their quality of life. But before that, let's quickly look at what constitutes the rupee. Where does the rupee really come from and where does the rupee really go? And in the context of that, we will, I'm sure, understand also how important the entire concept of taxation is. And there on your screens you have it, that the rupee is really made up of all these elements which include taxes, which includes GST, which includes both direct and indirect taxes, which includes the custom duties, corporate tax, GST, as well as the union excise taxes. But the large chunk of this actually comes from borrowings. Borrowings constitute almost 24% of the rupee, but next in line is actually the income tax. And the income tax, even though we have just about 9 crore Indians paying income tax, individuals paying income tax, a good 22% of the government's revenue actually comes from income tax. OP Yadav ji हमारे साथ में जुड़े हुए हैं, former commissioner of income tax. OP Yadav ji, हमें समझाइए, अगर 22% हमारा रुपी का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन टैक्सेस से है, इंडिविजुअल टैक्सेस से है, उस टैक्स के बदले में क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ के कारण के प्रति इंडियंस को क्या मिलता है सर?
ये हमेशा सवाल आता है जब भी बजट आता है, क्योंकि अभी बात हुई सुपर रिच को टैक्स करने की, राइट? तो यहाँ पर सुपर रिच को मैं पहले क्लियर कर दूं कि वी हैव ऑलरेडी प्रोविजन ऑफ सरचार्ज. जब इनकम बढ़ती है आपके सरचार्ज बढ़ता है,
एंड दैट इज व्हाट टेक्स अप द टोटल आउटपुट टू अबाउट 37%.
35-37%. दैट्स राइट. अब बात ये आ रही है कि गवर्नमेंट को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करना है, गवर्नमेंट को रोड बनाना है, गवर्नमेंट को डिफेंस देखना है, एजुकेशन देखना है, हेल्थ देखना है, तो उसके लिए एक्सपेंडिचर कहाँ से आएगा?
सर देखिए, लेकिन मिडिल क्लास जो टैक्स दे रहा है उसका तो यही कंसर्न है ना, मैं कब तक औरों को सब्सिडाइज करता रहूंगा? अगर मुझे अपने टैक्स का वर्थ सर्विसेज इस देश में नहीं मिलती, हाउ डू वी प्रिवेंट फ्लाइट ऑफ कैपिटल?
मुझे लगता है एक बात मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगी, एयर क्वालिटी देखिए अपने आसपास, दूसरे हेल्थ क्वालिटी से मेरा मतलब है हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की क्वालिटी क्या है. अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं कि इनकम टैक्स नई रिजीम में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस को हम लेके भी जाएं, health care का infrastructure,
government hospitals in the first place.
There is a simple solution to this. Yadav ji asked, पैसा कहाँ से आएगा? I think it is not so much a question of पैसा कहाँ से आएगा, rather than looking at two things. One is deployment of the capital efficiency, and second, collection. Now we know that both are like suboptimal, because of bureaucracy and corruption, all those factors. In terms of collection, there are so many e-governance initiatives that you can, deploy at the state level or at the central level also, which will enable, collection of. If I just take one example as, let's say, land, it is one of the biggest sources of leakage for our government in terms of revenue. Whether it is like, your property tax or whatever. Why can't we bring in e-governance and, privatize like we've done Passport Seva? Why can't we have a consortium of private sector companies that are handed over this job of collecting revenue for government?
Right.
Why is it that we go with the same system? Why? Because the system, someone is benefiting from that system.
And
there is no incentive
the
to
system
change
is
it.
protecting everybody in the system because the buck doesn't stop at any one individual or any one department.
Absolutely.
And that is one reason that government is talking about, पूरी तरह से custom duty के structure को, क्योंकि उन्हें लग रहा है वहाँ बड़ी leakages हो रही है. Custom duty के structure को बदलना है और इस बार direct tax नहीं बल्कि custom duty को रिहॉल किया जाएगा.
आप देख रहे हैं कि इवन डायरेक्ट टैक्स के फ्रंट में जो टैक्स का कंप्लायंस बढ़ा है, जो हमने नजेस देखे हैं, जो उसमें भी कुछ कमियां हैं, क्योंकि क्या होता है जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल अभी रिवाइज रिटर्न और बिलेटेड रिटर्न फाइल करने का टाइम था, तब डिपार्टमेंट ने सब लोगों को मेल भेजे, मैसेज भेजे. दैट शुड हैव बीन डन अर्ली, तो लोगों को मौका मिले समझने का और कंप्लाई करने का.
But sir, 25 lakh people complied after those nudges were given by the government. 9 crore total number of taxpayers. 6 crore out of them are filing nil tax returns. So obviously the burden is on a very small section of the population, isn't it?
That's correctly. Even the article which you are discussing, in that sake only 2% are paying the taxes.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So that is correct. But I am again, some issues I am discussing.
So I think
my dear friend has
that
said
there is a leakage in the entire system. पानी की पाइप जो है बहुत जगह से उसमें जो है चिपकियां लगाने
the government, if you don't mind, right? Let me put the contrarian view.
Okay, right? That's a surprise. Go ahead.
See, I pay a lot of taxes.
You're usually on the citizen side. This time you're on the government side.
None of us mind paying taxes if the taxes are well used and well utilized.
Yes.
To the credit of this government and probably the previous government, over the last 10-15 years, there have been a lot of initiatives to reduce leakage.
Yeah.
If you look at direct benefit transfer, the JAM Trinity,
that's right.
No doubt.
Trinity.
Absolutely, I agree
also,
with that.
the reduction of fiscal deficit suggests that wasteful government spending on central initiatives and incentives and schemes are coming down.
Fair enough.
Now, where is leakage left in the system, right? I think there's a big leakage left at the state government. If you look at the economic survey, the onus of the fiscal deficit or the debt to GDP reduction now moves to the state, because the states are no longer being as sensible or frugal with our money.
But then Barnick states are also complaining that the devolution is actually not happening accurately. They are not receiving the money in
but
time.
that does not explain all the
schemes.
All the schemes and all the freebies and all. See, let's look at the state balance sheet, right?
Yeah.
I think nearly 40% of Indian states have stressed balance sheets, right? So again, I think the push is, instead of asking, what we should not do is to squeeze the small amount of people like us who pay taxes more.
That is exactly what's happening.
Yeah. But focus on ensuring that the taxes we collect are spent more efficiently.
Exactly.
And in general, if we are successful in creating more employment, creating more jobs, there will be more taxpayers who also come in.
Right.
So it is not about getting more taxes from a small group of people, but creating more taxpayers, which will only happen if there are investments.
If there is higher income.
Higher income which comes from higher investments and jobs.
Correct.
So that's the virtuous cycle we have to create.
And that is the impossible trinity that we are talking about.
So Karthik, if you showed the graphic on where the income comes from, 1 rupee comes from. If you look at where the money is spent, you'll see that we are just spending most of our money servicing debt, government debt.
Exactly.
Right. So where is the capital available to invest?
The highest outgo for us. But I want to quickly bring in even Vibha Dhawan into this conversation. And Vibha Dhawan, it is important to understand again in the context of flight of talent from this country. So some people call it tax terrorism. I think some people also, there is at least anecdotal data that suggests that there are many people who can afford to go out of this country and live in another country. It's happening because of better quality of life, and the first tick mark for them in their box is the quality of air. So as far as quality of air is concerned, do you think this should be that moment, 2026, where again, come October, come November, we are not really crying about extremely high AQI levels. We have seen that there is some policy initiative which is making our air cleaner. Let's start at least with the most basic fundamental right to breathe quality air.
Absolutely. And that is one of the most important points. I'll say in my generation, people were migrating out of the country because they were looking for better jobs. Today in India, we have an ecosystem where there is enough opportunities to work, But then it is especially those who are residing in cities like Delhi. Do we want to give this kind of air, this kind of life to our children? And therefore they are migrating out. And we ourselves, because if we look at the health burden, most of us in these 3 to 4 months, we are basically taking so much of cough syrup and cough tablets, and we are suffering. Look at the hospitals, the asthma cases. So it is really unbreathable air, and foreigners who visit us, they also tell us the same. How do you live in this country? So which is very
to come
bad.
to the country. I mean, a badminton player refuses to come to India for the 3rd time, says he doesn't feel safe breathing the air in New Delhi.
Absolutely, which is true. And you yourself, you ask, like for my grandchildren, every day I think about they are playing cricket, am I doing the right thing? So that is really a problem. And you are absolutely right. We start talking about or looking for band-aids when the air quality goes bad. Thereafter, we tend to forget what needs to be the long-term plan. And unless and until, and we are talking about wealth creation, income tax, all these things, they are important. But ultimately, what I want to give to my next generation is a planet where they can live.
Yeah.
And that is where I'll say all these things, green transition, energy transition, because if you want to clean your air, it's not simply that you are saying go back to the Stone Age. We are doing a portion. We know how much is coming from automobile, what is coming from air travel. We are looking at, we know what are the causes of those air pollution, but therefore we also have to treat those causes. How can they be more greener?
Right.
Whether it is electric vehicles, whether it is electricity for cooking, whatever. And that is where long-term policy and investments. So it is not air alone.
Right.
You have to look at crop residue management if you want clean air in Delhi.
Absolutely.
So therefore,
again, infrastructure investments is what we are talking about, and there we have visuals on the screen. Vibha Dhawan, and ladies and gentlemen, we are now bringing you this breaking news that the Union Cabinet has approved Union Budget 2026-27. We have the Finance Minister, we have the entire budget team, the men and women who make the Union Budget there outside Kartavya Bhavan, if I'm not mistaken, as they are about to now enter and present first table and then present the Union Budget. That's the entire budget team. We have the Chief Economic Advisor, we have MOS Finance, we have the Expenditure Secretary, we have the Financial Services Secretary, the Revenue Secretary, and we of course have one miss this time around, who is the Finance Secretary. This is one Union Budget where we don't have the Finance Secretary, part of the budget making process. Remember, Finance Secretary Sanjay Malhotra, former Finance Secretary Sanjay Malhotra, now the RBI Governor. So the rupee devaluation is also something that, Priyanka, we might spend a minute or two on, but usse pehle हम टैक्स की बात कर रहे हैं, और टैक्स के अंदर एक और कंपोनेंट है, वो है शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल गेन्स, लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स, और अब की बार काफी ये भी चर्चा चल रही है प्रियंका, और सिक्योरिटी ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स, और चर्चा ये भी चल रही है कि क्या फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट्स का टैक्सेशन बदला जाए ताकि बैंक्स को भी थोड़ा लिक्विडिटी मिले।
बिल्कुल, एसबीआई के प्रमुख जो है सीएस शेट्टी, उन्होंने कल ही बयान दिया है कि भाई इक्विटी को इतनी आप जो है तरजीह देते हैं, लेकिन बैंक डिपॉजिट को आप नजरअंदाज कर देते हैं। देखिए, बहुत ही आसान होगा यादव सर को इन क्वेश्चंस के लिए हम ग्रिल करें, लेकिन मैं बार्नेक जी, मैं इकोनॉमिस्ट के हैट आपको कहूंगी पहनिए और मुझे ये बताइए कि भाई आपने देखा एफआईआईज की सेलिंग, हम इसका सामना करते रहे, बाजार का मूड बहुत, ट्रंप साहब, एफआईआईज, किसी ने भी बाजार को कोई खुशखबरी नहीं दी है, ठीक है। उसके ऊपर से एफडीआई की पाइपलाइन, जिस पर हम सबने अभी बात की है। अब हम बात कर रहे हैं टैक्स को, कैसे टैक्स को लेकर के जो डर है उसे हटाने की। एसटीटी को बढ़ा दिया गया पिछले बजट में। जब एलटीसीजी लाया गया था तो कहा था कि एसटीटी जो है वो नहीं, फिर भी लेकिन हम डबल टैक्सेशन लग रहा है। और ये टैक्स जो है, समीर अरोड़ा हीलियोस कैपिटल के, उन्होंने इस बात को ट्वीट किया कि भाई हम एफआईआईज को लाने के लिए हमें कुछ करना होगा, बाजार का मूड बदलने के लिए कुछ करना होगा, कहीं ना कहीं इकोनॉमी की नब्ज का एक वो बहुत अहम हिस्सा है। तो एसटीटी, सिक्योरिटीज ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स, एलटीसीजी और एसटीसीजी, शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल गेन्स पर टैक्स, इस पर आपको लगता है सरकार इसे हाथ लगाएगी या कहेगी रहने दो, अगले बजट में देखेंगे?
देखिए, मेरा बहुत शिकायत है सरकार से एलटीसीजी, एसटीसीजी, एसटीसी पे। लास्ट 2-3 साल इंडियन मार्केट्स आर नॉट अट्रैक्टिव फॉर इक्विटी इन्वेस्टमेंट्स फॉर इवन रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स। आप देखिए, रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट्स हैव कम डाउन फ्रॉम 15-20% टू नाउ अंडर 10%। इंडियन बाजार सबसे घटिया परफॉर्मिंग बाजार है इफ यू लुक एट कंपेयर टू इवन डेवलप्ड मार्केट्स भी। And सबसे बड़ा issue जो है foreign portfolio investor है is actually the value of the rupee and the prospect of further devaluation.
Yes.
While the government spins, and the economic survey also spun that the rupee is very attractive for investors to invest. अगर rupee का value और गिर जाए तो investors नहीं आएंगे, right? So currency stability is important. But short-term capital gain tax है LTCG में कोई आशा नहीं है. सरकार इधर उधर थोड़ा टिंकर करेगी. In fact, जो mandarins है finance ministry के, they always find ways to add a little bit of tax burden here and there, bring more products in.
But some sort of some sort of uniformity across the definition of LTCG across asset classes, or is that also asking for too much? And also, sort of getting rid of these complications around indexation benefits and this and that.
I think उसको काफी हद तक पिछले बजट में कम करके
I think there has been
बजट में काफी यूनिफॉर्म कर दिया है.
Right.
इवन शॉर्ट टर्म और लॉन्ग टर्म एंड आल्सो इंडेक्सेशन चला गया.
टर्म आपका एसेट क्लासेस के लिए तो अलग ही है ना अभी तक ओपी यादव जी. आपका इक्विटी मार्केट्स में 1 साल है, आपका फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट्स में अलग है.
फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट तो एसेट है ही नहीं, राइट?
अच्छा, ओके.
बाकी के लिए 2 साल का पीरियड है एंड लिमिटेड जो है उनके लिए 3 इयर्स है.
लेकिन अब गोल्ड और सिल्वर की बात कर लेते हैं. फिजिकल गोल्ड के लिए अलग टैक्सेशन है. इक्विटी म्यूचुअल फंड आप फंड ऑफ फंड में कर रहे हैं उसके लिए अलग है. ईटीएफ में कर रहे हैं तो उसके लिए अलग है. तो गोल्ड और सिल्वर के बारे में हम कैसे बात नहीं करें? गोल्ड और सिल्वर में क्या चल रहा है? श्रीधर, योर टेक ऑन गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, I mean, I know you're not comfortable in Hindi, so I'm going to put this question to you in English. You think, after we saw the import duty slash on gold from 15 to 6, do we see from 6 to going beyond, or will FM take a stand and increase the duty?
Well, I can't pretend to know her mind, but I think, Priyanka, the most important thing for people to understand, and it's something I've written about more than a year ago, on why I expect the gold to be in some sort of a secular bull run in this time, because of the global uncertainty and the debasement, as we call it, of the fiat currency, which is a printed currency. The kind of money that US has printed, the debt it's running now at $38 trillion. There is at some level a fundamental loss of faith which investors are experiencing when it comes to fiat currency. They don't feel that their money is safe, the value of the money is going to remain safe. So historically what humans have done is, in moments of uncertainty and when they fear about the overall security of their wealth, they typically move their money into gold, and that's what we are seeing happening. And I don't see anything going forward, given the geopolitical environment, which tells me that the uncertainty or the fear of global investors is going to go away. There's fear not just on the trade front, but there's real issue on war. Now we have Iran also. That whole issue could flare up anytime. We don't know. Ukraine hasn't been settled yet. So there is a lot of uncertainty. In this environment, I think you can't blame investors if they seek safety in gold. And why should the Indian investor behave any differently? In fact, the Indian investor has historically been very savvy. Our grandmothers, for example, they've been the smartest of investors, I would say, who always told their sons, "Beti ke liye lo, gold lo. You should invest in gold." And Indian households, if you include the government holding and the private holding in India, we are, China and India are probably the two largest gold holders.
I think if numbers are to be believed, the household sort of,
of India, what's more
tangible household
35,000 tons
are almost as much as the GDP of the country. Well, we have about 6 minutes to go now on the clock for the union budget, and we have 6 experts with us. I thought let's give all of them one minute each to really tell us at this point, Priyanka, that one specific tangible expectation from budget 2026, and if it doesn't come through, it is going to hurt them, trouble them and make them upset. Let's first begin with Vibha Dhawan. Vibha Dhawan, 1 minute, one expectation that you have your eyes peeled on budget 2026 for.
Well, I'll say a research budget for energy transition, that should be increased.
Okay, budget for energy transition, that must be increased is the word coming in. Dilip Chenoy, industry expectation, auto expectation, crypto expectation, because you have a vast experience having dealt with all these different sort of sectors. One expectation that you think you have as Dilip Chenoy, what is that one expectation you have from budget 2026?
I think that there should be a great focus on manufacturing and jobs in this budget. And, Karthik, I'll be failing in my duty if I don't say something on the virtual digital assets.
Okay.
I think it's high time we reduce the TDS and at least allowed set-off of losses in this sector. Forget the taxation rate, but reducing the TDS at least from 1% to 0.1% to 0.1% and allowing set-off of losses, and this is what we expect.
Right, offsetting of losses and reduction of TDS. I think fair expectations when it comes to virtual digital assets. Siddharth, linked to VDAs is also this entire sort of boom in digital, in technology, in AI, in GCCs, and of course in semiconductors, which are likely to power this entire AI revolution as well as the entire production revolution in the country. One expectation from Budget 2026.
I think the 1 lakh crore RDI fund needs to actually be actioned out and budgeted out as well. We've heard about this for quite some time, but we don't know what the yearly budgetary allocation is going to be. Front load a large amount of it, get to know the bureaucracy, allow this capital to end up flowing. That's the only way we end up seeing a benefit. And ESOP taxation. I think for 11 years we've been asking ESOP taxation. That comes in, AI engineers will come back. We will actually see an AI renaissance in this country.
Okay. And 3 more budget expectations to go. But before that, one quick break. When we come back, we'll have maybe just about a minute or so for Budget 2026. Let's slip into a very short break and more budget expectations after that.
यार सोच रहा हूँ पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लेता हूँ ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना। तू भी ले ले। यार अभी तो यंग है यार, बाद में देखते हैं। आजा।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
With Skoda Supercare and growing network across 180 plus cities, you never drive alone.
Skoda.
Philippines.
टाटा कैपिटल बिजनेस लोन के साथ इन्होंने की बिजनेस एक्सपेंशन की जिद पूरी।
वेलकम बैक। आप हैं न्यूज 9 पर। जी हाँ, आप हमेशा यहाँ पर अंग्रेजी में बातचीत सुनते हैं, लेकिन आज बजट के दिन कार्तिक मल्होत्रा और मैं आपसे इंग्लिश और हिंदी दोनों में बात कर रहे हैं ताकि हम हिंदी व्यूअर्स तक भी पहुंच सके। बजट बस चंद मिनट अब दूर है और हम 1 मिनट के अंदर वहां संसद भवन में जब वित्त मंत्री पेश करेंगे अपना बजट, अब उनसे मुखातिब होने वाले हैं। लेकिन उससे पहले 3 गेस्ट जो हमारे साथ हैं उनकी एक बजट लिस्ट, और मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूंगी आज श्रीधरन सर से। सर, आपकी क्या बजट से उम्मीदें हैं?
मेरी एक ही उम्मीद है प्रियंका जी, जो प्रधानमंत्री खुद बात करते हैं, विच इज मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस। इसको मैं जो है हमारे पॉलिसी में डिप्लॉय होते हुए देखना चाहूंगा, वेदर इट इज सिंपलर टैक्सेस, सिंपलर ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस। अगर हम जो है हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, हमारे इंडस्ट्री को छोड़ देंगे अपना काम करने के लिए बिना किसी परेशानी के, बिना जो बाधा हम क्रिएट करते हैं, वेदर इट्स थ्रू ब्यूरोक्रेटिक हर्डल्स जो भी है, अगर हम उसको छोड़ देते हैं, देखिए भारत 3rd ही नहीं सबसे बड़ा इकोनॉमी बन सकता है। इतना पोटेंशियल इस देश का, हमें उस पोटेंशियल को पूरा हमें वो करना है। और प्रधानमंत्री जो कहते हैं मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट मैक्सिमम, वो सबसे अच्छा मंत्र है, हमें उसको इंप्लीमेंट करना चाहिए।
मुझे छोड़ दो मेरे हाल पे, मुझे छोड़ दो, मुझे काम करने दो,
मुझे करने दो अपना।
रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस की गाड़ी कैसे भागेगी? यूपी यादव जी, आप क्या चाहते हैं इस बजट से?
मेरा कहना है कि आउटडेटेड प्रोविजन जो इनकम टैक्स एक्ट के अंदर है, जस्ट लाइक मैंने डिस्कस किया आपको गिफ्ट टू डॉटर इन लॉ, एंड जो गिफ्ट का टैक्सेशन है 50,000 के अबव, उसको दूर किया जाए, उसको बढ़ाया जाए लिमिट को, और फेस्ट असेसमेंट स्कीम के अंदर बदलाव लाए जाए जिससे लोगों टैक्स फ्रेंडली हो सके।
Banik, 10 seconds. Finance Minister is about to present the budget. What is your expectation?
I want investment promotion framework and a budget speech under 100 minutes because those speeches are better.
All right, let's see. The countdown has begun. There will be 100 minutes on item number 1.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay
on the table a copy each of the following papers, Hindi and English versions, under Article 281 of the Constitution, report for 2026 to 2031, Volume 1, main report of the 16th Finance Commission. 2. Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3, explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin Part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, And given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by 3 Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our Kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first Kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through and approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for Self-Reliance in Natural Fibers, such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, one district, one product ODOP initiative, and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research, and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGT MSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, RITES have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated RITES. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform-cum-result-based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprises Standing Committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges and research institutions, skill centers and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, centers and residential complexes, girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote immersive experiences, 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. The visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakhi Gadi, Adichanallur, Sarnath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent, which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers, which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1. Increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B. Empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C. Empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D. Focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2. Strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A. A credit-linked subsidy program. B. Scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises. C. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry. I'll read that again. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry-focused integrated value chains. And D. Encourage creation of livestock farmer-producer organizations. High-value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. All of them will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards, and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, Alimco, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. To unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. Focus on Purvodaya states and northeastern Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27. compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers, wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities, wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose. Address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others. I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for two categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. A hindrance to the ease of doing business, I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards Ind AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set-off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set-off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set-off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Vikasit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant and animal and wildlife products accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
One and a half hours.
आइटम नंबर 3 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Item number 2, sir.
3.
3. Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 4, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए. जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है. माननीय मंत्री जी, आप विधेयक पुनर्स्थापित करें.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है. बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है. सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has presented her 9th consecutive budget, and it seems nothing really coming out of it as far as especially even the stock markets are concerned. In fact, Sensex and Nifty are down about 1% or so, and nothing really unique as far as that goes, because on budget day, during budget speech, we in any case have historically seen markets underperform. And that is exactly what we are seeing even today as far as the Indian stock markets go. In fact, even the banking and financial services stocks are down. SBI is down about 3% or so. IT sector also, despite what we are hearing on the safe harbor clause, no real positive development there. HCL Tech down about 3%, and that is what we are really picking up right now. As far as even the personal, as far as even the direct taxes go, the individual income taxes go, absolutely no change whatsoever seems to be the first reaction. In fact, we had started our coverage this morning by trying to understand if Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will deliver on that impossible trinity where we were talking about boosting exports, where we were talking about creating more jobs and getting more FDI. Well, it seems that a lot more was expected from that budget, while the Finance Minister has given a glide path, so to speak, for the low debt to GDP of 50% by 2030-31, and there has been some push even as far as exports go, especially by way of some cut in customs duties as far as import of equipment which would be required for manufactured output of textiles, of apparel, accessories, of leather goods. But beyond that, specifically on job creation, nothing really coming out. We have our experts here with us. Shri, let's first bring you into this discussion. Budget speeches over a little under 1.5 hours, a little under 90 minutes. Barnik had hoped for under 100 minutes. Yeah, the Finance Minister did deliver under 100-minute speech, but nothing really popping out as far as impetus to growth is concerned, isn't it?
So, Karthik, earlier in the day, we discussed the three, impossible trinity, so to say. And I'm glad that at least on the fiscal discipline front, we are on track. So, we are sticking to our fiscal deficit number of 4.5%.
4.4% for this year.
And government borrowing also seems to be in control. So from a macro perspective, I think there's much stability in terms of our fiscal discipline.
Yeah.
So I think that's one good news coming. But I think the big thing which is missing is something we could have done to basically send the signal out to the world that India is ready for business, especially in this juncture. So I don't see any big headlines coming from the finance minister on what is going to really incentivize greater investment in India from, let's say, FIIs or FDI. So that would have been desirable. And I think the markets in some sense are reacting possibly to the fact that, there is no great stimulus as such, apart from the fact that, of course, the government is going to keep up and marginally increase its investment, its own investment in, public expenditure by way of public expenditure. So that's good. But I don't think there are any big growth impulses which have been unveiled in this budget, and that's the reaction I think we're seeing from the market now.
Barnik, so 4.4% fiscal deficit pretty much on track, one would say, for this financial year. A slight climb down, 4.3% for next year, a positive for the economy, but no real roadmap to getting there. While we have, heard the finance minister talk about ease of doing business, promoting ease of doing business, no concrete steps really as far as that one challenge is concerned.
Yeah, I think we have to look at the details of the proposals, because as usual the devil is in the detail. I would have expected more announcements on the manufacturing and job growth front. I think there is continuation of some measures like the Indian Semiconductor Mission, the Electronic Component Manufacturing Mission, the Rare Earth Magnet Mission. But again, I did not hear any big budget outlays. I did not hear any reference to a PLI 2.2 or 2.3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we heard absolutely
nothing, right?
PLI,
this usually PLI defines the budget.
Expansion of PLI should have been there at least.
Nothing. And the capital expenditure, while the finance minister announced, is at a marginal increase of 11.2 lakh crores.
Right, 12.2 lakh crore rupees now.
11.2 to 12.2, but as a percentage of GDP, it is still hovering around 3 to 3.5%.
Right.
So obviously, fiscal prudence seems to have taken more precedence than taking risks on growth. But again, we have to see some of the details of a lot of these hundreds of schemes getting announced, and 1,000 crores here, 5,000 crores here, 10,000 crores there. Whether that will get us anywhere has to be seen in the details. And as usual, the government may take another 3 to 6 months to promulgate the policy around it. But again, I'm very surprised that a lot of expectations around a Kusum 2.0.
Yeah, especially
more
at a
PLI
time like
schemes.
this where everybody is talking about tariffs, you know that your exports are under some sort of a threat. But even Priyanka, if you were to talk about the income tax,
Absolutely.
income tax के ऊपर तो कुछ भी नहीं निकल के आया.
आप लोगों की जो बातचीत में जो वो है ना साउंड, हम लोग सुबह जितने एक्साइटेड थे इस बजट को सुनने के बाद उतने एक्साइटेड नहीं लग रहा है, और वही इनकम टैक्स में भी नजर आ रहा है.
इनकम टैक्स पे तो कुछ भी बदलाव नहीं आया, स्लैब्स में कुछ चेंज नहीं आया, बल्कि सिक्योरिटी ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स तो बढ़ा दिया थोड़ा.
इसलिए आप देख रहे हैं इक्विटी मार्केट हमारे जो है वहां पर दबाव नजर आ रहा है, और साथ में गोल्ड और सिल्वर भी लगातार अब अपने डाउनवर्ड स्लाइड में ही नजर आ रहे हैं.
प्रियंका, मैंने बताया था टैक्स बढ़ेगा, कम नहीं होगा.
बिल्कुल बढ़ेगा. मेरे अंदर दिल की आवाज यही थी, और बढ़ेगा, और मैं सही ठहर रहे इस बार. गौरी चड्ढा मेरे साथ टैक्स एक्सपर्ट जुड़ चुकी हैं. वेलकम गौरी. गौरी, बहुत सारी उम्मीदें थी, कुछ होता हुआ नजर नहीं आया.
देखिए प्रियंका, मैं तो ये बोलूँगी कि जो एक्सपेक्ट किया था बजट वैसा ही आया है, एज पर एक्सपेक्टेशन आया है. उसके दो कारण हैं. पहला कि जैसा आपने भी कहा, कोई टैक्स में चेंज होने वाला था नहीं, हुआ भी नहीं. लास्ट ईयर बहुत चेंजेस हो गए थे, इस साल उसमें कोई चेंज नहीं होने वाला था. और जैसा हम शो से बजट से पहले भी अपने शो में डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि प्रोसीजरल चेंजेस बहुत सारे होने चाहिए, और वो सारे हुए हैं. बहुत सारे चेंजेस हुए हैं, और इतने सारे चेंजेस हुए हैं कि मुझे लगता है चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स को पढ़ने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा डेटा दे दिया है, बहुत सारे सेक्शंस दे दिए हैं. टैक्स पेयर्स को कुछ नहीं दिया है. उनको ना कोई टैक्स में रिलीफ दिया है, कोई डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट कुछ भी नहीं है. वो कोई भी पॉइंट में ये नहीं सोच सकते कि यहाँ हमारा टैक्स बचेगा. STT जबकि बढ़ा दिया है, वो एक नेगेटिव ही हुआ है. लेकिन प्रोसीजरल जो चेंजेस हुए हैं, आप अगर देखेंगे लास्ट ईयर और इस साल को कंपेयर करेंगे, मेरा ये मानना है ये चेंजेस करने के बाद इस साल टैक्स पेयर्स को रिटर्न फाइलिंग में जो दिक्कतें आई हैं वो नहीं आएंगी. कुछ रिलीफ दिए गए हैं, जैसे कि जो रिवाइज्ड रिटर्न भरने की डेट पहले 31 मार्च ही हुआ करती थी, कुछ साल पहले 31 दिसंबर कर दी गई. अब फिर से सरकार ने रियलाइज़ किया, स्पेशली बिकॉज इस साल बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम आई, बिकॉज यूटिलिटी लेट रिलीज हुई. मुझे लगता है वो भी इस बार टाइम से होगी. फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने मेंशन किया है. डेट एक्सटेंड की गई, रिवाइज रिटर्न की डेट का जो टाइम था, पीरियड था, वो बहुत कम रह गया। अब उसको बढ़ा के 31 मार्च दोबारा कर दिए है और विद पेनल्टी चाहे, बट आई थिंक इससे इन चीज़ों से और जो डेट्स बाकी भी रिटर्न फाइलिंग की बढ़ाई है, मुझे लगता है इससे टैक्स पेयर्स को काफ़ी फायदा होगा।
Okay, let's now head across to Manoj Mishra, partner and tax controversy management leader from Grant Thornton Bharat, joining us. Mr. Mishra, thank you so much for your time, sir. I want to understand, of course, there has been a lot which has been said about tax compliance and ease of compliance. We've also heard that the penalty has potentially reduced from 300% to about 100%, and there's a longer window available to rectify tax returns. So that is as far as individual taxation goes. As far as custom duties go, we have seen a few cuts. We've seen, at least as far as the export-centric sectors go, we've seen the finance minister give some concessions on import of equipment required for manufacturing those export-worthy products. So overall, on the individual compliance front, and to boost the economy by way of exports by reducing custom duty, how do you see the budget, sir?
So, first reaction is that it is a budget for the orange economy. So, it is focused on ease of doing business rather than tweaking with the tax rates. So, in fact, it was expected that since they came out with the new Income Tax Act, so making changes in the new act definitely was not on the card. Second, they have for GST, recently they had GST 2.0. So definitely all the amendment related to GST has already been taken care of. We were expecting tweaking in customs rates, but that has not been done. I can understand revenue pressure on that. But yes, she tried to do as she expected, to do away with the exemption notification and bring those rates in the customs tariff as well. So overall, focus was on consolidation rather than implementing anything new. So I agree with Gauri that we were not even expecting. Yes, some we are chartered accountants or lawyers representing various industries. So there were expectations. We were expecting that she will be out with the amnesty schemes for customs, but looks like she decided otherwise and gave a window where you can pay additional amount to get rid of your old litigation. But yes, we have to look into the fine print. There could be various other things which was not said in the budget speech. So for that, we'll have to wait and go through the fine print.
मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने जैसा कहा कि भाई टैक्स के साथ कुछ टेंकरिंग नहीं की है, प्रोसीजर्स में जो चेंजेस किए हैं, लेकिन एक टैक्स जो चुभ रहा है वो है सिक्योरिटी ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स ऑन फ्यूचर्स, और इसने मार्केट के सेंटिमेंट को आज बजट वाले दिन, रविवार के दिन मार्केट सेंटिमेंट को गड़बड़ा दिया है। एसटीटी पर आपके व्यूज, और क्या ये इस वक्त किया जाना जरूरी था वित्त मंत्री के लिए? क्या इसको वो लेट गो नहीं कर सकती थी इस बार?
इनफैक्ट मैं एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ इसका, सो आई शेयर योर कंसर्न एंड डेफिनेटली शी कुड हैव अवॉइडेड दैट एंड इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू गार्नर सो मच ऑफ रेवेन्यू, बट देयर वुड बी सम कंपेलिंग रीजन. Maybe direct tax expert and security tax expert would be better person to explain that.
So let's take it to Harsh Rungta then. Let's take it to Harsh Rungta. Harsh Rungta, this is pretty much a surprise which has been sprung by the finance minister at a time when there was a cut warranted in security transaction tax. There you have the finance minister once again using a very, very heavy hand when it comes to F&O trade. While I understand there is risk mitigation as far as, even SEBI's guidelines are concerned, but increasing the security transaction tax, it's hurting sentiments. Is it going to hurt, market participation too?
Yeah, most certainly, because if you look at the global standards with regards to the cost that is incurred in transacting in India, we're already on the higher side. Now, while we are on the higher side, and then to increase it further is definitely going to have a negative impact on the volumes at least. However, I concur with you on this part that SEBI has been very vocal in the recent times to say that retail investors or the small investors dabbling into F&O is something that is counterintuitive for themselves. So basically, they're incurring losses. So approximately 93% of the people who trade, individuals who trade in F&O, are incurring losses. So I think, there was a measure required in that context to dissuade retail investors from trading into FNOs. However, I don't think the purpose is going to be met by increasing the STT rates. Why? Because the majority of the transactions done in the FNO segment is by institutions. So I think it is counterintuitive to that extent that we are already very expensive globally when it comes to transaction cost while dealing in capital markets. And this is only going to add more salt to the wound.
राइट तो एसटीटी को लेकर के अच्छी खबर हमें नहीं मिली है और डेफिनेटली बाजारों का रिएक्शन कुछ वैसा ही आते हुए। वेंकटेश नायडू, चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर बजाज कैपिटल इंश्योरेंस ब्रोकिंग मेरे साथ हैं। वेंकटेश, आपको ये बजट कैसा दिख रहा है? इंश्योरेंस को लेकर ये उम्मीद जागी हुई थी कि शायद नई टैक्स रिजीम में हम सेक्शन 80D की एंट्री देखेंगे, वैसा नहीं हुआ है। आप इस बजट को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
बहुत ही बोरिंग बजट रहा as far as the insurance industry is concerned, प्रियंका जी। तो expectations हाई थी, but like everybody said, काफी changes आ चुकी थी। Sometimes boring is good। पिछले साल already income tax में काफी benefit दे दिया था, और जैसे बाकी लोगों ने बताया सितंबर में the GST 2.0 में काफी relief दे दिया था by removing GST, making all insurance products, retail insurance product को GST exempt बना दिया। ओके, तो काफी चेंजेस एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं थी, बट एक्सपेक्टेशन था कि 80D में रिलीफ मिलेगा और इंडिविजुअल इंश्योरर्स को नॉर्मल पीपल बिलो सीनियर सिटीजन उनको रिलीफ मिलता कि 25,000 से 50,000 80D का लिमिट मिल जाता, और सीनियर सिटीजन को अप टू 1 लाख का रिलीफ मिल जाता, क्योंकि आजकल इंश्योरेंस प्रोडक्ट, मेडिकल इंश्योरेंस प्रोडक्ट्स का प्राइसिंग काफी हाई हो गया है। तो ये एक्सपेक्टेड था, और पेंशन में भी सीनियर सिटीजन्स को रिलीफ मिलेगा इनकम टैक्स के हिसाब से, ये भी एक्सपेक्टेड था। तो ये ना आना काफी बड़ा ब्लो है, बट रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स को कोई भी इम्पैक्ट नहीं पड़ा है, ना नेगेटिव पड़ा है ना पॉजिटिव पड़ा है। तो
right. Mr. Naidu, just staying with the theme of insurance, I think we've still heard at least a few announcements when it comes to critical drugs, when it comes to, I think, also exempting 7 import items when it comes to critical drug manufacturing, and add to that overall some outlay as far as healthcare goes. So in some sense, one would argue good news for the insurance industry, right? People are not going to fall as sick and will potentially get treated, and hence the insurance payout may not be required.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. I think, as an extension to insurance, certainly 2 things are going to happen by these measures that have been brought in. Of course, people falling ill, whether it's going to go down or not, that's anybody's guess. But what is going to happen is treatment costs may come down, as a result of which the impact on health insurance companies' bottom lines may come down. As a result of which the pricing on retail, insurance takers may come down is the hope. But again, it's only time that will tell if that benefit is going to be passed on to retail insurance takers or not.
Absolutely. Let me also introduce at this moment Lieutenant General Rajiv Chaudhary, former DG at Border Roads. General Chaudhary, defense outlay is something that we were really keen on hearing some news from, especially in the context of Ops Sindoor, the kind of deals that we are signing with, on defense cooperation with countries, whether it is Russia at one end or EU at another. But pretty much no mention of defense budgets this time around. Do you think there's a reason why the government has not really touched upon defense? We haven't even heard anything on drones for that matter, sir.
No, that is a good question, but let me also give you some assurance that government has looked quite keenly on the defense budget, and when we see the details, we'll come to know that there is a concentrated focus, and especially on the strategic infrastructure, as I talk about. If we compare from 2008 to 2020 till Galwan, it was constantly GS roads for 2,500 crores. It means the compensation factor itself reduces the budget's value over 9 to 10 years. It makes it half. But from Galwan was a trigger, 2020, it has been increasing at a rate of 12 to 14%. And from 2,500 last year it was 7,147 crores. So I feel, as they have realized that it is an essential strategic infrastructure, essential component of the national power, and it has been used constantly by China as as a deterrence. Infrastructure has been used by China as a deterrence. So India has realized the importance of strategic infrastructure, and also for the dual use for military as well as civil on the border areas. And Vibrant Village program is going on, and Arunachal Frontier Highway is going on. Shingkunla Tunnel, which is going to be the highest in the world, that is under fast progress. And there is a emphasis on infrastructure in middle sector, that is Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. So government is looking at it very keenly, and we expect that this year they should dedicate approximately 8,000 crores to border roads for the strategic infrastructure. And tunnel, basically my hope is that dedicated funds should be given for the tunnels, Shingkunla Tunnel and Chealik Tunnel in Uttarakhand, and there's a tunnel going to come up in Sikkim. On the Manali highway, there are 3 tunnels: Barlachla, Lachungla, and Tangangla.
Right.
So there's quite a emphasis on the budget. The only thing what I feel, they should have non-lapsable funds for the defense issues, capital basically. So because there are a lot of things, the projects and the procurements, which we are not able to consume the budget in the same year.
Right.
So that is one recommendation. And also we should have inter-ministerial coordination for the infrastructure, because a lot of funds come to MORTH, a lot of funds come to MHA for infrastructure. But there's no coordinated looking at all these funds when we talk about the strategic infrastructure, especially on the northern borders, in the backdrop of relationship with China.
Absolutely.
Especially. And now as Trumpism is coming in and the India-EU deal has been finalized, there is going to be a lot of self-sustaining in the defense sector. We have to cater for Atmanirbharta. So I feel government is looking at it. Maybe as the details come out, we will come to know that it is not that post-op Sindoor, we have not been able to dedicate it fund for
Fair enough.
all the capital.
We'll have to wait for the fine print. We'll have to wait for the fine print to see. And even that 12.2 lakh crore rupees of capex allocation, how much of that is actually going to go into infra development, especially on the tunnels and the northeastern corridor that General Chaudhary is talking about? Of course, we will come into that. Priyanka.
मैं टैक्सेस पर एक बात ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि हम सुबह ही बात कर रहे थे कि फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स को कैसे भारत लाया जाए, तो मुझे लगता है रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए, पर्सन ऑफ इंडियन ओरिजिन के लिए जो लिमिट बढ़ाई गई है, गौरी इसको जरा समझाइए। 10 से 24% कर दिया गया है। साथ ही में जो ओवरसीज पैकेजेस पर जब इन्होंने टीसीएस बढ़ाया था और एजुकेशन को एलआरएस में भी रिलैक्सेशन दिया गया है, दीज आर स्टेप इन द राइट डायरेक्शन। गौरी,
देखिए इसमें अगेन कोई डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट टैक्स पेयर्स को नहीं दिया गया है टैक्स सेविंग के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। जो पहले आपने बात की फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स को इंडिया में लाने की, तो उस केस में डेफिनेटली लिमिट बढ़ाई गई है और इससे हमारा फॉरेन इनफ्लो आएगा। लिस्टेड कंपनीज में ओवरऑल लिमिट उनके लिए 24% कर दी गई है पोर्टफोलियो मैनेजमेंट सर्विसेज के थ्रू, विच इज़ अ वेरी गुड स्टेप, और इससे हमारा इन्वेस्टर्स हमारे वापस आएंगे। सेकेंडली, जो टीसीएस की लिमिट्स रिड्यूस की गई हैं, तो अगर हम इसको ऐसे समझें तो टीसीएस कोई एडिशनल टैक्स तो था नहीं। पहली बात, हमें जो हमारा टीसीएस कलेक्ट होता था वो 26 में रिफ्लेक्ट करता था और हम उसका बेनिफिट बाद में ले पाते थे। ये एक तरीका था कि किसी तरह से जहाँ पे हम हाई वैल्यू ट्रांजैक्शंस कर रहे हैं, सरकार को पहले ही उसमें से कुछ शेयर मिल जाए। हालांकि कुछ केसेस में तो पूरा ही रिफंड क्लेम कर दिया जाता था जहाँ पे टैक्स बनता ही नहीं था। तो इस केस में डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट कुछ नहीं है। डेफिनेटली टैक्स पेयर्स के हाथ में जो वर्किंग कैपिटल कहें या जो पैसा उनके हाथ में लंबे समय तक रहता था, वो बीच में खत्म हो गया था क्योंकि टीसीएस के रेट्स बहुत बढ़ा दिए गए थे। उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से अच्छा है कि आपका पैसा आप ही के पास रहेगा, लेकिन टैक्स की कोई छूट नहीं दी गई है। और ये अगेन एक प्रोसीजरल चेंज है और टीसीएस में भी चेंजेस किए गए हैं, ऐसे टीडीएस में भी किए गए हैं, और ये एक अगेन वेलकम स्टेप है। और इनके रेट्स ऑलरेडी कम ही होने चाहिए थे, ये अननेसेसरी मुझे लगता है काफ़ी बढ़ा दिए गए थे, स्पेशली टूर पैकेजेस और एजुकेशनल जो अमाउंट था उस पर।
Okay, well, we were also talking about investments. We've been able to cut out a snippet of what the finance minister had said specifically on railways. If that clip is ready, let's just listen to what the finance minister specifically said on railway development.
In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri.
Okay, so Finance Minister there really talking about the railway corridor and the connectivity, especially in the eastern part of the country and northeast. But, before we go any further, let's just pull up how markets have been reacting. And in fact, no surprise really, because markets, in any case, during budget speeches on budget days, usually are in the lower territory. And it's just when the fine print is available and the real direct sectoral impact is visible, that is when one tends to see some sort of an uptick, if any. But as things stand right now, we've seen a kind of fall that isn't quite normal even for budget day and from budget day standards. In fact, Nifty 50 is down 1.15% or so, just about kissing distance of 25,000 levels. It might just slip below 25,000 levels if the trend continues to be this way. Sensex, meanwhile, is also down. Sensex is down almost 1 full percentage point to about 81,500 odd levels, in fact, below that. And despite all that we've heard by way of export competitiveness, reduction in custom duties, which favor the MSME space and the manufacturers, we are seeing even the small cap and the mid cap space is taking a bit of a beating today. In fact, the small cap sector is down. The small cap 100 index is down 2.25 percentage point. Let's also try and pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and look at some of the large cap stocks and how their sectors and their specific stocks are responding to budget speech, which was just presented. And in fact, it seems to be pretty much a sea of red, except for just pharma sector. And again, given that those 17 cancer drugs are exempt from customs duty, so we see Sun Pharma up. We also see Dr. Reddy's up. Beyond that, the entire Nifty 50 heat map seems to be, in a sea of red. In fact, energy minerals, including Reliance, ONGC, Coal India, all down more than a percentage each. Coal India is down about 3.5% or so. Look at the banking and financial services side. In fact, SBI is down about 3.8% or so. And so is the case with Bajaj Finance, down about 2.2%. The entire auto sector, the entire consumer durable sector is also in the red. So overall, Shri, the market seems to be giving a very, very strong thumbs down to Budget 2026 at a time when they needed reassurance, at a time when we needed those foreign investors to trickle back into capital markets.
So this is a reflection of the market's disappointment, Karthik. We've spent the whole of last year pretty much stuck in the doldrums. Markets haven't gone anywhere. We've seen record FII outflow, 1,60,000 crore, which has gone out of the markets. So I think, and then on top of that, you have the STT, which has been increased, which is, although, it's marginal, but I think what it does is hurts the sentiment. It tells you that the government, is not that market friendly. I think that's a signal that the, investors and market participants take from such a move. So I think it was needless anyway. We've gone ahead and done it. The big thing I think which the market have really missed is that there should have been some big growth drivers which the government would have announced, or some incentives to bring the FIIs back. I think these are some major misses, I would say. I mean, no one has, I haven't gone through the fine print yet. There may be something that we're missing, but I think the collective mood right now, as far as the market's concerned, that there is nothing which basically tells me that the year ahead is going to be much better than what we had, last year. So in terms of sentiment, this definitely has not boosted the market sentiment, and the market isn't finding anything right now to cheer about Budget 2026, Karthik.
Right, except for exactly 4 stocks in the green territory right now, Barnick, and all of them belonging to either the pharma space or the healthcare space. Max Health is up about 3.5%. Dr. Reddy's is up 0.6%. Sun Pharma is up about 1.2%. The only aberration in the 4 out of the 50 stocks on Nifty 50 which are in the green also happens to be Wipro, which is up about 1.3%. Is this to do with with something that we heard on on that exemption of I'm forgetting the term that the finance minister used, the safe harbor.
I think it might
investment.
be a safe harbor norm. Maybe it's a reflection on cloud services.
Yeah, tax holiday
and all of that. So listen, I think maybe, right? I don't think it's a terrible budget or a bad budget. I think it's a budget of continuity. It's a budget of continuing the progress. I think the only shortcoming of the budget is that it has not lived up to the hype the government itself created. I think people were expecting a bulletproof budget. The finance minister also used Reform Express, but there were very little reforms mentioned other than procedural reforms in customs duty. So I think let's look at the fine print of the budget when it gets announced. Even beyond the fine print, let's look at some of these new schemes which have got promulgated to see what kind of either tax holidays or investments the government is going to make. I think till some of that fine print is reviewed by everyone, I think the markets will continue to slide sideways, right, with no possibility of upside unless
so
something...
So is it because, because whatever has been announced will take time to be implemented, you know, whether we are talking about textile park, whether we are talking about rare earth mineral, they've addressed it, but इनको implement करने में और इनका असर देखने में हमें समय लगेगा.
So देखिए पहले तो ये पार्क पे पार्क, right, last 10 साल से logistics park, textile park, so ये पार्क पे पार्क होए जा रहा है, but there are no real parks. I'm just telling you. So I think a lot of people look at park policies and say, listen, where are the parks and what has really happened, right?
Yeah.
That being said, I think some other motions like the India Semiconductor Mission 1.0 was reasonably successful. Prime Minister announced a Mission 2.0. There are 2 other schemes which have come in. Let us see again the fine print of that. But the most important thing which India needs is foreign long-term capital, which is both portfolio investors and also direct investors. And there was nothing in the budget to suggest that there is something on ease of doing business.
Right.
There is at least an intent to have consistency in tax, right?
Right.
Some of these announcements actually investors look for before committing money. I didn't spot any such intent is being announced.
But I want to also point out the rare earth mineral corridor which they've
before we come to that, Priyanka, मुझे क्षमा करिए, but मेरे ख्याल से ये फार्मा की स्टोरी भी काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है, क्योंकि निफ्टी 50 में तो हमें फार्मा में अपटेक दिख रहा है. हमें in the larger Nifty, in the larger NSE 500 space, we are seeing a mixed reaction even on other pharma stocks. First,
क्योंकि उससे जुड़े अच्छे announcement भी हुए हैं.
Correct. पहले एक बार सुन लेते हैं वित्त मंत्री जी ने बोला क्या था फार्मा सेक्टर पे. We have that bite ready. Let's just listen into what finance minister said on the pharma space specifically.
Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub.
फार्मा पे फोकस जो है, मुझे लगता है ये टैरिफ का भी एक असर है यहाँ पर, क्योंकि ट्रंप साहब जो हैं इससे लेकर के भी काफ़ी अपने बयान देते रहते हैं और मुझे लगता है ये फोकस जो है ये बजट में थम्स अप है, ये अच्छा मूव है. वेंकटेश, मैं आपके पास आना चाहूँगी और मैं पूछना चाहूँगी कि भाई आप बात कर रहे हैं मेडिकल टूरिज्म की, आप बात कर रहे हैं कुछ और, आप मेडिकल संस्थान जो खोलेंगे, जिसमें जो एक अच्छी बात मुझे सुनाई दी वो थी कि प्राइवेट पार्टिसिपेशन के साथ. लेकिन अगेन इसमें वही समस्या, ये सब हमें 1 साल में नहीं होते हुए दिखने वाला है. ग्राउंड पर इसे उतरने में वक्त लगेगा. अ स्टेप इन द राइट डायरेक्शन डेफिनेटली, लेकिन इंप्लीमेंटेशन को लेकर वेंकटेश आपको क्या लगता है?
Yes, you're absolutely right, Priyanka. All of them are long-term implementation measures, apart from the removal of import duties on medical drugs, especially in the cancer space. Everything else will take time to play out, right from the Ayurveda centers, development. The development of the mitras in the markets across the country, right? All these are long-term measures. Long-term measures are required. Immediate impact measures are only the removal of import duties on the cancer drugs. That is the only thing that will play out in the short term. And like we are continuously discussing, that is what is showing on the pharma stocks as well for the last hour and a half.
Okay, yeah, and of course a mixed bag there, and yeah, I mean, what is green is really green and what is red is really red is what we can see, in fact, on the mood of the market right now. But let's also listen in once again to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, this time the specific measures which have been taken on artificial intelligence. What are the announcements made on AI? Let's just quickly listen into that and then let's pivot to that conversation.
Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund.
Okay, so enough done or hardly anything done as far as the AI story goes, Sri? Because, we were also contemplating, and I think all our pre-budget discussions were talking about the fact that India has to become AI ready. Is just a little bit of mention of AI and R&D enough, or do you think the budget really missed out on an opportunity in a critical year where India needed to leapfrog in its AI race?
So, Karthik, I think as far as AI is concerned, the big need for India is basically to push ahead with, public infrastructure on AI.
Yeah.
We've had the previous allocations already done, 10,000, which went to 14,000.
Tax holiday for cloud infrastructure, as long as it is for Indian users, is that at least a step in the right direction, Sri?
Definitely, I think that will incentivize, because we are seeing a lot of action happening on the hyperscalers, as we call them. A lot of companies are coming in. I think we should have maybe announced something for the companies which are also developing the infrastructure to house these hyperscalers. I'm not sure if there's anything, because I haven't gone through the fine print yet. But coming back to AI as an industry that we need to promote, definitely there is a need to keep expanding our allocation to the public infrastructure, which a host of companies, small companies, developers, startups, everyone can use. Because I don't think we necessarily want to go the route of, let's say, Western countries or even China in that sense. The telecom minister and the IT minister was very clear, even at Davos. He's saying that in the AI stack, India doesn't really need to duplicate or replicate what the Western countries have done. We don't need to necessarily create all the LLMs. We are better off creating smaller language models which are specific and usable for our industry, our users, for example, farmers, health industry or education sector. So I think these are issues which need to be deep dived. I don't think, honestly, these belong in the budget per se. Apart from the budget should concern itself if it impacts government's expenditure or government's revenue, or if it's a big kind of a subsidy which is going out to the sector.
Right.
Otherwise, these are things which should be taken up and done on an ongoing basis and not be an annual exercise, Karthik.
Okay, and what about component manufacturing? Because again, we've heard 40,000 crore rupees, if I'm not mistaken, allocated for component manufacturing, and then the renewal of the India Semiconductor Mission 2.0. So, all of that put together, at least there is some sort of public imagination around the concept of artificial intelligence and Atmanirbharta when it comes to electronic manufacturing as a whole, where India could develop potentially over time a competitive advantage.
No, so I think we have to be clear on what is immediate strategic priority, which is threatening our sovereignty, right? I think if you look at the way US or China are looking at AI, right, it's for them, they're looking at it as make or break opportunities, and it's a war they cannot afford to lose.
Right.
Compared to that, if you look at the kind of seriousness, I think the fact that we have given up on developing LLMs, the fact that we are waiting for value to flow to the application layer may not be enough for us. So again, good steps in terms of the allocation to components, to semiconductors and maybe magnets. But on AI, I think there has to be far more bolder allocations and investments. If the government believes that there is not enough private capital to build foundational models or build infrastructure, that is where I think a lot of the infrastructure allocation needs to be made. I was hopeful to see some allocation towards data center creation in India. If, for example, we want to build data center because infrastructure and energy is a big critical component to winning in the AI race, if you don't want to do foundational elements, let's at least build enough data centers. And a tax holiday is not good enough, in my opinion, to promote the creation of data centers. I think we have to...
Advocate Bardik, is the government really relying on big tech to make those investments? And they will make those investments with or without tax holidays.
But it is not of the scale which is happening in the US right now. If you look at data centers, the committed capex over the next 3 years is to build 12 to 15 gigawatt of data centers in the next 3 years. If you look at the committed capex in India, it's less than 1 gigawatt, right? And that also over a 5-year period. So we are not playing in the same league as US and China, right? We can claim, or we can become the third largest economy, but in AI and data centers, we have to at least get to the same league. And this, by the way, in the absence of big investors in India or foreign capital, maybe the government steps in and creates the first 2-3 gigawatt of capacity for India to be even viable. So again, I disagree that we can only wait for value to flow to the application layer. We have to do far more. I was expecting some budget allocation towards data centers at least, which I was sadly disappointed with only a tax holiday for AI data centers.
So we have to say bye to Sridharan, but before that I want to ask you, the budget was completely silent on the virtual digital asset which we were talking about. Again, आप उनसे टैक्स लेंगे पर आप उनके
लॉसेस को ऑफसेट नहीं करेंगे,
आप बताएंगे नहीं कि वो ना इलीगल है ना लीगल है, it is somewhere in between. And Nirmala Sitharaman, she was completely quiet, VDA, not even a single mention. Sridhar.
Well, honestly, I'm not sure there's something in the fine print. I'm surprised, but without actually going through the whole fine print, I would not want to conjecture a guess on why. But this is obviously something which is, I would say, a bit of a surprise, and I'm really at a loss why it was not really clarified.
So we will wait for you to see the fine prints. Yeah, right. तो मैं अब चलती हूँ हर्ष रुंगटा के पास, और हर्ष और मैं हमेशा इन्वेस्टमेंट्स की बात करते हैं. So हर्ष, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी कि क्या लग रहा है जिस तरह से हमने STT पर सरकार का स्टैंड देखा, अभी तक ट्रंप साहब से कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं मिली है, और ऐसे में क्या ये जो साल रहेगा, अगेन जो डोमेस्टिक इन्वेस्टर्स हैं वही संभालेंगे बाजार को? आप उनके लिए क्या संदेश है, इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए आपको क्या लग रहा है, इस बजट से क्या निकल कर आ रहा है? मुझे कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है, सो मैं चाहूंगी कि आप कुछ रोशनी डालें.
सो प्रियंका, आपने सही कहा कि इस बजट में हम जो रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स की बात कर रहे हैं उनके लिए कुछ भी नहीं है. तो रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स क्या चाह रहा था कि भाई मेरी पॉकेट में कितना पैसा ज्यादा बचेगा ताकि मैं इन्वेस्टमेंट करूं या खर्च करूं. तो आई थिंक दोनों साइड में ऐसे कुछ भी नहीं, क्योंकि वो इनकम टैक्स के जो रिफॉर्म्स थे वो हो चुके थे, जीएसटी के हो चुके हैं. तो ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग इस बजट में और क्या मिलता रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स को? अब स्ट्रैटेजी क्या होनी चाहिए रिटेल इन्वेस्टर की? एक पहली बात यह है कि आज का जो बजट था वो मुझे इनफैक्ट एक शार्क टैंक की पिच लगी कि आप है ना एक आउटलुक दे रहे हैं कि भाई आपका देश किस तरह से करने वाला है, आप उसे कंपनी को रिप्लेस कर दीजिए विद द वर्ड कंट्री. तो कोई भी एक प्रमोटर अगर आके आपको एक प्रेजेंटेशन देता है तो वो एक ओवरऑल व्यू दिया है और एक मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक लेवल पे ही बात हुई है. आप देखें गवर्नमेंट का जो फोकस था वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ आत्मनिर्भर भारत, विकसित भारत और ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस एंड कंप्लायंसेस. तो अगर देखा जाए तो बस यही एक टेक अवे है रिटेल इन्वेस्टर के लिए. अब रिटेल इन्वेस्टर को क्या इसका मतलब क्या निकाले और इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन क्या करना चाहिए? पहली बात यह है कि आप ये देखिए कि गवर्नमेंट का जो फोकस है वो आत्मनिर्भर भारत, विकसित भारत एंड ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के माध्यम से वो ग्रोथ को इम्पेडस दे रहे हैं, बेसिकली ग्रोथ को एक प्रोत्साहन दे रहे हैं. एज एन इन्वेस्टर इन इंडिया आप क्या सोचेंगे, अगर देश तरक्की करता है 10 years डाउन द लाइन, हम अगर देखते हैं कि इंडिया की जीडीपी जो है वो ग्रोथ ट्रैजेक्टरी पे है, दूसरी जो फिस्कल डेफिसिट है उसको कंटेन करने की बात की गई है. सो ओवरऑल इंडियन इकोनॉमी शुड लुक बेटर देन व्हाट इट इज टुडे 10 years डाउन द लाइन. और मुझे उस ग्रोथ में पार्टिसिपेट करना है तो मुझे इंडियन मार्केट्स में इन्वेस्ट करते रहना पड़ेगा. अब वो इन्वेस्टमेंट जो मैं अभी आज की तारीख में कर रहा हूँ वो मैं डिसिप्लिन मैनर में कंटिन्यू करूंगा, सो आई विल पार्टिसिपेट इन द ग्रोथ ऑफ द कंट्री. बस आई थिंक दैट इज द ओनली टेक अवे इन दिस. इसके अलावा आप कोई अगर फार्मा सेक्टर या कोई आईटी सेक्टर वगैरह पे आप अगर कोई बेट लेना चाह रहे हैं तो आई थिंक अगर आप समझते हैं उस सेक्टर को, उसकी न्यूआंसेस को समझते हैं, तब आप उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करिए. क्योंकि कई इन्वेस्टर्स ऐसे होंगे जो कहेंगे कि मुझे फार्मा फंड में इन्वेस्ट करना है क्योंकि फार्मा अच्छा दिख रहा है. तो आई थिंक दोज एलिमेंट्स को आपको थोड़ा ध्यान रखना होगा और कैरिड अवे नहीं होना होगा इस बजट के बाद, और अपना यूजुअल स्ट्रैटेजी मेंटेन करें, डाइवर्सिफाइड फंड्स में इन्वेस्ट करें, इंडिया की ग्रोथ स्टोरी में पार्टिसिपेट करें. आई थिंक दैट्स द ओनली टेक अवे फॉर रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स इन दिस बजट एज ऑफ नाउ.
ओके, तो पार्टिसिपेट करते रहना है. रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस की गाड़ी जो है वो भागेगी, लेकिन अभी थोड़ा धक्का लगाना बाकी है. हमारे साथ अब विनोद रावल, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, जुड़ चुके हैं. विनोद जी, आपने बजट सुना, देखा, क्या निकल कर आ रहा है? क्योंकि मिडिल क्लास की कोई अरमान पूरे नहीं हुए, लेकिन हाँ एक प्रोसीजर्स को उन्होंने जो है कुछ बढ़ाया है, डीक्रिमिनलाइज किया है छोटे ऑफेंसेस को. इसे आप कैसे देख रहे हैं?
देखिए, बिल्कुल मैं आपके साथ एग्री हूँ कि बाकी तो कुछ है नहीं आज डिस्कशन के लिए. हमारी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स की तो आज दुकान बंद है तो आप हमसे उम्मीद मत करिए. तो देखिए, कोई चेंजेस नहीं है. जहाँ तक पेनल्टीज प्रोसिक्यूशन की बात करें तो उसमें बहुत सारे रैशनलाइजेशन हैं. इवन जो सैलरीड क्लास है, जो बाहर जॉब करते हैं और वापस इंडिया आ जाते हैं, तो उनको ईसॉप पे शेयर्स मिलते थे, वो उनके फॉरेन एसेट्स के लिए हम बिफोर बजट भी डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि उनको नोटिसेज आए थे कि आपने अपने एसेट्स डिक्लेयर नहीं किए, तो ब्लैक मनी एक्ट में बहुत रिगरस पेनल्टीज और प्रोसिक्यूशंस थे। तो उसको उन्होंने 6 महीने की एक स्कीम दी है कि आप अपना जो है डिक्लेयर कर दीजिए, हम आपको कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, हालांकि एक अमाउंट के साथ है। दूसरा, रिवाइज रिटर्न का टाइम 3 महीने बढ़ा दिया है, वो ज़रूरत भी थी, हालांकि उन्होंने उसको एट ए कॉस्ट रखा है। तो मेन जो है आपका जो पेनल्टीज प्रोसिक्यूशन है उस पर बहुत सारे उन्होंने किया, अपडेटेड रिटर्न में किया कि अपडेटेड रिटर्न में अगर आपका लॉस रिड्यूस हो गया है, अगर आपने पहले लॉस फाइल किया था और अब आपका रिड्यूस हो गया है, तो आप तब भी अपडेटेड रिटर्न अब फाइल कर सकते हैं। कहने का मतलब सरकार को जहां फायदा है वहां सरकार ने अपना वो कर लिया है। और अभी अगर मैं देने के नाम पे कहूं तो ऐसा कोई मिडिल क्लास आदमी को नहीं मिला है, सैलरीड क्लास को नहीं मिला है। हालांकि बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्री एलोकेशंस हैं जो हुए हैं, वो एक अलग एस्पेक्ट है, लेकिन पेनल्टीज प्रोसिक्यूशंस पे और एक्ट में बहुत सारे रैशनलाइजेशन हैं। डेट्स, इनकम टैक्स की फाइलिंग ऑफ रिटर्न्स के लिए बहुत सारी डेट्स चेंज हो गई हैं, अब वो नए तरीके से अब देखना होगा। तो हम सब लोगों का मुझे लगता है पूरा साल बिजी रहना पड़ेगा, जो थोड़ा बहुत छुट्टी मिलती थी वो भी कैंसिल हो गई।
सो कार्तिक, क्लियरली इस बजट में मैं सुबह कह रही थी कि निर्मला ताई कहेंगे कि भाई पिछले साल बहुत कुछ दे दिया है, इस साल और मत उम्मीद कीजिए। अब थोड़ा सा चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के लिए प्रोसीजर्स पे कुछ उन्होंने अनाउंसमेंट किए हैं।
बिल्कुल प्रियंका, मेरे ख्याल से निर्मला सीतारमन जी बिल्कुल सहमत है आपके एनालिसिस से कि अब हो गया, इससे ज्यादा उम्मीद ना रखी जाए और इतने में ही काम चलाना पड़ेगा। लेकिन हाँ, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स को तो डेफिनेटली बिजी कर दिया गया है, क्योंकि अब इतनी डेट्स आ गई हैं, इतने अलग अलग टाइम पर अलग अलग लोग रिटर्न फाइल करेंगे कि आई थिंक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स आर डेफिनेटली गोइंग टू बी एंगेज्ड प्रोडक्टिवली थ्रू द ईयर, even though the rate of or the slabs are not really changing. Now, we are almost at the end of this particular edition, and we will really talk about the political economy in just a few minutes from now, because we heard the term marine so many times, given the fact that it's Tamil Nadu and Kerala going into elections, and also West Bengal. So pretty much, the entire sea route has been covered very well in the budget. We will talk about the political implications of that. But before that, Barnik, critical earth, critical minerals, right? This was again, while the government is saying that machinery imported to mine critical minerals is going to be exempt of customs duty, but overall the entire mineral space in the market, at least today, the first reaction is absolutely negative. If we can pull up the Nifty 50, in fact the Nifty 500 heat map when it comes to critical non-energy minerals, it is absolutely red. You've got, Hindustan Zinc down more than 10%. You've got Vedanta down about 5%. You've got Hindalco down about 4.5%. Pretty much the entire sector is absolutely red. What else were they expecting? Because obviously nobody else is going to come and mine for them. But as long as they're getting the machinery to mine, it should have been a positive, right?
I think the expectation was some sort of an announcement of a PLI-like scheme to accelerate mining, right? I think at the end of the day, if you look at the government's intent, whether it be from critical minerals or magnets, I think we've gone around the world saying that we have resources and we need to mine them. Now, any mining investment is a 6-7 year payback, and unless you create a funding mechanism from the government, it's very hard to believe. So again, I think just the announcement of rare earth and magnets and minerals mining and corridors was not enough. I'm sure analysts and investors were looking for more concrete announcements and allocations, which are missing from the budget. Now, in the fine print, if some of them are resolved, then maybe we'll see some of these stocks go back into the green.
प्रियंका, लिटिल अपटिक इन द मार्केट्स। वैसे अभी तो लाल ही हमें ज्यादा दिखाई दे रहा है मार्केट्स में भी, लेकिन कुछ तो पहले से सुधार दिखाई दे रहा है। निफ्टी 50 इमीडिएटली आफ्टर द बजट स्पीच वाज डाउन अबाउट 1.15%. इट हैज स्लाइटली रिकवर्ड नाउ टू अबाउट 0.85% डाउन, इवन दो इट कंटिन्यूज टू बी इन द रेड टेरिटरी. इवन सेंसेक्स वी आर सीइंग स्लाइट इंप्रूवमेंट. इट्स अप to about 81,600 odd points, about 200 points higher in the last 30 to 45 minutes since the finance minister presented the union budget. But overall, I think it's not just that the budget has pretty much absolutely nothing for taxpayers. Like you were mentioning, even for the foreign institutional investors to reconsider India in their portfolio, the budget hasn't really offered them any policy update in terms of attracting their capital back into India. So, आगे मार्केट का क्या हाल रहेगा वो तो हमें 3:30 बजे तक आज पता चल जाएगा, लेकिन ओवरऑल टैक्सेशन के मामले में हमें कुछ छूट नहीं मिली है. कस्टम ड्यूटी के अंदर थोड़ा जैसे एक्सपेक्टेड था, एक्सपेक्टेड लाइंस पे हुआ. प्रोसीजर्स आपके हिसाब से ज्यादा सिंप्लीफाई हो गया, थोड़े कॉम्प्लिकेट हो गए?
वो तो यहाँ सीए जो बैठे उन दोनों की परेशानी से ही समझ में आ रहा है कि इनके काम बढ़ गया. विनोद जी,
कहूंगा कि बहुत सारे रैशनलाइजेशन है, बहुत सिंप्लीफाई किया चीजों को.
कह रहे हैं कि आपका सरल फॉर्म तो और सरल हो गया है, लेकिन उस फॉर्म के अलावा आपको लग रहा है कि बाकी चीजों के अंदर भी कुछ ओवरऑल कंप्लायंस बर्डन कम हुआ इंडिविजुअल्स पे?
देखिए, सरल पर अब सरकार की कोई नजर नहीं है, उसको आप सरल ही रहने दीजिए, उस पर कोई उनकी नजर नहीं है। उनकी नजर है अब बेसिकली फॉरेन एसेट्स पर, उनकी नजर है जो डिफॉल्टर्स हैं, जो लेट पेमेंट्स करते हैं, उनकी नजर है जो लेट रिटर्न फाइल करते हैं, जो कंटिन्यूस, क्योंकि उन्होंने डाटा माइनिंग किया अपना पिछले कुछ सालों में। डाटा माइनिंग की वजह से अब उनको मालूम है कि कितने लोग टैक्स ऑडिट की रिटर्न लेट फाइल करते हैं, भले ही वो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की गलती से होता हो या क्लाइंट की गलती से होता हो, तो लेट फाइल। तो अभी तक वो पेनल्टी में था, उसको एडिशनल फीस में कन्वर्ट कर दिया। इसी तरह से जितनी भी सजाएं थी, जो 7 साल की सजा होती थी 3 साल की थी, कम करके 2 साल कर दी। सिंपल, कोई बात नहीं, आपसे काम नहीं कराएंगे।
पर सजा कितने लोगों को मिलती थी सर? ये तो पेपर वर्क में इतना
उन्होंने
समय लग
इसीलिए
जाता
20
था।
लाख तक के लोगों को छोड़ भी दिया कि प्रोसिक्यूट करेंगे नहीं, आप पेनल्टी दे दीजिए, घर जाइए, हम आपको रख भी नहीं सकते। दे डोंट हैव स्पेस इन देयर। और कितने लोगों को सजा मिलती थी, ये भी एक सच्चाई है। उसके साथ साथ उन्होंने बहुत सारी अपडेटेड रिटर्न में चेंजेस किए, ड्यू डेट्स में चेंजेस किए, जितने भी पेनल्टीज के ऊपर ज्यादा, इस पर अगर आप देखेंगे तो इनकम टैक्स पे वो वाले सेक्शन पे ज्यादा ध्यान दिया है कि कैसे सिंप्लीफाई करें। सीनियर सिटीजन्स के लिए आप डिफरेंट डिपॉजिटरीज के पास जाते थे, अब आप 15G 15H दे दीजिए, वो अपलोड कर देंगे, वो सब जगह अपलोड हो जाएगा। तो वो एक सिंप्लीफाई हो गया कि आपको डिपार्टमेंट के पास जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। एनआरआई जो TDS पे करते थे अपनी प्रॉपर्टी सेल के ऊपर, जो बायर काटता था, वो एक कम्बरसम प्रोसीजर था कि उसको एक टैन नंबर लेना पड़ता था, जिसकी बाद में कोई जरूरत नहीं थी उसको, और उसको पेनल्टीज लगती रहती थी। तो अब उसको भी पैन बेस्ड कर दिया। कहने का मतलब प्रोसीजरल बेस्ड चेंजेस किए गए हैं, जिसके अंदर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स के लिए बहुत काम नया इसके अंदर बढ़ गया है, जो शायद क्लाइंट को पता भी नहीं होगा कि ये क्या हो रहा है। लेकिन
तो
उसके
छूट
साथ
नहीं बढ़ी है, लेकिन सिंपल करने की कोशिश की गई है पूरे सिस्टम को। जो मेरे सारे गेस्ट हैं उनसे हम एक बजट का अगर ओवरऑल मैं पूछूं तो खुश कर दिया दिल या फिर कुछ असर नहीं पड़ा, तो हम शुरू करते हैं।
मलाल छोड़ दिया थोड़ा।
तो हम बाहर वाले मेहमानों से शुरू करते हैं। वेंकटेश के शब्द जो है ना अभी भी मेरे कान में गूंज रहे जब हमने शुरुआत की कि उन्हें बोरिंग लगा ये बजट। वेंकटेश नायडू, खुश किया इस बजट ने या कोई असर नहीं डाला है आपकी जिंदगी में?
नो इफेक्ट, बट मैंने एक और चीज बोला था कि बोरिंग इज गुड। गवर्नमेंट ने कमिट किया है कि स्टेबल इकोनॉमी विद स्टेबल ग्रोथ विद फंडामेंटल सेक्टर्स being addressed beautifully, so sometimes boring is good. Already पिछले साल काफी एक्साइटमेंट दे दिया, हर साल एक्साइटमेंट चाहेंगे तो नहीं हो पाएगा।
Conservatism and not really any exaggeration or any adventurism, if I can put it.
Okay, exactly. So Harsh, what about you? खुश किया बजट ने या वहीं छोड़ दिया जहां पर खड़े थे?
I think nothing really to take away and to be happy about. मतलब ऐसे खुश होने वाली ऐसे कोई स्पेसिफिक अनाउंसमेंट्स नहीं है। I don't think रिटेल इंडिविजुअल्स के लिए कोई भी बदलाव है इन दैट सेंस। यस, इकोनॉमी ब्रॉडर पर्सपेक्टिव के लिए डायरेक्शन जरूर दिया गया है कि हम किस तरह से हम अप्रोच करने वाले हैं, बट आई थिंक इंडिविजुअल्स के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है। इनफैक्ट ऑन अ लाइटर नोट आई वुड से कि ये अगर वीकडे में रखते तो ज्यादा बेटर होता, शायद संडे और बेटर यूज कर पाते।
ओके, तो संडे की छुट्टी जो मारी गई उसका दुख ज्यादा लग रहा है। हमें भी वही लग रहा है। बट एनीवे, मनोज जी, आपने एसटीटी वाले मेरे सवाल से तो आप निकल गए कि ये मेरे डोमेन का नहीं है, लेकिन आप बताइए कि अब आपसे अगर मैं पूछूं, आपको भी लग रहा है क्या संडे की छुट्टी में जो इतनी मेहनत की हम लोगों ने उठ के, वो ज्यादा उससे कुछ फल नहीं मिल रहा है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। बजट एक्सपेक्टेड लाइंस पे ही है। कस्टम्स में बहुत सारे रिफॉर्म्स आए हैं। हमारी क्या है, हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस बजट से बहुत ज्यादा है। हम ट्रेडिशनली जाते हैं जब सेंट्रल एक्साइज के बजट आते थे। अब आगे बजट ऐसा ही होगा, ट्रस्ट मी, बजट ऐसा ही होगा जहां पे टैक्स के बहुत कम आएंगे। और बजट से पहले इतने आपने धूम धड़ाके कर लिए, आपने ईयू ले आए, ईयू के साथ आपने एफटीए किया, उसके नोटिफिकेशंस आएंगी, उस टाइम पे बहुत धूम धड़ाका होगा। देयर वुड बी लॉट ऑफ एग्जेम्पशंस। इससे पहले जीएसटी 2.0 आ गया है, एंड कुछ फॉरेन ट्रेड पॉलिसी में भी अनाउंसमेंट्स होगी पीएलआई रिलेटेड। तो वी शुड नॉट एक्सपेक्ट एवरीथिंग फ्रॉम द बजट। देयर आर अदर मैकेनिज्म बाय व्हिच दे विल कम आउट, एंड दिस आई थिंक दिस इज द प्रोसेस, दिस इज द सम काइंड ऑफ वे फॉरवर्ड वी शुड एक्सेप्ट कि बजट में टैक्स में बहुत ज्यादा नहीं होगा।
So, लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल राजीव चौधरी, आपका एक क्विक टेक ले लेते हैं सर। इस बजट को आप कैसे देख रहे हैं? कुछ बदलेगा इसीलिए ये बजट है, लेकिन जिस एक्सपेक्टेशन के साथ हम कहते हैं, जैसे कि मनोज अभी कह रहे थे कि हमने शायद अपनी एक्सपेक्टेशन ही बहुत हाई कर ली थी, इसलिए हमें लग रहा है कि कुछ खास हुआ नहीं है।
नहीं, मैं ये सोचता हूँ कि you see, to an army man everything is good, and if you see of late so many years there's a lot of increase in the defense budget, and a lot of things are happening, and that's why today we are proud of Op Sindoor, and post Op Sindoor so many things are happening. India is gaining its importance not only economically but strategically. The mother of all deals has been signed. So all these indicators cannot be overlooked. I think there's hope, and hope is eternal. I think it's a positive thing which is happening, especially in the defense sector. We can't overlook that. It's a good budget.
General Rajiv Chaudhary, sir, thank you so much for your time and your input. Gauri, I know you are on a bit of a timer. One final take, one word reaction, dead budget, or there is still some little bit of life in it?
No, I think it's a perfect budget as expected. We were not hoping any tax rate cuts. We were expecting procedural changes. Those changes have been implemented. They have happened. I am sure this year will be very good for taxpayers in terms of return filing and paying the taxes, and less notices probably. So overall, as per expected.
Okay, and Mr. Vinod Rawal, last word to you, sir, because Barnik is going to continue to stay with us, for the next hour or so. But Mr. Rawal, to you, final word. Is this pretty much a moment of consolidation for India? Not really adventurism, just trying to get the house in order, just figure out what is likely to work and focus on that in the year ahead.
Sir, actually, if you see the geopolitical situation, it was not going to be much enthusiastic that way because there was nothing much to do. But honest, on the other side, I will say, still there was few things which could have been done, like standard deduction or a minor tweak.
At least an inflation adjustment in the standard deduction, sir. At least a minor inflation adjustment.
I was expecting that, honestly. I was not expecting this much of dead things. Nothing is going to happen. I was expecting that few things will be happening because new income tax act is coming from 1st April 2026 and they want to start with a happy note, with a sweet box. At least we are starting with it. But I think that I could not get that. But on the other side, if I say it's a balanced budget because there was not much available to them to go for it. There are so many things happening throughout the globe, right? This geopolitical situations we understand. And the Trump era is going on. And with that, I think they were not taking any chance on that.
So विनोद जी कह रहे हैं चांस नहीं लिया, हजारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश पे दम निकले और हर ख्वाहिश पूरी नहीं हो सकती है. पर हाँ, बैलेंस बजट, जियोपॉलिटिकल टेंशन, अनसर्टेनिटीज, करेंसी का गिरना, इन सब के बीच में एक ऐसा बजट जो सबको बैलेंस करने की कोशिश कर रहा है. कार्तिक.
Absolutely, and with that, we will actually thank our panelists and our experts who have joined us on this broadcast. But a lot more coming up over the next few hours. In fact, just immediately after this short break, my colleague Krishna will be here and we will try and put some spotlight on the political economy, especially given the focus on the marine fisheries exports and states, as well as coconut for that matter, and the states really likely to benefit from that include Tamil Nadu and Kerala, which go into elections, and as far as marine life goes, even West Bengal. So what are the political implications of Budget 2026? That on the other side of the break. Stay tuned to News 9.
Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over the Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors. We will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due.
Special partner Skoda. You never drive alone. Associate sponsor SBI Life. अपने लिए अपनों के लिए.
शिव प्रसाद जी को बीमारी के कारण 15 बार हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने उनका लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
With Skoda Supercare and growing network across 180 plus cities, you never drive alone.
Skoda.
Philippines.
When Trump captures Maduro, News9 breaks it first.
It's happening far away, but it has tremendous consequence for the world.
What happens next?
Biggest international headline of the hour.
The US has conducted military strikes.
This is the Venezuelan president.
Maduro faces multiple charges, including narco-terrorism.
This is Maduro being taken to the New York court.
Donald Trump indicated that Greenland might be next.
Where will Donald Trump stop?
A dramatic U.S. operation, power shifts in Venezuela. High-stakes geopolitics unfolding. What does this mean for Venezuela? What does it mean for the world? And what comes next? On point with the facts, unmissable insights. In your interest always. Fastest alerts, hard facts, 360-degree analysis. From breaking news to deep dives, when the world changes, News9 leads. News9, always on top.
तेरी एक जिद और फैक्ट्री वर्कर्स सब डबल।
रिटायर हो जाऊं क्या?
अच्छा, प्रॉपर्टी के अगेंस्ट लोन का आइडिया किसका था? पर बुढ़ापा आ गया हो।
इनकी जिद ने कारोबार भी बढ़ाया और रोजगार भी। टाटा कैपिटल लोन अगेंस्ट प्रॉपर्टी के साथ।
This isn't a trail of peace. This is pressure overload. A hill built for 1,000, forced to carry lakhs.
Instead of lightening the footprint, you have allowed people to actually get into every nook and corner of the Himalayas.
Careless travel, choking hills. If we don't change now, there won't be much left to enjoy.
We need to follow the Bhutan model, regulate people who can access hills.
News9 presents Heal the Hills, continuous coverage.
You are watching Budget for Bulletproof Bharat here on News 9. I'm Krishna Kumar. We're continuing with our day-long special coverage of Union Budget 2026. And joining us in the studio right now is Barnik Moito. Thank you, Barnik, for being with us. We have our very own Rakesh Khar. And of course, we have News 9's managing editor, Kartikeya Sharma with us here. Kartikeya, thank you for being with us over here. I'm going to begin by asking, the gentleman, Barnik, I'll just come to you because, we want to put the focus on what this budget is. But before we go any further, first I'm going to get a rating from you guys. I know it's a little early. It's just about 1:30. It's been about, an hour or so since the budget, document was finally announced in the parliament. Barnik, first thoughts quickly. On a scale of 1 to 10, at this stage, maybe it will change a couple of hours down the line, but at this stage, where would you rate the budget?
No, so again, I would give it a solid rating, maybe a 7.5 or an 8.
Oh.
I'll tell you why, right? No misadventures, no crazy announcements, right? Fiscal consolidation is somewhere I would give full marks on. And for me, that is 50-60% of the job of the government.
Debt to GDP ratio also.
Debt to GDP ratio, fiscal deficit reduction, then acceptance of the Finance Commission findings and keeping the devolution at 41%. So there are a lot of good things to cheer from a macro point of view. I think where I am deducting 2.5 marks is no serious commitment towards attracting foreign investors.
Okay.
Nothing major announced on the front of manufacturing or job creation. And as usual, too many schemes with very little details. So the marks may go up a little bit more
if we know what those schemes are.
What the schemes are, what the details in the schemes are.
Okay. Rakesh ji, I'm going your first thoughts. You've seen budgets for 3 decades right now. So tell us this budget 2026. Your rating at this stage out of 10.
Krishna, I would stay clear of ratings if you permit me. But I think it's a work in progress budget which is essentially taking off on what it did last time. We are all followers of cricket. Last time was like a T20 victory. So there was a lot of expectation this time.
Okay.
The budget this time is a long drawn test match. So in that sense, I agree with Barnik that it's followed the basic dharma of keeping the macros in place. And, there is a bit of a setback, as someone would call it, on the stock market piece.
Yeah.
But stock markets, as former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh said, one should not lose sleep over stock markets. My sense, to speak specifically on the political economy, just a couple of points. One is that, there's the basic noise about people over populism. I think she's lived that because there are no outlandish schemes in terms of populism. Not that they have not done it in the past, but for this particular budget, I think they steered clear of that. Second is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. I think that's again a reiteration as plank 3 of our core budget presentation. And most importantly, I see a very strong and definitive input on involving the states. And fourth point, I summarize the budget as a services budget. I'll come to that a little later once we hear from Kartikeya.
Yeah.
When we say services, it has a largely urban skew and it has a non-manufacturing skew. These are my 4 big ticket takeaways. Then I can expand on them.
Absolutely. This is just first thoughts. Again, first thoughts, Kartikeya. You've been tracking it again as a journalist for decades now, Kartikeya. But tell us your initial thoughts on this budget. We'll come to the politics of it all. There is lots of talk about, poll-bound states finding repeated mention. I'm sure you know that very well, better than me. But your first thoughts on the budget, if I were to ask you for a rating on a 10, where would you rate it?
I think 8 because it's a no rhetoric budget. It's not a populist budget. It's it avoids rhetoric. Generally, people expect budgets to be rhetoric, and budgets are dumbed down in popular narrative. Aapki pocket mein kitna aaya? So I don't think this is that sort of a budget. Aapki pocket mein kitna aaya? The budget focuses on a lot of. I think last 10, 20, 25, 30 years. This time the conversation is around the income tax, exemptions and all that. Now, if you look into the details of the budget, there are certain things which really caught my eye. For example, addition of 1 lakh allied health professionals over next 5 years. India is an aging economy. We have, our profile, we'll have a lot of old people. 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. As Rakesh said, that's an urban skew because you don't have the so-called Sayukt Parivars in cities, but you have them in
big cities.
in big cities, but you have them in the rural areas. And then, for example, she spoke of orange economy. I didn't hear this word in the previous budget. AVGC Content Creator Labs, 15,000 secondary schools and 500 colleges, Indian Institute of Creative Technology. You know, these initiatives were taken primarily, if I'm not wrong, in 60s, where these institutes came up, they bloomed, and they created entrepreneurs, professionals, public personalities. So there are a lot of things like that. So if I have to see in my opening comment as how do I frame the budget, we have to see it from the context of three kartavya which Nirmala Sitharaman spoke about. But for me, I think there are a lot of detailing in various sectors. For example, 500 reservoirs, Amrit Sarovars, fisheries, something which is very badly impacted because of the American tariffs. So in that sense of the word, a lot of meat. Market reaction, well, you know, when Manmohan Singh first time, you know, we were having this conversation, presented his budget in 2004, the markets tanked. It created a political crisis, you know, the UPA won. So I'm not going to get into why market, but yes, a little bit of politics, lot of cashew, lot of coconut, that's Tamil Nadu and Kerala. So there's lot.
I want to come to you on
the
that.
only premise I'm trying to make is that, you know, it is a budget which needs to be seen differently, critiqued differently, appreciated differently.
Okay. Very fair point to set the discussion into context. This budget needs to be critiqued differently, needs to be viewed differently, not by the usual parameters. Because my point is that income tax, what were people expecting? You had the slabs getting rationalized last budget. You can't possibly expect another rationalization of slabs and confuse people even further. So the expectation, the lensing needs to be different. Very fair point that you make, Kartikeya. Before we go any further, since we are discussing the political economy of this budget, let's quickly listen to some of the political reactions coming in, starting with the BJP.
बीजेपी सांसद विवेक ठाकुर हैं, बजट पर बात करते हैं। विवेक जी, बजट पेश हो गया, 1 से 10 के कितना? एक समाज का कोई वर्ग नहीं, देश का कोई होना नहीं, और ये भविष्य के भारत एक पहलू को संपूर्णता से, चाहे वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, चाहे आर्टिफिशियल, इंग्लैंड वॉटर इज पूर्वोदय का। बीजेपी के वरिष्ठ नेता रविशंकर प्रसाद जी हैं, बजट पर बात करते हैं। रवि जी, आज बजट पेश हुआ और इसको लेकर आप जो रियलाइज किए हैं, इसमें क्या युवाओं का एस्पिरेशन मीट होगा? देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात है कि युवा संवाद जो प्रधानमंत्री ने किया था, जो उनके द्वारा बात कही गई, काफ़ी उसमें दिखाया गया। युवा भारत की स्किलिंग, उनकी एस्पिरेशन, कॉर्पोरेट मित्रा, टायर 2 टायर 3 सिटीज़ में और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को, उद्यमशीलता को आगे बढ़ाना, तो बहुत पूर्ण बजट है जिसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बहुत आगे बढ़ाया गया है, एसएमईज के लिए बहुत काम किया है, काम करने की बात 2047 का बजट है माना जाए। ये विकसित भारत का बजट है और बहुत ही आज उत्साह करने वाला है। ट्रंप के टैरिफ को जवाब इस बजट का आपको देखा गया? ये बजट भारत का है और भारत के विकास का है, ये टैरिफ को नहीं देंगे। कितना नंबर देंगे? नंबर देना आपका काम है। धन्यवाद। चलिए।
Kartikeya, how do you rate that? I'm going to begin with you this time around. Interesting comment coming in from Ravishankar Prasad, isn't it? Because they're saying essentially this is a future-looking budget. This is meant for the long term, not meant to save you more cash in the short term. Isn't that what the BJP is saying at this stage, Kartikeya?
You see, if I have to sum up what BJP is saying, then I should quote what BJP is saying. Let's be honest. So I'll quote them. So they are saying that we prioritize action over ambiguity, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. Reforms were implemented for employment generation, agriculture productivity and household purchasing power. That's the opening statement of the brief they have prepared.
Okay, fair enough. Rakesh ji, let me bounce that off you then. Every budget, whether Nirmala Sitharaman is presenting it or not, the questions will always be which states, when is the elections coming up? If it is a national election, it's national election. If it's state elections, it's state elections. This particular budget, I'm sure many will observe and say, a lot of focus on coconuts, fisheries, states majoring in coconuts and fisheries are all going to polls this time around, isn't it, Rakesh ji?
Well, these would be pointed out, and naturally so. As I said in the morning, every finance minister is a politician first, and she comes from that state. She has a KRA, which is the core KRA to deliver that particular perspective. I think, when I was saying that it's a budget which is aiming for a 10% of the global GDP in services sector, and many steps have been drawn towards that particular agenda. So it's futuristic in that sense. Let me begin with, first and foremost, tourism. Big push to tourism, though I would have personally liked a greater messaging on getting global, tourists come to India. Like a second version of Incredible India. A lot of people outside imagine Incredible India, but there is urgent need to get more and more people to come to
Aditi
India.
Devo Bhava 2.0.
There is a push for domestic tourism which has shown some results, but there is need to bring in greater inflow of global tourists, which will improve our services economy again and have a export earning. Second is that the city economic corridors.
Yes.
This particular scheme has to be seen from the context of smart cities. If we do an independent audit, smart cities hasn't really shaped the way it should have happened. So this city economic corridors, how do they pan in terms of smart cities? One has to see. Speed trains, again, very urban, very service oriented. There's education, employment and entrepreneurship. That's the new paradigm or a new pivot that the FM talked about. Data centers, big ticket, holiday to them till 2047, pushing the entire IT, track back to India. And then, I think this addition of biopharma, healthcare, these are all falling in the larger, what I call the services sector. Okay. So, in that sense, it is a roadmap for, putting India on top of the services economy, which anyway has been helping India in adverse situations. But to my mind, I would have liked to see a little more push. We saw something on semiconductors, on biopharma, but a more pronounced push on manufacturing. But as I said, there are big ticket announcements anyway possible outside of the realm of the budget.
Well, absolutely. You say that all the time, Rakesh ji, Barnik, because Rakesh's contention is that the budget doesn't have to contain all big reform announcements. The budget document is a matter of receipts and expenditure, and then big announcements either which way in the recent past have always been made outside of the budget. But I want to ask you this time around, this focus on cutting edge technologies, this focus on IT sector. After completing the direct tax portion on income tax, she went on to talk about a lot about the IT sector and what it can be done, because clearly there's a need for a boost for one of the largest employer in the country, isn't it?
So again, it was a lot of talk, but I couldn't find any substantive proposals. I think it was a lot of intent. I think there was a lot of talk of tax holidays, safe harbors, but is it enough? If you look at the IT sector in India, because it's been a service-oriented sector and not really a technology-oriented sector, is actually going to be the first sector to suffer severely at the hands of AI. In fact, there are actually anecdotes emerging from the West. If you look at North America, where nearly 50% of our IT sector's revenue comes from the US and Canada, there are rumors of IT services cuts in terms of headcount of orders of magnitude. People used to employ 2,000 service professionals, are now using 20. So again, is this enough for us to ensure that our IT services sector continues to be vibrant? Probably not, but I think the onus is more on the companies in the sector to be more innovative than wait for a government bailout. So I think the government has signaled that it's willing to support this sector. Is the support enough? No. Are there going to be headwinds in the future for this sector? Absolutely. But I think the future of this sector is in the hands of the sector for them to make the right investments and move forward. I think, again, the investments and the announcements on AI seemed a little anemic. I was not sure as to, other than whether it was any serious announcement or just paying lip service, because there had to be AI and mention to AI. But again, let's look at substantive proposals. And I'm sure, knowing this government, that they will come back with some big bang announcements on investments or subsidies or PLI-like things for AI and data centers. Right. But again, it was missing in the budget. And as I said, the budget, either you take the stance that it's a budget of only receipts and spending, or it's an announcement of policy intent. I think governments in India have usually used the budget as an announcement platform for policy intent. So I think if the finance minister now comes back and say that as a ministry we will not use the budget to make major policy announcements, then I'll probably grade the budget higher, but I don't think any such announcements will come. Okay. But that being said, I expect many more future reform-oriented investment announcements in the next 3 to 6 months from the government, with the intent of attracting international capital, which we've struggled to do over the last 2 years.
Fair enough. We really need to take a short breather here at this stage. We'll be back with this conversation in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. Keep it with News 9.
टाटा कैपिटल 2 व्हीलर लोन्स के साथ इसने की अपनी नई बाइक की जिद पूरी।
घर है वही को रंग दो, दुनिया को रंग दो।
Birla Opus Paints.
This isn't a trail of peace. This is pressure overload. A hill built for 1,000, forced to carry lakhs.
Instead of lightening the footprint, you have allowed people to actually get into every nook and corner of the Himalayas.
Careless travel, choking hills. If we don't change now, there won't be much left to enjoy.
We need to follow the Bhutan model, regulate people who can access hills.
News9 presents Heal the Hills, continuous coverage.
You are watching Budget for Bulletproof Bharat here on News9, our special day-long coverage of Union Budget 2026. I'm Krishna Kumar. With us in the studio is Barnik Moitro, Rakesh Khar and Kartikeya Sharma. Kartikeya, you know, this is the time when the discussion about the politics surrounding the budget takes off. You know, this is where they stop, going through the fine print, because the fine print has been gone through. We will know, maybe by tomorrow exactly what some of these schemes are going to mean. But right now the conversation will be about what are these announcements? What was expected from the budget and what did we get? Did we get enough? Because the opposition, I'm sure, has a point of view at this stage. The government's point of view, you just put it out. But there will be questions raised on this budget by the opposition, isn't it, Kartikeya?
Absolutely. I mean, so there will be a press conference by Chidambaram, I'm pretty sure. But to start with what I have noticed in Kartavya 2, there are things which I find unique in this budget. For example, we've had steel towns by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, textile towns before that, for example, Modi Nagar. This budget talks about creating university townships. It's very difficult if you go to
near
Noida,
industrial corridors.
Near industrial corridors. Now, in Noida, Greater Noida, there was an attempt to create sports cities. It failed. Many state governments have tried building sports cities. So sports cities don't exist. Only some basic sports infrastructure is there. Rai is one example of it. So that is, I think, very, very interesting. Secondly, in that Kartavya 2, in the education sector, it says one girl hostel will be established in every district. I think this is like a little bit of underperformance. One girl hostel, it could have been at a grander scale, If you're talking about Nari Shakti, this could have been bigger. And secondly, I do agree with Rakesh here, because, in the fourth sector of the Kartavya, fourth point, it says that the pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality 12-week training course. It's next to impossible to organize. It's a completely unorganized sector. Anyone who has had some tryst with tourism industry would know that it doesn't function like that. Yes, other things are there, develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dholavira. I didn't expect that, I will find a mention of this sort of a thing in a budget like Lothal, Rakhi Gadi, Sarnath. I'm surprised to find this being mentioned in the budget. So this is also new to me. But I think there are limits of, it tells me there are limits of spending, I think the government has also reached its limit of spending.
Fair enough.
Which is good, actually. If the government realizes that ultimately if it has to spend more and more by borrowing more and more, that doesn't augur well. So that's where I think this 4.3, 4.4 fiscal deficit target being met, hopefully again over a sustained period of time, shows the capability of this government to be cognizant of that. You remember, Krishna, we started off with the wish list that I had done yesterday for News9 Live, 9 of them, barring 8 of them haven't got any attention, which I felt. So I'm not surprised. One, National Critical Mineral Mission I had suggested. So they have given that a bit of a push. The other most important thing is I think the political economy framework will unravel in the next 2-3 days. Once the people get hold of the 16 Finance Committee recommendations. So they've kept it a vertical hold of 41%, which is at the last time level. But there is a lot of devil in the fine print there. And there's going to be a lot of, especially from non-BJP ruled states, who will push for larger, transfer of equity. So in that sense, I think that's one piece.
They've given a 1.4 lakh crore per state annually, as in terms of
total, not per
1.4 lakh crores for the states,
which was I think 1.2 lakh crore. As I said, the economic survey focused on greater, entrepreneurial spirit in the states. So I think there's some direction in that. So personally, I had argued yesterday in my piece also, why don't we empower the district magistrate as the chief executive? When will we reach there? When we do that, that ties in back with ease of doing business and that last mile hurdle for the global investor or even the Indian investor to actually get his piece on the ground or off the ground in this case.
Okay, fair enough. Hold on to your thoughts. Let's also then, good time then to quickly listen into all the reactions coming in from the opposition parties. Everybody from the CPIM to Shiv Sena, let's listen in.
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन ने बजट पेश कर दिया है। सरकार की ओर से इसे बेहतरीन संतुलित बजट बताया जा रहा है। हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए हैं शिवसेना उद्योग की सांसद प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी। प्रियंका जी, क्या कहेंगी, कैसा बजट है?
डिसअपॉइंटिंग बजट है। मेरी भी इस बजट से बहुत अपेक्षा थी। इसके अंदर की जो माहौल चल रहा है पूरे दुनिया भर में और लगातार मनमानी टैरिफ्स लगाए जा रहे हैं, ईच इज सोन है, तो ये बजट दशा और दिशा दिखा था, पर ये उसमें नाकामयाब रहा है। आप ये सिर्फ मैं ही नहीं कह रही हूँ, हमेशा हमसे कहा जाता है, देखिए स्टॉक मार्केट में कितनी उछाल आई, हर बार मोदी जी हो या निर्मला सीतारमन जी हो, हमें वही कहते हैं स्टॉक मार्केट देखिए वो लोग कितना खुश हैं, सारे सेक्टर्स लाल में हैं, निफ्टी गिरा पड़ा हुआ है, तो दिखाता है कि जो दिशा दिखानी थी देश को वो दिखाने में ही नाकामयाब है। आम जनता को भी कोई राहत की सांस नहीं। मैं तो इसको तीन या चार से ज्यादा नहीं कहूँगी, क्योंकि हाँ उन्होंने टेक पे ध्यान दिया है, हाँ उन्होंने एआई पे ध्यान दिया है, पर जो इम्पोर्टेंट पॉलिसी इनिशिएटिव्स होते हैं कि इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म जो प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे थे वो मिसिंग है।
Being joined by CPIM Member of Parliament John Britta, sir, what is your response to the budget that was presented by Nirmala Sitharaman?
It's a disaster. If you look at the body language of the finance minister, even she was not convinced about her proposals. She hasn't even uttered a word about the previous proposals in her previous budgets, like generating employment in the form of Prime Minister's internship. Nothing has taken off. The foreign institution investors and the FTA has dried up completely. That's why the rupee is plummeting. The only solace she has declared is that now for anybody who is to set up the data centers, she will give some sort of a tax holiday. See, there is a tax terrorism that is happening. One of the entrepreneurs in Kerala had committed suicide the other day. So the plethora of measures she had been suggesting as a panacea for the economic slowdown, nothing has succeeded. And if you look at the facial expressions of the finance minister, she herself has actually abandoned her cause completely.
I have absolutely no clue how to react to those statements from John Britta. Anybody wants to hazard a guess as to what exactly is going on? I want your reactions. Rakesh, you go first.
Well, I think politicians and even businessmen, I have never seen a top businessman give less than 7 to 8 ratings. And I have never seen an opposition politician give 3 ratings. So in that sense, and the opposition's color could change. It was BJP earlier with the Congress government budgets. So it's on expected lines, and this body language is a very subjective piece. So in that
Fair
sense,
enoff.
I'm not surprised.
Okay, Kartikeya, your thoughts?
See, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal are the focus states. Yeah. So I mean to say the MP in Congress party has a lot of MPs from Kerala and Tamil Nadu. So the focus of the MPs or the people who will come out very openly to criticize this budget will be from West Bengal, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. That's given. I will be, what I would really want to know is, who's going to hold the press brief on behalf of the opposition? You see, we have to understand there's a larger age curve which has happened. UPA has been out of power for 12 years. The last finance ministry was held by Pranab Mukherjee, late Pranab Mukherjee, and P. Chidambaram. I just, imagine if BJP is in power again, for the 4th term, who's going to hold the fort? I mean to say, who's going to critique the budget? You see, there is something called people who had worked in the government, and when they retire, who's going to be the critique from outside? These are the larger issues of governance. They balance democracy.
Fair enough. Rakeshji?
Well, we had a very bright finance minister in Tamil Nadu who no longer is there. I don't remember the name. So even the brighter guys in opposition ruled states are no longer...
You mean Painivel Tyagarajan?
So, they don't also endure. So you have a point. But I'm sure there would be brighter guys who would come up front. The need of the hour is a nuanced criticism, constructive criticism, and not blind, appreciation. Either way. So that nuanced debate has to happen. I keep saying, why didn't the land reform and the labor reform happen? Why did we roll back farm there is a great responsibility the government has, there is an equal responsibility the opposition has.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we are all committed to 2047 as a mission statement, which every political party says we are, so for that, what is the roadmap they have, except for, shutting down parliament? I don't think that is, beyond a point, a legible and legitimate political...
Criticism is one thing on budget day.
And this is happening in wake of when we are tying up a lot of FTAs, like the UAE FTA, New Zealand FTA. We have FTA with the European Union, and in context of unresolved trade issues with the United States of America. So in that context, this budget is very, very important to us.
Well, as I said, budget is one piece in the larger macroeconomy. I mean, the EU FTA is a big ticket, great success story for India. Forget about the government. The whole world is looking at it as a celebration where they're saying that India got better deal than the EU.
Yes.
Whatever be the compulsions of EU to sign it now, it was pending since 2007 because they wanted to send a message to Trump, so did we. So in that sense, as I said, at times adversity forces you into a champion situation.
Manik, your thoughts, because the budget's context is very important, isn't it? This time around, the eyes of the budget is because of what's happening around the world.
Yeah, so let's first get to the political economy point. I think coming from West Bengal, I was, again, I wouldn't say surprised, but there were 3 mentions. I think there was a mention of a east-west dedicated freight corridors. I think it's in the need of the country, right?
Yes.
I think one of the high-speed rail corridors was Varanasi to Siliguri, another mention of West Bengal, and then obviously there was some mention of connectivity to the Hooghly port and the Paradip port for the eastern corridor. So again, it's always good to see that there is an emphasis. I think there was also an emphasis on the east and northeast, and I think there's a growing feeling, right, that that part of the country is undeveloped. I think I'll tell you some off-the-remark comments made by some friends in the ruling party that if you, within this election or the next election, if you want to inherit West Bengal, it cannot be an ungovernable bankrupt state, right? So you have to ensure that there's enough investments going in. So we are seeing a little bit of that. But I think stepping back again, see, let's use the cricket analogy. I think that's what we were saying, right? I think the global context makes it a sharp turning pitch, right? I think this...
Quite the cricket fan, aren't you?
Yeah, this budget is a little bit like Cheteshwar Pujara, Rahul Dravid, intelligently leaving balls, right? And ensuring that they don't lose their wicket. Could the government...
An indication has come the Prime Minister is going to speak anytime soon.
Yeah, we do know that.
Could we have done a little bit of Rishabh Pant is a question.
Should be done.
But again, I think it's a responsible budget, right?
Yeah.
I think we've not taken any liberties, no populism,
absolutely,
fiscal deficit there. So I think that's the reason for, despite disappointing several of us on several fronts, I think on balance, I think it's a...
But even if you look at the the fine detail, the budget that was allocated in that space of Nareka last year, in the G-Ramji scheme, it has gone up. Yeah. It has gone up by, I think, 15 to 19%. It's
a very clear impetus on improving for rural income, rural farm income.
Yeah, but the government moves money around. I think the fiscal deficit is lower. It's come from some other pocket. So again, this government is very good at reducing expenditure. And when it seems that expenditure has gone up, they've done some funny accounting. So I would look for the detail. Yeah, let's look at health spend. The health spend on India, government healthcare spend on India on a healthcare basis has drastically fallen over the last 5 years. It doesn't show up in the accounts because the government adds sanitation, adds a few other things, which suggests that the budget is going up. So again, government is very good at reducing expenditure. Maybe they do good accounting to show it's not reduced as much. But it's not a bad thing. A lot of the expenditure is also wasteful.
Okay.
So I think it's a good budget. I think it's a good cautious budget.
I have a question for you. Prime Minister in last 10 years have been consistently talking about tourism, but it has not shaped up the way the Prime Minister has been talking about it in terms of domestic circulation. You spend more, you go more. But it hasn't happened like that. Why?
No, there are 2 reasons. I think when Prime Minister said that Atitya Dev, everybody, each Indian citizen and family must go on a domestic circuit, which is a fair point. But that's part A.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you because I think Prime Minister Modi has started speaking.
ऐतिहासिक है, इसमें देश की नारी शक्ति का सशक्त प्रतिबिंब झलकता है। महिला वित्त मंत्री के रूप में निर्मला जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार देश का बजट प्रस्तुत करके नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये बजट अपार अवसरों का राजमार्ग है। ये बजट वर्तमान के सपनों को साकार करता है। और भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव को सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले। इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है, वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है, वह उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है। हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार एआई, इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Congratulating Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on a historic futuristic budget. Futuristic is what he called it. He said it's a budget and a roadmap to Atmanirbhar Bharat. It focuses on Nari Shakti, scaling, sustainability and India being a global force to reckon with. Prime Minister said we're focused on tourism, especially across Northeast. So Northeast remains an area of focus. It's an ambitious budget. It's an aspirational budget. And it's just the right kind of budget that delivers on policy momentum but also ensures continuity, and continuity is what we're looking at. On the show with me, of course, are my colleagues. Rakesh Kar continues to be with us. I want to come back to you, Rakesh. I think you were answering a very important question on tourism.
Absolutely.
And I think Kartikeya asked you something to do with whether there is enough and more focus on tourism, and whether that focus on tourism in the last couple of budgets also has really delivered on the kind of momentum we needed. A lot of flight of capital, people flying abroad, spending on expensive and exotic tourist destination. Have we been able to come up with the kind of tourism, the momentum, the circuit that we want?
That's what I was trying to point out, Shweta. What has happened is that the Prime Minister a couple of years ago made a push for domestic tourism, where, he said that more and more citizens should go and visit your own country. That has grown, but I think a bigger number that has grown is of people going out to, cheaper and more competitive destinations. The point I was trying to make is that, like what has happened in today's budget, the transaction tax on, global travel, has also been liberalized. Right. So in a way, we are also incentivizing people going abroad. So what we have suffered for the last, ever since 1991 budget, tourism was mentioned then as well, as an export potential, constituency. We've not been able to, really, we're punching way below our weight on the tourism piece. And there are smaller countries with much less to offer, Vietnam, Mauritius, Sri Lanka. They're attracting tourists in large droves. We have everything in place. We need to, one, make it a little more credible. Second, also we need to repackage the story. What is the story
since we are on
Indian
tourism, we are being joined by Tourism Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. What better person to explain to us what the budget means for tourism, sir? Take it away. What excites you about this budget as far as India's tourism potential is concerned?
Thank you very much. Before I say anything, I would like to express my gratitude to Honorable Prime Minister for his blessing, and to the Finance Minister also for giving importance to the tourism sector and culture as well, because both these sectors cannot be separated. They are always together. First of all, I would like to express my gratitudes for declaring the establishment of National Institute of Hospitality, which was much desired, because the way hospitality is increasing in India, demand for hospitality is increasing in India, tourism is flourishing in India, tourism is expanding in India, the trained manpower is the need of the hour. So this declaration is going to pave the path for making available the trained human resources for hospitality industry, which is much desired and which was always desired by the industry. The second thing is to train 10,000 guides on certain iconic tourist destinations so that they can work for better storytelling and can earn better livelihood. The third thing, which has been announced through this budget, is to develop 15 excavation sites to give better tourist experience and better understanding for the people who have the interest in excavation site and archaeological sites, so that it had happened in the birthplace of Prime Minister Modi ji. So it is going to create another tourism opportunity, and they will be one of the most desired destinations in our country. Apart from that, the budget today that speaks about creating new ecological trail, new mountain trails, new turtle trails, new locations for sky grazing, star grazing also. So all these initiatives which have been announced and declared, they are really going to develop the tourism potential. Apart from this, it has been declared that in northeastern region, Buddhist trail will be developed and Buddhist monasteries and that temples are going to be strengthened. 5 trains in the Himalayan region for the tourists for better views they can see, that special trains are going to be operated. Apart from that, 5 medical hub to be created. So that is going to pave the path, as Honorable Finance Minister have stated during her budget speech. She mentioned that is going to pave the path for a medical value tourism also. So overall, I can say this is going to pave the path for the tourism in the coming future.
Okay, I have to ask you quickly about the outbound tourists to other countries, sir. There's been a 10% growth when you compare to tourists who are going abroad, who are leaving the country and spending money on exotic locations outside of India, as opposed to utilizing their own internal tourism circuit. So we're trying to develop tourism internally, but there is a lot of capital flight. You think the policies in the past have perhaps not given us the kind of momentum that we needed to develop some of these tourist hotspots, including the ones in Northeast?
No, I totally disagree this, because the tourism potential of domestic tourism in India has gone exponentially high in last 10 years time. That is because of the economic upliftment of the society by the help of the schemes which were initiated by Honorable Prime Minister, and the schemes were implemented so well on the ground, and 25 crore people have come out of poverty line. Another thing for tourism which is most desired is the infrastructure for commutation. We have seen the historic growth. Maybe it is the road infrastructure, or it is rail infrastructure, or it is infrastructure in aviation. The scenario is completely changed. And in last 1 year's time, barring the figures of Prayagraj Kumbh, almost 294 crore tourists have travelled across the country in all our Indian destinations. Okay. That is a very, very high growth. And if we compare, because the economy is growing, because people have the money to spend, they have also we have observed the growth in the people going abroad also. And for overseas tourists also, it is a big incentive has been announced as per the desire and request of the overseas tour operators, that the tax which used to be 10% has been reduced to 2%.
Okay, let me quickly pass on to my colleague Kartikeya as well as Rakesh Khar, sir.
Namaste, Kartikeya, sir. We want to know what is your vision for the Northeast, sir. Prime Minister specifically spoke about that. You would recall, sir, late Atal Bihari Vajpayee spoke about Ashtalakshmi when he referred to Northeast. आपकी विजन क्या है Northeast की tourism को लेके?
देखिए, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अष्टलक्ष्मी केवल जो सपना देखा था अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की आंखों ने, उस सपने को साकार करने की दिशा में अनेक परिवर्तन किए। अष्टलक्ष्मी प्रांत जो पहले अपने आप को भारत का हिस्सा ही नहीं मानते थे, कटा हुआ सा महसूस करते थे, अलग थलग महसूस करते थे, आज भारत के विकास का ग्रोथ इंजन बने। और जिस तरह का एक हेल्दी कंपटीशन इन सभी प्रांतों में अपने यहाँ पर टूरिज्म पोटेंशियल को ग्रो करने, उसको आगे बढ़ाने को देख करके दिखाई देता है। निश्चित रूप से इस बजट के माध्यम से उसको और अधिक बल भी मिलेगा और अधिक ऊंचाई भी मिलेगी। और क्योंकि स्पेसिफिकली बुद्धिस्ट ट्रेल को लेकर के, हिमालयन ट्रेल्स को लेकर के, इन सब विषयों को लेकर के जिस तरह की चर्चा इस बजट में की गई है, पूर्वोत्तर भारत के प्रांतों को निश्चित रूप से उनके पर्यटन को में अभिवृद्धि करने के दृष्टिकोण से इसमें बहुत लाभ होगा। पिछले बजट में हमने 50 ग्लोबल आइकॉनिक डेस्टिनेशंस बनाने की बात की थी। सभी राज्य उसमें काम कर रहे हैं और मैं मानता हूं कि पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों को भी इस तरह के आइकॉनिक डेस्टिनेशंस बनाने से बहुत लाभ होगा। शासकीय स्कीम में पिछली बार हमने जब सारे स्टेट्स को प्रोजेक्ट सपोर्ट असिस्टेंस दिया था, उसमें भी सभी स्टेट्स अपने टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशंस को डेवलप करने, ग्रीन फील्ड ब्राउनफील्ड डेस्टिनेशंस को बनाने पे काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है अगले साल तक जब ये सब काम पूरे होंगे तो निश्चित रूप से कई नए अट्रैक्शंस जो है पूर्वोत्तर भारत के टूरिज्म किटी में, उनके बुके में और नए अट्रैक्शंस जो है वहाँ आएंगे।
Mr. Minister, good afternoon. It's congratulations on the budget laying such important focus on tourism. You know, I think in many years we've seen such unified approach to make tourism a big piece of the Indian economy. But there's obviously an inward piece, which obviously we've done very well under the Prime Minister's, push to get domestic tourists to see most of the country, which was not the case earlier. And there is an uptick there, as you rightly mentioned. But India is facing tremendous competition from, smaller countries in the neighborhood and outside as a, destination of, inbound tourism. So is it time to, put equal focus on reimagining the India story, like we had the incredible India story, branding it afresh so that there is a fresh storytelling which is compelling and competitive when it comes to inbound tourism, because it has huge economic potential versus domestic economical input that happens.
As far as the inbound tourism is concerned, there was a big shock to all of us, to all the entire world. It was a big shock during the COVID. But post-COVID, the larger tourism economies, the way they have observed the growth, India was among the few countries which have attained the pre-COVID benchmark within a stipulated time. But simultaneously, as you have mentioned that India need repackaging of the story, I disagree with this, because India doesn't want any or doesn't need any repackaging of story or new stories. We have enough of stories. People are interested, they have expressed interest, and whosoever have come to India will always mesmerized and overwhelmed to see our heritage, our culture, our different flowers in the bouquet of tourism.
Right.
India is so blessed country which has everything which a tourist in the world can fulfill. The appetite of the tourist, he can feel overwhelmed to come here. But simultaneously, having leverage of the technology which has come now with the AI and other technology driven experiences. Now, Honorable Finance Minister, as you have seen that observed in that her budget speech, she have declared the formation of National Destination Digital Knowledge Grid. So this grid, when it will be functional, it will be another way to market India abroad and all across the world.
Right. All right, Minister, thank you very much for taking time out. Thank you for joining us on this very crucial day, and congratulations once again for all the policies which we hope that Indians are able to finally realize the potential of tourism in this country. Joining me on the show is Charanjot Singh Nanda, President ICAI. Also with us is Prasanna Kumar, Vice President ICAI. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for taking time out. Charanjot Singh ji, I want to come to you first. As far as direct taxes is concerned, there is little, to surprise us. We expected there won't be many changes. We will not be saving much. So that conversation, of course, had already happened. The expectations were already tapered because many changes came up in last year's budgets. But are you happy with the budget, and how would you rate it when you look at the fine prints that are now flowing into the systems? How would you rate this budget, sir?
Madam, this is a wonderful budget. Oh, except for one thing that STT has raised. So with that increment in STT, stock markets have not taken it very well. Otherwise, it has been a very reformist budget. The first important thing which I want to tell you, that if a resident acquires assets from foreign sources and has not disclosed, it led to penalty and to imprisonment. Now full immunity has to be given, no penalty, no imprisonment. With respect to the increase in filing of tax returns, if you are a person doing business and you do not fall under audit, it has been increased from 31st July to 31st August. Revised return, the date was 31st December. They have now, again in a reformist way, extended it to 31st March. One very good thing, the TCS's rate for education and management and medical purposes have gone down from 5% to 2%. Very importantly, the finance minister has clarified that forms has been redesigned for easier filing of returns, and I want to tell you, ICI has a big role to play. And one important thing, you all have a higher tax rate, TDS, tax deduction source. But at times you can always file for a lesser TDS rate so that the money flows in the system. Earlier you had to go to the assessing officer. Now they have given an online provision. The rules will come out with the finer details. So once you take that, you will be able to very rightly put that into the right perspective.
All right. Prasanna, I have to ask you, one of your expectations was that couples will be taxed together. Now, that hasn't really come through. Do you think there was no merit in that proposal?
Yeah, that was expected by everyone. And is prevalent in all the developed economies. But of course, that announcement has not come. But that will not make much difference. There's only expectation. That will not have any impact on the public also. Much impact.
All right. As far as STT is concerned, that has come as a bummer, sir. So my last question to you, perhaps, Charanjot Singh Nanda.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
It is a surprise. It is a bummer. Yes.
There were news. Some people preempted that STT may go, but it was increased. So that is something which went very hard with the markets. The bourses couldn't take it to that level.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Nanda, as well as Mr. Kumar, for taking time out. I want to come to Dikshu Kukreja, Managing Principal, CP Kukreja Architects, also joining us on the show. Dikshu Kukreja, record earmarked budget when it comes to capex, 12.2 lakh crore rupees. Was that expected? It's about 4.5% of the GDP at this point.
Well, I think that's fantastic news. And as the Prime Minister has called it a futuristic budget, I think this is one of the hallmarks of it, that there is a confidence given by the government in terms of the infrastructure growth story and by willing to put in that kind of a capex into the system. And when we look back in the last 11 years, this has almost grown by 10 times. So this is really an enormous increase, 10% over last year's increase, a record in that sense in terms of the number of 12.2 lakh crore. I think it really infuses a lot of dynamism into the system, because it's not just this capex, but the effects, the ripple effects of it, the investment that comes in from around the world, the investment that comes in from the private sector, it propels the India growth story. So I think that's a very welcome move and a real confidence building move that in this world of tariff wars and everything else that the world is seeing, the Indian government, the Indian economy is strong, is resilient, and is willing to put in that kind of capex into the system.
All right. Stay on, sir. Let me also quickly bring in Rajinder Singh Bhatia, Chairperson, Kalyani Strategic Systems, joining us on the show. Rajinder Singh Bhatia, looking at defense allocation there, 10% from, I believe, at least from 49 lakh crore rupees to about 57 lakh crore rupees. We'll try and get those numbers back on air. But that's a substantial 10% increase. But if you also look at capital expenditure when it comes to defense budgets, far exceeded last year. Obviously, it comes on the back of Operation Sindoor. Were you hoping this number to be at about 57,000 crore rupees, or was the expectation much higher?
I think it is quite aligned to the expectations. But before I get to that, firstly, thank you for having me on your show. Coming back to the point regarding, let's take a look at the capital outlay. If you take a look at the capital outlay, which is the acquisition budget, it was 1,80,000 crores in the budgetary estimates for the last year. It was revised to 1,86,000 crores. And this year it has gone up to 2,19,000 crores, which shows a budget on budget increase of about 22%. And if you talk from RE to BE, it's an increase of nearly 17 or nearly 18%. If you recall and see, there was a statement made by Defense Secretary about a month ago that they are looking at enhancement of the capital acquisition budget by nearly 20%. So this is quite aligned to that. In fact, it is more than 20%, it's 22%. Coming back to the overall budget, I think the increase is even more sizable. from 6,81,000 crores, which takes into account pensions, budget, and all the other outlay for defense. It has moved up to 7,84,000 crores. So there is an increase of nearly 1 lakh crore, which translates to actually 15% if you take a look. But if you take a look from RE to B, it is an increase of another 7.5% to 8%. And it is a sizable increase because there was an increase following option rule.
All right.
But what I really want to bring about is the numbers do not tell the whole story.
Okay.
And you look at defense business, it's a very tierized structure. It's a whole of nation approach. So many other things which are announced today are going to have a very positive impact on the defense ecosystem in the country. Take a look at when we are talking about champion SMEs.
That's right.
So this is exactly, I think these are very
absolutely.
important.
I'm going to come back to you, sir, when it comes to what are your key takeaways from the budget. Let me also quickly get in Saket Mehta, auto EV partner at Grant Thornton, who's also with us on the show. Saket, as far as the auto sector is concerned, we haven't seen any form of PLI restructuring by the way of PLI 2.0. We'll still to read the fine print of the document. But as far as EV is concerned, there is some respite there by the way of lithium-ion batteries, which will now be exempted from BCD.
Yeah, so you're right, Shruti, the industry was expecting some kind of revised version of the PLI. But if you look at the uptake which has been happening across the electric vehicles, be it in passenger vehicles, two-wheelers, I think the government decided to really look at more long-term rather than having a very short-term vision. And the announcement around the semiconductor 2.0 is a significant step. Why? Because this will go a long way in making the components for electric vehicles much cheaper, much economical, as well as more energy efficient.
Let me also quickly get in Jaspreet Singh, Partner Chief Revenue Officer, Grant Thornton Bharat, who's also with us. Jaspreet Singh, of the announcements that were made as far as India's positioning in the AI architecture is concerned, there's also the announcement of India's Semiconductor Mission 2.0. Are you happy with the progress India's Semiconductor Mission has made? And the Finance Minister stood up there today in the well of the House and said the focus will now be on making fabs in India. That will be the focus of India's Semiconductor Mission 2.0.
I think that's a very, very bold move, very, very forward-looking move. From an India perspective, if I look at what's happening in the semiconductor world, the AI world, there are two key announcements. One is obviously the Semiconductor 2.0 piece, and the second is on foreign cloud service providers setting up, can set up offices in India, run data centers in India, and are tax exempt from a 2047 perspective. This will boost job creation. This will boost a lot of infrastructure, not only in main cities, but also can go to tier 2, tier 3 cities, and will give a big, big boost to our AI mission, India AI mission as well, because a lot of people would then want to make in India and run it for the world. So this is a very, very bold move from a Viksit Bharat 2047 vision perspective.
All right, coming back to you, Dikshu, as we try and go through the fine print of the document, but as to what has come up by the way of policies as far as Awas Yojana is concerned, Grameen as well as, urban areas, there is a lot of conversation on building highways, ensuring there are more waterways in this country which are made functional for better connectivity. What surprised you about, announcements made today? What made you happy?
Well, what made me happy really is that there is a growing impetus that, there's only that much you can keep investing into big metropolitan cities. And this is something that I've been also advocating and championing this cause, that we should start investing and looking into our tier 2 and tier 3 cities, because that in itself will have a double benefit, that not only those areas prosper and bring in the Atmanirbharta, but also they control urban migration. So I think this allocation of 5,000 crores towards tier 2 and tier 3 cities will, again, like I said earlier, all these investments, all these allocations have ripple effects on the overall economy of the country. So that I think is a very welcome step. And then also aspects of establishing Ayurveda, medical tourism, that's such an important aspect that we can take out to the world and showcase and can become a great revenue earner for the country. So focusing on that, focusing on orange economy, it being youth-centric, women-centric. If there are 100 million women who are having the kind of self-help groups. And there are provisions in this budget which are going to help them in growing. I think all these aspects really lead to a budget which is covering all dimensions, including the fact that, there are things being more investment, not just in factors like defense, etc., that you're talking about, but even into sports. The new mission that's going to be of Khelo India is going to be another impetus which will take us, bring not just sporting laurels, but it empowers the youth, it improves the health. So all these health and well-being issues come together. So from all those perspectives, I think, many sensitive chords have been touched here. And this creates what one hears about the slogans of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. It is a budget which is covering all aspects. But yes, infrastructure is the backbone of any country, any economy which is on a growth path, and the impetus that has been put on infrastructure, and not just by the capex, but also by bringing in PPP models. Because if we have to grow and grow at a pace that we are looking at, then today we've reached to be a 4+ trillion economy, but we have goals of going much higher. So bringing in private investment into it, creating the private-public partnership model is a great mantra for success. And I think that's commendable that the budget has addressed that as well.
And let's not forget, one of the areas or one of the promises the government is also making is to develop tier 2, tier 3 cities by the way of this city mapping scheme, which has allocated about 5,000 crore rupees to figure out those economic zones in tier 2, tier 3 cities that can be potentially developed. But I believe that's all the time you have with us.
Shweta, one line I would add, investment is one thing, but flawless execution is also the key. So 100%. I hope all these infrastructure projects have a flawless execution as well. That's something to keep in mind.
All right, Dikshit Kukreja, thank you very much for taking time out. I want to come back to you, Rajendra Singh Bhatia. Of all the announcements that were made with regards to regional corridor development, city economics development, I think what stood out for me, as many others are also pointing out, there's a lot of focus and thrust on building India's own capabilities by the way of its MSMEs. So, whether it's to understand what are the legacy MSMEs that we can focus on, or potential areas, the 7 areas of development that government has identified where India should focus on. So be it strategic minerals, semiconductors, so on and so forth. So those areas that need to be identified and special impetus needs to be put in to ensure that, those are the sectors that India works towards developing in the near future.
Oh, so you're perfectly right on this. If you take a look at building a defense ecosystem, there are certain voids which are existing in the country today. And those voids are around our capability to develop semiconductors, our ability to utilize rare earth elements, which are going to be more and more scarce as we go forward, our capability on high precision manufacturing, and most importantly, skill sets, which should have design education available to them. So I think overall, all these things are probably adding to fill that technology voids or the ecosystem voids which are existing. Now, coming back to SMEs, and I want to little stress on it, the complete defense ecosystem revolves around a tierized structure, where you have system integrators, which are large companies, but then you are surrounded by tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, which are invariably MSMEs. And some of their stress does lie in some of the actions which have been talked about, like credit guarantee schemes, talking about linking threats to GEM, trying to ensure that they get their receivables, making receivables be taken as asset on the balance sheet. I think all these are small, works which are being done here and there, but will have a major impact on the MSMEs which are there in this country.
All right.
And this ecosystem is totally dependent upon that.
Absolutely. The ecosystem is totally dependent on it. In fact, the conversation around building MSMEs has been long pending. Government has tried to bring in reforms, haven't really worked on ground. I think that's the larger message, and especially in the light of India-EU deal, there seems to be a lot more focus on making it in India and making it for the world. So you have to have quality while you have volume and quantity, and you need to be able to replace some of those markets in South Asia which India is competing with at the moment as far as its making capabilities is concerned. But joining me on the show right now is also Chirag Jain, partner food, a processing industry leader at Grant Thornton Bharat. Chirag, we haven't heard much in the budget as far as food processing is concerned. What have you picked up?
Absolutely. So I am aligned to this. There is very little which has been talked about from the Ministry of Food Processing Industries perspective in terms of the processing infrastructure. I think there is definitely a lot of opportunities which is about food processing has to be undertaken. But if we talk about from the overall inclusive perspective, I would say the budget is still yes budget, and we call it in Hindi ha, where larger focus has been on high value agriculture as well as on allied sector. Where the larger focus has been
high value agriculture, focusing on cashew, focusing on cocoa, focusing on sandalwood. I think those three industries were specifically mentioned by Finance Minister, saying that this is where we need to ensure India's leadership in the world, especially in cocoa, as well as coconut for that matter. So there's a scheme now for coconut processing as well.
Absolutely. So if you talk about high value agriculture, cocoa, for example, we are only producing about 20,000 metric ton, while our demand for the country itself is about 1.2 lakh metric ton. So we are only producing about 20% of what the Indian demand is. Similarly, for our coconut ecosystem, for the last 2 decades, the overall productivity of coconut plantation has been decreased by about 45 to 50%. So there is definitely a need for rejuvenation of those plantations. Those are senile in nature. While we talk about sandalwood, so ecosystem around sandalwood has been, in terms of forestry, a lot of potential around sandalwood needs to be explored. And with this particular initiative, focusing towards some of these large plantation crop is the key important factor for economic growth of the country.
Amongst all these sector-specific asks and demands, and some of which have been met, some haven't been met, I think the larger conversation remains, where will the jobs come from? And I think by the way of focusing on making in India, the government is also now focusing increasingly on some of these sectors employing more people. So while there is direct mention of women as entrepreneurs, there is very little that has come in by the way of, job creation. Saket Mehta, job creation continues to be one of the pain points of this economy, where the joblessness, unemployment is still at about 5%. That's the number coming in, while government says we've lifted 25 crore people out of poverty. The fact of the matter is that joblessness and jobless growth continue to be major hindrances for us.
You're right, Shruti. I think we as a country, as a nation, we've been having our own challenges when it comes to employment. But if you look at, there are many programs which have been run in past, particularly for skill development. And in this budget itself, Honorable Finance Minister also announced certain schemes which will enable medical profession to come forward, accountants to come forward, and help the new age technology companies. I think I would like to draw your attention to the fact, if I were to just take a divergent view on the automotive industry. The industry roughly employs 1.5 million people, and the MSME contributes almost 2 to 3% of the total GDP. Now, the biggest challenge that we as an auto industry have been having is in terms of having the right skill sets to cater to the new age vehicles which are coming up, be it electric vehicles, be it alternative fuel age vehicles. So I think this challenge is largely getting addressed by the different skill councils which are being running across the country. Development of, or I would say, partnership between the academia and as well as the industry. Different schemes which have been rolled out by NSDC. So I think it will take some time, but yes, it remains a challenge with respect to addressing employability across the nation.
Chirag, coming back to you, one of the things that I picked up this budget focused on specifically, and I think it was a positive change, is also the focus on mental health. We are looking at a lot of schemes there being implemented by the way of catering to young people's mental health. I understand that necessarily is not, your area of expertise, but being a young person yourself, it's a refreshing change to see government talk about a focus on mental health, having more mental health institution, adding the capacity for NIMHANS, and you know, just the right sort of thrust when it comes to ensuring more productivity.
Absolutely. So if we talk about the mental health area, you know, there is very little being talked about, you know, be it at a community level or probably at a family level. So these institutions, and, you know, I would really value the corporate ecosystem, you know, which is talking about this, the kind of mental health initiatives which the corporate is now driving, and government has also really learned, you know, these are the key important issues which needs to be addressed, and some of the current initiative will help overall ecosystem to drive, and people are going to talk about it. So I'm personally very much aligned to this particular initiative of government, because this is something not only you know, from the ages of about 40 to 50, even young chaps, young students are also facing this particular challenge critically, and this particular initiative will really help for a healthy generation, healthy youth for our country.
Absolutely, a healthy generation and a generation that perhaps is less burdened, more free, has more time to focus on its own mental health as well. Jaspreet Singh, you know, as we go through the fine prints of the budget, as more and more details emerge, there's also a increased focus on adoption of AI, and that of course was much needed. The conversation around what AI can do, can it take away jobs? Should it take away jobs, then we need to skill enough and more people. So skilling has been a major focus, but also I think new AI tools that can be implemented to make lives better. For instance, I can think of Bharat Vistar as an important announcement where, you know, a farmer can know what kind of crop to use, what sort of soil to use that seed in, and, you know, get the right sort of help by the way of subsidies from the government. So using AI stack and AI tools in the right fashion to ensure that various sectors in this country benefit. So we are looking at, you know, AI being used not just in UPI but also in aviation, and now being extended to you know, agriculture sector. That's a good change. That's a fast adoption.
Absolutely. So I think maybe just before we come to AI, you know, you spoke about skilling, jobs creation, etc. The entire announcement around semiconductors 2.0 and the entire data center piece, where foreign companies can come and set up huge data centers in India in 2047, will lead to huge job demands coming in India. Not only tier 1 cities, tier 2, tier 3 cities. India is at an inflection point. And when I talk about AI, thanks that you gave example of 3 semi-sectors where AI is being used today, but unfortunately, AI is being used across the entire enterprises today, all kinds of industries, right? You gave a farmer example, I will also give you a farmer example. One of the largest tractor manufacturing companies in India has actually on their tractors put a small button, right? In case the tractor stops working because of anything, you just press that. There's an automatic distress call that goes to a call center, which analyzes about 300 parameters from an AI perspective, from your tractor perspective, on what went wrong, and then basis that gives you a call back and directly connects you to that technician or that problem within the tractor. It could be an engine problem, it could be this.
Right.
Look at what's happening from a farmer perspective. We take almost 20 years to do research and development on huge amount of data. Come AI, come data analytics, the time is being crunched to less than 18 months from a trans perspective.
Right. You know, stay with us. I think Finance Minister has taken the stage there, and she's all set to speak. This is Finance Minister from National Media Centre addressing the national media for the first time after her budget announcement. Thank you very much, all of you, for taking time out. Let's listen in to the Finance Minister.
Congratulations to Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji for presenting the budget 26-27 in Parliament today. I extend a very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Shri Pankaj Chaudhary ji. I also welcome Secretary, Department of Public Enterprises, Secretary Expenditure, Secretary Deepam, Secretary Financial Services, Secretary Economic Affairs, Revenue Secretary, Chief Economic Advisor. Friends, first the Honorable Finance Minister will make her opening remarks. Thereafter, we will take some questions. Please remember, identify yourself and your organization's name. And I would request you to ask one question only so that your friends can be accommodated. Thank you very much. Over to Honorable Finance Minister.
Good afternoon. This is the customary press conference that we hold with all the secretaries. You've heard the entire budget being presented in the Parliament. So as opening remarks, I'll just highlight some of the points which we want to draw your attention to. But subsequently, of course, we'll answer all your questions. All the secretaries are here with me. So this budget being the first one, as the Honorable Prime Minister said 2 days ago, this being the first one for the second quarter of this century, also leading towards Vikasit Bharat 2047. We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum. And for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth, which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities. So it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated. Also, technology, 21st century, this century is completely driven by technology. So we will ensure that technology is brought in to benefit the common man, to make sure common man benefits in the sense of ease of doing living, or for his business to prosper, or for farmers for greater productivity or better logistics, whatever. So technology for benefiting every common man. And above all, with all this, inclusive development. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and that is why you heard me bringing in schemes which have good allocations for bringing better health facilities, creating a cadre of people, not cadre in that sense, but a bulk of people who can come in as health workers, paramedics, and so on. And also making sure we are able to provide dignified opportunities for Divyangjan. Mental health has also received a lot of attention. So these are the side for Vikasit Bharat and making sure Sabka Vikas hoega. But the idea is the advantage and the momentum that we gained since after COVID by increasing public capital expenditure will continue. We've announced that 12.2 lakh crores are coming through public expenditure this time. It is 4.4% of the GDP. I'd like you all to please notice that, which is the highest, at least in the last 10 years. It could even be highest if you were to take data earlier. No increment in capital expenditure, sustained fashion, has happened ever before. This one marking 4.4% of the GDP. Then what are the kind of things which will happen through it? You will have dedicated freight corridors. I've named Dankuni in the east, Surat in the west. Then I've also highlighted that 20 new national waterways, not national highways, national waterways are being planned. And again there, those are going to pass through some of the critical mineral areas. Orissa, where the mineral rich state, you have the waterways taking it to the port. And the two ports have been identified, Paradip and Dhamra. Similarly, we are also making sure that the coastal cargo movements will be enabled through a cargo route, so that through the coastal area we are able to cut down on cost of movement of goods. City economic regions, developing them is a very big new measure that we're coming up with. And for that, an allocation of 5,000 crore per city economic region. Imagine the amount, 5,000 crores in 5 years, 1,000 crore per year per city is being given, and the emphasis is going to be largely on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And then talking of infrastructure further, with the capital expenditure coming with the big number, you're having also the high-speed rail corridors, 7 of them announced. The destinations are clear, so that they become the bridge for all these economical robust centers. So those are for making sure that the infrastructure and the capital expenditure are getting tied up and the country benefits from the ripple effects that these can bring in. The 7 strategic and frontier sectors in which we've highlighted that will increase productivity and also have new investments come in and give emphasis for India's own brand on those things is on the biopharma sector. I think that's going to be a big change in the way in which we are looking at giving hand on those things is on the biopharma sector. I think that's going to be a big change in the way in which we are looking at giving capacity for those who are able to research, who are able to undertake research and development. So 10,000 crore initiative again over 5 years for domestic biologics and biosimilar production. This is a clear message and backed with enough substance that India's lead in the pharmaceutical sector should be kept intact, but at the same time bring in newer ways of helping the pharma sector, and also because it has an impact on human health. Semiconductor mission had 2 major announcements that will improve the India stack and also the IP related matters. Electronic components manufacturing scheme for 40,000 crores is a major encouragement for electronics to become self-sufficient. We have also announced establishing rare earth corridors so that India can face and be able to meet its own requirements with its materials. So once we identify and are able to explore these minerals and process them, make them available for us, our dependency on external sources for bringing in the rare earths will be lesser, and we've identified the states where we want to establish this rare earth corridors. They are going to be in Orissa, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. So these are very important developments and they are going to have multiple decadal impact on the Indian economy. Our dependence on magnets and rare earths will be brought down. 3 dedicated chemical parks, again for reducing our import dependence. High-tech tool rooms for research, that will be set up in 2 locations. Very important thing is about the construction equipment being imported. That could be for building tunnels or metros or high energy and also heavy duty equipments which we are relying on imports. We want to manufacture them in India, and that is why I said, how does it affect a common man? It affects because firefighters today have novel, new, big ticket and small, very small firefighting tools and weapons or equipment. We don't have them in this country. That's why if there is a fire accident in some very congested area, our equipments are not able to reach those points. Whereas there are equipments which today are produced abroad, which can navigate those small corridors and go save people's lives. Whether they or huge ones, all of which we want to make sure that we will have production in this country itself, whether they are tunnel boring or anything else. From small to big, we want to bring in those very impactful infrastructure into India. So we'll support domestic manufacturing. Then container manufacturing is another, which we'll support. I think I've gone in detail talking about the textile support in various forms. One very important announcement was made, Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative, which will make sure khadi, handloom, handicrafts will all be brought in, and one district, one product will all be brought in this initiative, and we'll be able to support rural artisans, rural workers, and handloom weavers in those areas. Legacy industrial corridors have got saturated. Manufacturing happening there is now very constricted because they are not able to bring in newer robotics and others. So we want to upgrade these legacy industrial clusters so that they become cost competitive and efficiency comes into these places. Even more important is the champion MSMEs, small and medium industries, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, who are going to be given all the supports, and three-pronged approach is being taken up there. We are giving equity support, we are giving also liquidity support, above all professional support for them, so that MSMEs, the equity support is supported by a 10,000 crore SME fund, growth fund. Above all, we are also topping up the Self-Reliant India Fund with 2,000 crores. So MSMEs should not feel any dearth of resources for equity. Similarly, they shouldn't feel any difficulty for liquidity in their hands, because the TREADS platform will now be treated almost as a security backed up instrument with which they'll be able to discount and get their monies. For professional support, we're working with the Chartered Accountant and Cost Accountant institutes so that they can create corporate mitras who can help these MSMEs in filing their returns, doing their accounts, and so on. Above all, for youth and training, there's so much. You've heard the speech, so I won't want to take your time on it. High-powered education to employment enterprise, standing committees being formed so that they can recommend measures for service sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. Part B concentrated a lot on tax and related concessions that are being offered. More importantly is the process simplification which has been announced. So elaborate measures have been taken. You will be able to also seek clarification if you want. New export opportunities for fishermen who can go into the economic India's zones, high seas, and also assess and access the global markets. The one very touching, and I really was moved by this proposal, is where we have identified 17 drugs or medicines which are going to be basic custom duty exempt, which are important for cancer patients. Similarly, 7 more rare diseases are added to the import exemption list of the import duties. Baggage clearance and personal items which you bring in when you travel are all being given enhanced duty-free allowance. Besides that, there are quite a few direct tax and indirect tax proposals. Decriminalizing the penalty proceedings and support to the IT sector are some of the high points. As an opening remark, I'll conclude here. I'm sure you'll be able to ask questions and seek clarification. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll start this question, taking the questions. First question is 17.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Shishir here from Hindu Business Line. Ma'am, my question is that under the miscellaneous capital receipt, the provision is 80,000 crore rupees. And last year, the provision was 47,000 crore, which has been reduced to 37,000 crore rupees now. Does this mean that there will be more equity monetization this year, or there will be more focus on the asset monetization of CPSEs?
So you've got it rightly. The intent is that we will have a very strong asset monetization plan in place. Last year, ma'am had announced in the budget that there will be a pipeline prepared, which is being done. So we hope to reap the dividends from that.
238.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. I just wanted to know the rationale behind the hike in STT in futures and options.
So, first of all, I believe some confusion. In fact, the question that you have asked rightly reflects the announcement itself, that the only change made in STT is in the future and options. All the other STT rates remain the same. The primary objective of raising the tax rates on STT has been that it is felt that when you look at the volume of transactions in futures and options, whether you compare it to the size of GDP or size of the underlying securities market, it is largely in the realm of heavy speculation, which results in losses to small, retail, unsophisticated investors. And the government's intention is to discourage speculative tendencies, and the increase in rate is essentially in that direction. So it is meant to essentially handle the systemic risk in derivative markets. Even after this increase, however, the rates of STT will remain modest compared to the volume of the transactions that is happening there. This is the reason.
54. मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम आपने पूरा बजट जो है वो न्यू एमर्जिंग सेक्टर पे बड़ा फोकस रखा है। मैम मेरा सवाल आपसे दो हैं यदि आप अलाउ करें। एक मैम आपने जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी का कैलकुलेशन किया है वो पिछले बजट एस्टिमेट से इस बजट एस्टिमेट में तकरीबन 22% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है। दूसरा मैम जो आपने एमएसएमई के लिए कहा कि जो ट्रांजैक्शंस होंगे उसके लिए आप एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करना होगा, तो क्या मैम ये सीपीएसईज के लिए कंपलसरी होगा जो डिस्काउंट ट्रेडिंग की जो बात है? थैंक यू।
I'll take the second question, ma'am. So, हाँ, ये CPSEs के लिए मैंडेटरी होगा कि डिस्काउंटिंग एज वेल एज नॉन डिस्काउंटेड बिल्स दोनों को ही ट्रेड्स पे करना होगा ताकि वो 45 दिन में भुगतान एमएसएमई को कर पाएं, और ये हर तरह से चेक कर लिया गया है कि ये हो सकता है। सो वी वांट टू मेक CPSEs एज पायनियर्स. We hope, like ma'am has said in her speech also, that other corporates will also follow.
On excise?
Increased by 22%, sir, from last year B to this year.
Because there is from 1st of February, all the tobacco products have come back into excise, and all those revenues will account for the increase of the next year.
209. Ma'am, Prakash Predashi from ET now. The budget has announced restructuring of PFC and REC. What will this restructuring look like? And does this also mean that these NBFC will be merged going forward?
What is the later part of your question? That these NBFCs are not going to?
Will be merged going forward?
Yeah, I've said we are rationalizing it. You'll get to know as we go forward. We want to streamline it, and therefore we'll be taking some steps. We'll let you know the moment we decide how to go about it.
234. Hello, ma'am. Harsh Kumar from Business Standard. Ma'am, two questions. One is, you said that a high-level committee will be formed on the banking reforms in order to 2047. Are we going further for any kind of merger or something, since government is continuously saying that we need at least two of the big banks, at least of the top 20 banks. So are we going towards that?
No, first of all, when I say that it's going to be a high-level committee which is going to look into it, the terms of reference will be prepared, and we are looking at committee to go into the entire expanse of the banking sector so that they come up with recommendations which help us to plan for banking for 2047. We need, by the time we become a Vikasit Bharat, 2047 is our goal. We need to understand what are the other steps that we need to take in the banking area, and based on the recommendations, we'll go forward. But we have the Secretary, Department of Financial Services. We'll ask him to also give us, please.
Ma'am, I think you have rightly responded. There are a large number of aspects relating to the banking requirement. For example, the credit to the GDP, commercial credit to the GDP ratio low, and the expansion of the banking network, and what kind of procedure currently we have that is impeding both the deposits as well as credit. All those aspects will be looked at by an expert panel, a committee. And well, we will definitely have TOR and then also consult the all the stakeholders. And the government will take a view on how to lay strong foundation for 2047 Viksit Bharat.
Ma'am, one more question. 229. Left side, yes.
Ma'am, Premanshu from Anandabazar.
Mineral, rare earth and magnet related products to be made available for India's manufacturing, whether it's lithium ion, whether it's automobile sector, whether it's the new age solar. You need these rare earths to be processed and be made available. We have enough raw materials. The coastal areas are rich in these minerals. And therefore, states also felt, I mean, I must credit that the interaction that I had with the finance ministers pre-budget, many states felt that there are rare earths which they can utilize. We then sat up in the budget group that we have, Revenue Secretary, DFL, Secretary DA, and thrashed out, talking with the states. What are the kind of things that we can do so that their capacities to extract these minerals, process them, make them something which the industry can benefit from. So India can be less dependent on imports of these materials. That is where, having spoken to states, we thought it's very important to recognize the corridor and give a policy for it so that industries can invest, private sector can come in, governments, state and center can come together on it. That is where these corridors were announced. And looking at the success of the defense corridor, I can confidently say these rare earth corridors will make that big a difference to the Indian economy. The first question, I think there's enough to cover all the election states. If I do, you will ask me, why have you done it only for the election states? Now I've done it for election and non-election states as well. You want me to spell out what has been done only for the election states? I'm quite happy to do it.
262, front. At the front, please. Here. Front.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sapna Das here from CNBC TV 18. Two quick questions. Just wanted to understand the gross borrowing at over 17 lakh odd crore. Would the government look at it as being on the higher side? Just asking that. And within that also, if you look at your net tax revenue stream, of course, B to RE, it's higher. And a lot of concessions have been given away both on direct and indirect taxes. But the trend seems to be a bit flat, around 28 lakh odd crores. So if you could explain to us, how is this entire thing looking? And second, ma'am, in terms of the disinvestment aim, 80,000 crores, would this also include IDBI stake sale sometime in FY27, ma'am? Thank you very much.
So you've covered a number of secretaries all at one go. So on the borrowings, no, we don't think it's on the higher side because the net market borrowings are in the range of 11.73, which is been plus around that number for the last couple of years. The larger number is because we have 5.5 lakh crores which have to be repaid this year. So to that extent, we don't think that it's a large number. We have a plan how to manage this. And according to that plan, which also gets released from time to time, the markets would also know as well as all of you.
4. Okay. So on the tax stream, because of some concessions that were given this year, there has been some course correction. But if you look at the next year, the direct tax is growing at 11.4%. and continues to be 3.1% of the GDP. The total collection would be 6.9%. The indirect tax excise is growing very healthily because of the base correction, the base which has got added. Customs too is showing a decent buoyancy. So on the tax revenue, I think we are looking up. And even GST, as you would have seen the collection figures today, after rate rationalization, the buoyancy which we had expected, and in this hall we had discussed about it, you can see that coming back on the tax.
Hi, ma'am. Meghna Mittal from Money.
Out now of that press conference that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is answering questions on, and as things stand, the markets are definitely not in a good mood.
That's
and it
right.
seems that the markets, in fact, are down almost about 2% or so, and that is what we are picking up right now. The latest data on Sensex and Nifty tells us that Nifty 50 is down more than 2.2% at the moment.
Yeah.
More than 2.2%.
Yeah. And so is the Sensex. Sensex is at 80,876. That's where it's at, down over 2%, down nearly 1,700 points. There was some recovery in the afternoon, Karthik.
Absolutely. We saw some recovery, and then after that, the markets have gone down again. Let's bring in Rohit Srivastava, founder, market strategist, IndiaCharts.com. Rohit, just help us understand, you know, on budget days, historically, markets tank, but a 2% decline on Sensex and Nifty is not something that we see that often, do we?
Rohit, if you can hear us. Okay, I'm not sure if Rohit is with us. Let's also get in Kranti Batini, who's with us. Kranti, great to have you with us on budget day. Markets down over 2% as we speak. After that recovery, there was a recovery post the budget speech, and now it looks like it's further down for the markets.
Yeah, good afternoon to you. Yeah, it's a free fall in the market at this point of time. 25,000, which was perceived as a strong support zone for the market in the medium to short term. After violating those levels, we can see some kind of a selling pressure that is emerging in the markets. Today, volumes also low. We need to see the exact picture tomorrow morning as we are going into the trade. And by the time we get the devils in details of what's there in the budget and also the positivities that are going to create the market outlook further.
All right, Rohit Srivastava, if you look at the Nifty 50 heat map right now, in fact, pretty much it's a sea of red. You look at any stock, whether it's the BFSI space, energy, minerals, consumer durables, it's completely red. Is it fair to assume that there's practically almost nothing for any sector, barring potentially just the pharmaceuticals? Rohit Srivastava, if you could unmute yourself, please. Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, see, I'm not sure, even pharma, there are some weak sections because pharma has generally been a weak part of the market recently. The hope really was that defense would stand out, but there's been, even the defense stocks are giving up today. I think in general, what is happening is when we just look at the charts, we were stuck in this range, 25,450 and bottom end was around 24,940. We are breaking the bottom end of the range. So that's not a good sign. It shows that the lower lows and highs that we were seeing from the first week of January continue to unfold. And that's pointing, towards 24,000. So we are still looking at potentially further weakness in the coming few days on the structure today.
Okay, Karthik, you were talking about the budget day weakness that markets usually have. Let's get into Ambarish Baliga as well into the conversation. Ambarish, great to have you with us here on budget day, on budget 2026. Thank you for taking time out. Talk to us, how do you read this 2% fall in the markets? Would you say, in a sense, it's business as usual on budget day?
See, on the budget day or maybe a day or two following the budget, markets normally react to whatever has been announced in the budget.
Yeah.
If you look at the last 10 years, only 2 years in the last 10 years that the effect has lasted beyond 10 days. So, I mean, whether it's down or up, I think after 2 or 3 days, it's business as usual and budget is forgotten. So even this reaction which you're seeing today, I think may last for a day or two more. Because, whatever has been announced from a market perspective, short to medium term, yes, it's negative because people were expecting a STT cut. People were expecting some tweaking as far as the capital gains is concerned, and especially as far as FIs are concerned. I think there was expected to be a major tweak to ensure that the FIs come back. So nothing of that, of that sort of was announced. And against that, we have seen an increase in STT for F&O. Fine. it is clearly an indication to discourage the retail traders. But along with that, they could have reduced STT for the cash market. I think that sent out the right signals. But just that one move, I think, has resulted in the market sentiment getting spoiled.
Yeah.
But if you talk of long term, I think they have made a lot of decent announcements as far as the long term is concerned.
Okay, the long term will possibly, get discovered by market participants in the fine print. But I want to go a little sectoral here. And Rohit, if you look at the chart on the screen right now, I'm looking at the non-energy minerals part of the NSE 500. And critical rare earth, this is something which has seen some incentives. But the kind of selling we are seeing here is something like we haven't really seen before. Hindustan Zinc, for example, is down more than 9%. You also have, Hindcorp down more than 12%. You have Tata Steel down about 4.5%. Just talk us through what exactly were markets expecting as far as, the sectoral expectations go. Because rare earth, critical minerals, metals, this should have been a space that would have possibly reacted more positively than what we are seeing on the charts.
Rare earths is futuristic. These companies were going up through most of January on the back of what was a global metals rally.
The tobacco tax, sin tax, etc., all of that kicks in. So that pretty much explains, the 3.5% dip we are seeing on ITC. But even beyond that, the entire FMCG pack is also in the negative territory. What are investors thinking at the moment?
Karthik, FMCG is quite neutral at this point of time. The entire market sentiment is negative at this point of time. And investors are in a wait and watch mode before creating any kind of positions at this point of time. By and large, markets are in a selling sphere at this point of time. So there are, if you see the budget in the medium to short term, some kind of a negative impact it's created. But the positives are factored in on a longer term basis, whereas the negatives like the STCG that has hijacked the positives in the medium to short term. So as Ambarish rightly mentioned, the positives are going to come over a period of time, and the outcomes of these budgets are going to factor in over a period of time. Coming to the FMCG as a whole, if the investors' risk appetite is low, they can start picking up a FMCG on a longer term basis at this point of time. Definitely, these kind of downtrends in Indian markets provides a opportunity for the investors for long-term wealth creation.
Let's then get Ambarish back into the conversation. Ambarish, tell us, how does one read into the fact that, some of the IT stocks over here are down as well? Infy is flat.
In fact, a mixed bag really for the IT space. That's becoming a little confusing because, we heard the AI announcements, we heard the sort of semiconductor ISM 2.0, but the IT stocks are a bit of a mixed bag. TCS is up, Wipro is up, LTIM is up, but HCL Tech, etc. are in the red territory.
No, see, from IT perspective, it's basically the standout is data centers and the sort of IT rollout which they have done, the tax rollout which they have done for data centers up to 2047. I think that's a superb news. But other than that, there's nothing else meant for the IT companies, the listed IT companies. So because of which we are not seeing, any positive reaction out there. I would say it's more or less neutral. But then because of the market sentiment, they are also getting affected today.
I ask you at this stage, we've seen the markets taking a beating in the recent past to non-budget related factors, and then comes a mild sort of a beginning of a recovery, and then the stocks have been beaten down again because of budget. Talk to us, from an investor perspective, people watching the broadcast today, what to do with their portfolios, in the near term, so to speak, because the global uncertainties continue to remain and weigh heavily on Indian markets.
No, that's true. But then, see, times like these also give you that opportunity to buy from a longer term perspective, because you've seen a lot of stocks cracking about 40-50% in the last couple of months. I'm not saying you should be buying all of them, but I think it's a good time to start choosing your stocks, because among all these, you also get decent value. So if you're sitting on liquidity, if you have the courage to buy, I think this is the right time to buy, maybe over the next couple of days. Again, you need to look at the next 6 months to a year plus, because I don't see anything happening, at least in the near future, because there are not too many triggers immediately, like other than the earnings, which also have been mixed. So, like I said, I think this is a great time to possibly rejig your portfolio, pick up some of the stocks where there's decent amount of value at this point of time.
portfolio. And in fact, at the end of the last calendar year, at the start of this year, Kranti Patini, one of the conversations that we would have fairly regularly would be that there are 3 headline events to look forward to. One is the earnings season, second is the budget, and third is the India-US trade deal. Now, the corporate earnings have been a mixed bag, as Amrish was also just pointing out too. The budget has been, for lack of a better word, a damn squib, and the India-US trade deal does not really have any positive cues for the market right now. So overall, if one were to rejig their portfolios, what sort of a rejig should they go ahead with?
Karthik, one need to look at the greater picture of India and the companies. If I have to rejig, definitely defense looks very attractive to me. The stocks corrected from its peaks around 40 to 50%. In fact, today also many of these defense stocks have been getting corrected. So I use this downfall in the market to accumulate the defense stocks medium to longer term basis. Definitely still the order books looks strong, and also the execution capabilities for these companies are commendable at this point of time. And also the aerospace and all power and the nuclear power, this also one of the interesting theme going ahead. So one need to be very stock specific, and just to the strategy at this point of time, one need to go back, look at their portfolio, what kind of stocks they're holding in the portfolio, and what is the greater themes that are emerging for the individual stocks. That is the one thing one need to keep in mind, barring the discussions like the macro themes like the budget and also the trade deals that have been coming on the way.
Well, gentlemen, let us leave it at that. Thank you so much for your time. Just another 5 minutes or so for trading to end on this particular Sunday. One of those rarities where markets have been open on a Sunday, but to what end? I think that would be the question that investors would really be left with. And I take this opportunity to thank all 3 of you to also take out time on this very important budget day on a Sunday to join us here on News 9. And we have a lot of reactions coming in. In fact, from CII, we have heard the President, Rajiv Memani. Let's quickly listen in to what he has to say.
So I think the budget was a very, what should I say, prudent budget. It was a very future-looking budget. It also really, I sincerely believe that it put India very strongly into the credible, growth story map of the world once again. And it was a very, very strong budget for focusing on each and every sections of the society, each and every sector. And of course, there is a huge focus that we will stay on the path of higher growth.
पहला रिएक्शन सीआई का काफ़ी पॉजिटिव है बजट के बारे में, और बजट जो हम लोग की जो इंडस्ट्री की मांग थी वो काफ़ी हद तक पूरी करता है, और जो खासकर रिफॉर्म्स में कई सेक्टर्स को फोकस करना, एमएसएमईज को फोकस करना, सर्विसेज में भी नया फोकस उन्होंने दिया है, और हर एक सोसाइटी के हर एक वर्ग को अलग अलग भागों में कर उनके लिए क्या कर रहे हैं वो भी काफ़ी अच्छा था। और टैक्स में कई जो चीज़ें थी जो पहले से जो कई चीज़ें जो रेस करी जा रही थी सिंप्लीफिकेशन के लिए वो भी उन्होंने काफ़ी हद तक सॉल्व किया।
If you see that she has stressed upon the real problems which we are facing, which the world is facing, and how to reach the Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat. The stress on human capital, skilling, nutrition, health, sports. These are some of the pillars where she has worked upon and stressed upon.
That's all we have time for in this edition of Budget for Bulletproof Bharat. We thank all of you who've tuned into this broadcast, but make sure you tune in at 9 p.m. tonight again for the definitive analysis of Budget 2026. This is Krishna Kumar signing off. And
thank you so much. This is Karthik Malhotra signing off too. See you at 9 p.m.
Special partner Skoda. You never drive alone. Associate sponsor SBI Life. अपने लिए अपनों के लिए.